Check, test 1, 2, check. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Check, test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Check, test 1, 2. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 4th Asia Pacific Family Business Summit 2024. The summit will begin at 9 a.m. So we kindly ask everyone to join us in the ballroom as we get ready to kickstart promptly at 9 a.m. So your cooperation is greatly appreciated. Thank you. And please be seated. We shall begin at 9 a.m. Thank you. Right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 4th Asia Pacific Family Business Summit 2024. The summit will begin at 9 a.m. So we kindly ask everyone to please be seated and get ready to start promptly at 9 a.m. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated. Once again, welcome everyone. Our summit will begin at 9 a.m. With that, we would like to call all participants to join us in this ballroom and get ready as we will begin at 9 a.m. sharp. Thank you. Right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have some important housekeeping announcement to ensure that everyone has a smooth and enjoyable experience during our event. First and foremost, I want to remind everyone that the event will be starting promptly at 9 a.m. So please kindly take your seat at your respective table to avoid any delay. Secondly, throughout the event, there will be coffee, tea, and delicious food available for all participants. So you all are welcome to bring your food inside the hall during the session. So feel free to take a little snack break whenever needed. We have some wonderful sponsors booth set up here today, so I invite each and every one of you to visit their booth during the breaks and learn more about their fantastic product and services. Additionally, for all art enthusiasts, we have an art exhibition running alongside the event, so the remarkable artworks showcase are also available for sale. And we kindly ask you that you can also scan the QR code provided on your table to access to the itinerary. And this will give you a detailed schedule of all session, activities, and keynotes lined up for the day, ensuring you don't miss any important moment. So finally, we greatly value your feedback at the end of the summit. So please take a moment to share your thoughts and experience by scanning the QR code for your feedback. Your insights are crucial in helping us to improve in future events. So thank you for your cooperation and enjoy your summit. Right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, I have some important housekeeping announcement to ensure that everyone has a smooth and enjoyable experience during our event. First and foremost, I'd like to remind that we'll be starting shortly, so please kindly take your seat at your respective table. And throughout the event, there will be coffee, tea available for all participants, so you are welcome to bring drinks inside the hall during the session. And also, feel free to take a little break whenever needed. And we have some wonderful sponsors with a booth set up here today. I invite everyone to visit their booth during their breaks and learn more about their fantastic product and services. And additionally, for all art enthusiasts, we have an art exhibition running alongside the event. The remarkably artwork showcase are also available for sale. So we can also kindly ask you to scan the QR code provided on your table to access today's itinerary. This will give you a detailed schedule of all sessions, activities, and keynotes lined up for the day. And finally, we greatly value your feedback at the end of the summit. Please take a moment to share your thought and experience by scanning the QR code for feedback. Your insights are crucial in helping us to improve for future events. So thank you for your cooperation. Please be seated as we'll be starting any time from now. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants and honored speakers. A very warm welcome to the 4th Asia Pacific Family Business Summit 2024. It is an absolute pleasure to see so many familiar faces and to welcome new ones as well. So your presence here today significantly enrich our summit and contribute to its success. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's theme, Family Wealth and Investment, Empowering Family Stewardship, Investing in Future Generation, is particularly relevant as we navigate the evolving landscape of family businesses in the Asia-Pacific region. We are privileged to have a distinguished lineup of speakers and industry experts who will share their invaluable knowledge and insight. Before we embark on this incredible journey of learning, we would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to the organizers, sponsors, and partners who have collaborated tirelessly to make the 4th Asia Pacific Family Business Summit 2024 a reality. So let us use this summit as a platform to gain new perspective, strengthen our networks, and inspire one another, and together we can achieve greater success and secure a prosperous future for the next generation. Thank you for being here. I wish you all a productive and enriching summit. And ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor to invite Dr. Moha Yusof, Gen 2, President of Bina Pavo, to deliver the welcoming address. Please welcome.
Okay, thank you to the MC, Bob. Honorable and respected guests, family business owners, next-gen leaders, industry practitioners, researchers, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, and we trust everyone is well. It is time again for us to gather at our Asia Pacific Family Business Summit. It is our 4th summit. Our utmost gratitude to everyone here in this grand ballroom and those who are watching on live stream as we celebrate and support family businesses, family offices, family foundations from Gen 1 to Gen 5, because we know there is a Gen 5 in this ballroom today from the Asia Pacific region. So every summit is unique, but one factor remains significant, which is the increase in families in business and families of wealth, sharing our vision and aspiration of family businesses collaborating and cooperating with one another. I'd like to take this opportunity to talk a bit about the Family Business Circle, or FBC in short. You will see down below around a logo, which is called Family Business Circle. It is round because family businesses, they come together, right? The family needs to come together. Even though there are dotted things inside the round circle that would represent conflicts, but every time what we like is for the family to come together, right? And family businesses to come together, collaborating and partnering each other. So we see FBC as the sum of families' social capital. FBC is evolving and growing, and we network globally. FBC is a safe place for family business owners and next-gen leaders. It is not an association. You don't need to pay a fee to be part of FBC. It's open to family businesses, family offices, family foundations, industry practitioners and researchers to meet and share knowledge, experiences, issues, and challenges. We aspire for FBC to be a voice for the family business community. More importantly, we like FBC to be the safe place or platform where family businesses form collaborations and partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, several years ago, a great friend and scholar, Professor James Hoopes of Babson College, USA, postulated that family business is the business model of the 21st century. It is our belief that this is true, and we need our researchers, consultants, mentors to do more research, case studies, and provide support for the growth and sustainability of our family businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to a great APFBS, Asia Pacific Family Business Summit, the 4th Asia Pacific Family Business Summit. Thank you very much in advance to today's keynote speakers, moderators, panelists, masterclass facilitators. Special thanks to our main partners and supporting partners. To all, have fun and enjoy the learning, sharing, and discussion, and please network and get to know each other. Terima kasih, share, nandri, salamat, shukriya.
Thank you, Dr. Mohan, for sharing your wisdom and setting us on the path to a remarkable summit experience. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have Professor Dr. Lim Weng Mak, Dean, Sunway Business School, who is our knowledge partner. Professor Dr. Lim is a highly respected academic and thought leader in the field of business and family enterprises. His extensive research and insight have greatly contributed to our understanding of family business dynamics and strategies. Professor Dr. Lim's opening speech will set the tone for our discussion and provide us with a valuable perspective on the theme of our summit. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Lim Weng Mak to the stage.
Good morning, selamat pagi. Very warm welcome to the Asia Pacific Family Business Summit. My name is Mark. I'm the Dean from Sunway Business School. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for weathering through the jam. It's not easy, I know, coming to city center Kuala Lumpur early in the morning where everybody is heading. So very well done for that. Hopefully, many of you have the opportunity to experience our public transport. Right? If you don't, the train is out here and it's very, very fast and timely too. First of all, I would like to thank, of course, the organizer of this summit, Bina Parvo, particularly Dr. Moha, Dr. Leilani, I think Emilio is here, and the larger family of Bina Parvo as well, for organizing this summit, not once, not twice, but for the fourth time. All right, so a big round of applause to Bina Parvo and team. As for Sunway, our contribution to this summit has always been as a knowledge partner. And as you see, the different summits, our conferences that we usually attend, more often than not, we always hear keynotes, which is one person speaking. We also hear, in a panel, in a forum, where multiple people speak, so we get to see the difference when there are interactions with people. But one interesting thing that you will notice from this Family Business Summit is what will happen in the afternoon, all right, which is the masterclass. And the masterclass is where, I'm quite sure for many of you, you are here, whether you are a second gen, third gen, and so on, and of course, fifth gen, you come with experience, all right? You come with expertise, you come with experience. But I'm quite sure that you will realize by now that the world is always evolving, all right? Nothing stays permanent. And therefore, it's always good to either revisit certain skills that we have or certain perspectives that we may already have and see whether those skills and perspectives remains relevant or as sharp as it could be, all right? So the purpose of the masterclass that you will see in the afternoon deals with that, all right? So we have a range from emotions, from strategies, and so on. So do attend the masterclass that we have created for you. In terms of family business, my view is that family business is more important than ever. Why? Unlike traditional businesses, all right, where perhaps it's non-family based, which is very rare, all right? 90% of businesses are SMEs. 70% of those are family businesses. And even if you look at the public listed companies, 70% of them still have family ownership in there, all right? So from that perspective, family business is really the driver of the economy. And moving forward into the future, there is actually a risk. What's that risk? It's a risk of new business coming up, hitting on trends, particularly in the consumer market. You will notice that restaurants or even cafes opening up for only about 2 years and then close, all right? So, and that kind of business model is somewhat perpetuating in other areas, other industries as well. AirAsia, as we know it, has now capital A. All right, but of course, AirAsia brand is there, which is good, and I hopefully it stays there, right? Because it's a real good brand. But we see a lot of that coming out. All right, why is that trend important to take note of? It's because this is where consumer trust falls apart. When they see someone establishing new businesses and the old businesses that they have don't survive for long, and therefore, the concept of family business is really important because it shows one thing. It shows sustainability, all right? Sustainability not in terms from a financial sense, not in terms of the brand sense, but also the ability to survive over time. All right? And more than ever, I think when we look at family businesses, the expectations are becoming larger. All right? No longer are family businesses expected to be profitable. They are also expected to be able to do good, and to do good in multiple ways, in the environment, for the environment, as well as for the society. What's the benefit of doing that? Well, the benefit of doing that, which is an untapped potential for many family businesses that remains SMEs and have not scaled up, is because of this. When you look at sustainability, which is the current trend of today, you have what we call as ESG, which I think many of you are familiar with, all right? That have heard about ESG before. But how many businesses actually develop their own ESG reports? Not many, all right? Very, very few. In Malaysia, it's only about 7% of businesses that literally have the ESG report, all right? But they may be doing other good things as well. For example, as a family business, all right, you may want to innovate, okay? You may want to innovate, you may do some research, ask your staff to do some research. Some people actually outsource that and work collaboratively with, consultancy companies like Bina Pavo, as well as universities like Sunway. And then they get tax benefit from that. Why? Because that's a form of grant in kind. So from that perspective, businesses today have that challenge that they need to actually overcome to remain relevant, all right? And with things like ESG, it opens up your market to Europe. Because if you look at Europe, you can only export when you're actually having ESG reports, all right? And you need to be ESG compliant. So what this means is that for family businesses to scale today, all right, in order to not only survive, but to thrive across generations and to scale up, especially if you are the next generation, I think every previous generation parents would expect their children to bring the company forward. The scaling up to international markets becomes very, very powerful, all right? But also to do that in the right way. So ESG helps us to do that. In the local scene, if we want to participate in the larger supply chains, especially for those companies, large companies that are public listed and have to have the ESG report, a lot of these large companies are also exporting and doing business overseas. And when they do business overseas, the overseas business wants to look at the supply chain of the large companies. So for SMEs and family businesses that want to participate in the supply chain, not directly with overseas counterparts, but through the large companies in Malaysia itself, you also need to be ESG compliant. Right? So from that perspective, I think this summit will be very, very useful for you. I have a number of my colleagues here from Sunway Business School here. All right, we're coming with a range of expertise from innovation, from strategy, from ESG, and so on. So if I can have my colleagues from Sunway Business School to stand up for a moment so that our other participants here can actually see you. All right, so do approach them. All right, let me sit down. Do approach them, to ask them for their opinions, their insights, what they have researched on, what have they found about family business that you can actually use to improve some of your operations and practices, right? And if you're interested to collaborate, please feel free to reach out to Dr. Moha, Dr. Leilani, who are very, very close partners. Because one thing that we realized, especially for me as Dean of the Business School, is that having industry coming to us and only forming an academic team is not enough, all right? It's not practical, all right? Because for us academics, we are very good at looking at trends, but how to translate that into actual practice and actions, perhaps not so good. So that's why we have worked with Bina Pavo all these years, with Dr. Leilani, Dr. Moha, to bring together the academic insights and how that can actually translate to actual practice. So meaning that when you collaborate with us, we can actually give you, okay, this is the evidence from our research in terms of recommendations or move forward, what is your next steps and why. All right? Every time we always have recommendations, but we don't understand why the recommendations are like that. The recommendation is always based on an issue. All right? So we have always tested the issue, but not the recommendation. So we will always provide the why among our clients and our friends. All right? So with that, I wish you all a very good conference. All right? We have very, very good lineup of speakers today, from keynotes to forums. But more importantly, I will encourage you to stay on for the second part of this conference, this summit, which is the masterclass, because that's really curated in a fun way for all of you. All right? With that, thank you very much, and all the best.
Well, thank you, Professor Dr. Lim Wei Mang, for your insightful and inspiring opening speech. Your perspective has truly set the stage for our discussion and have given us so much to reflect upon as we embark on this summit. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to a significant moment in our summit. Bina Pavo and Softtech 360 have partnered to enhance business support, focusing on ESG, environmental, social and governance and sustainability. Together, they intend to launch a generative AI training module for enterprises certified by HRDF Corp to boost efficiency, innovation and growth. And by integrating generative AI into training module, this collaboration promotes innovation, improve operational efficiency and support sustainable growth. Additionally, they aim to collaborate on ESG trainings and other services, starting with governance, and Bina Pavo seeks to automate readiness assessment, leveraging Softtech 360's expertise. And this partnership ensures businesses remain competitive, sustainable in a highly challenging environment. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with my great pleasure to invite to the stage Dr. Leilani Mohamed Noor, Group CEO of Bina Pavo, and Mr. Hafizullah Irfan, Managing Director of Softtech 360, to the symbolic exchange of the Memorandum of Understanding for their latest collaboration. There you are, ladies and gentlemen, Bina Pavo and Softtech 360. One for the album. Right, congratulations to Bina Pavo and Softtech 360. We look forward to the remarkable achievement that will come from this partnership. Thank you, Dr. Leilani. Thank you, Mr. Hafizullah Irfan. Congratulations. Right, ladies and gentlemen, to begin our summit, it is my pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker, Mr. Dean Sheikh. He's a renowned expert in family business strategies and has dedicated his career to helping families diversify their wealth and build successful legacies. Dean Mohamed Sheikh is at present the Managing Director at Progressive Traders Private Limited, which is the parent company behind the well-known consumer good brand Power Plus. He's the second generation from his family, with the first and third generation is also actively involved. He's a graduate of the University of Sydney and Imperial College Business School in London. And at present, he is also a visiting faculty at Zabis University in Pakistan, where he teaches undergraduate about dynamic ecosystem of family managed business. He's a strong advocate for early mentorship and training for would-be participants in the affairs of family managed business. His keynote address, titled Diversifying the Family Wealth by Building the Next Generation of Stars, will provide us with valuable insight into how family business can empower the next generation. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Dean Sheikh to the stage. Please welcome.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I would like to start with saying Bismillah in the name of the Almighty, who's given us this opportunity to get together and have this really remarkable session organized by Bina Pavo. I'd like to start with a little story. Once upon a time, there was a young boy, about 5 or 6 years old, a first grader, who went to his father's office at the age of 5 or 6. At that office, all he saw was that his father's the boss. But he didn't realize the role that family businesses had, what a family business was. He didn't even know that it was his father's own business. All he knew it's just an office and his father's the boss, people listen to him, make unusual demands sometimes as well. This was probably somewhere in the early 90s. Fast forward a couple of decades, the same young boy ended up being a graduate of some of the best universities in the world. And when that person finished university, he was lured back to his home country with promises of a great and grandeur life that awaited for him to continue the legacy of a family business. a legacy business that had been a common household name in Pakistan since the 1960s. And that person is standing right in front of you, right here. So I'm going to move forward from the early 90s to 2009, 2010, which is when I had just finished graduate school at Imperial College London. I came back to Pakistan with promises of a grand life, a grand livelihood, and an opportunity to do great things. I came back and I saw a very different ground reality to what I was led to believe. I'm guessing people in family businesses have no idea what a psychological contract is. Anyone who's got an HR background can relate to what I'm talking about. Anyone who's in a family business can relate to what I'm talking about. The psych contract does not exist when it comes to family businesses. Some family businesses don't even have an HR department that can tell you what a psych contract is. So anyways, I came to Pakistan, started my life in the family business, and I met all kinds of challenges. Challenges included, the limitations of Asian culture. Most of you are Asian, present in the hall can relate to the limitations of Asian culture. You can't just randomly talk back to your parents. You can't randomly talk back to your family elders. You can't even just randomly challenge, argue, or debate with senior employees that work for family businesses, because there is that seniority mindset rigidly imparted in South Asian culture, especially in that part of the world, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, and even some parts of East Asia, where it's a very strict and rigid hierarchical culture. Fast forward 2019, I did a postgraduate diploma in family managed business, the first of its kind that was offered in Pakistan. My class had about 20 other students from family business backgrounds, and guess what? After 6 months of doing that diploma, I realized I'm not alone. There is both intelligent and unintelligent life out there in family businesses. I'm sure a lot of people here can agree with me. I can see a couple of smiles, I can see a couple of laughters as well. So intelligent life does exist, as does unintelligent life out there in family businesses. But you have to remember there are some very important challenges associated with the family business. Apart from their own unique ecosystem that we all have in place, they have their own certain challenges as well. Two very prominent challenges of the family businesses, especially in Asian culture, is getting the next generation of superstars ready and getting them ready. A lot of you here are second gen, some third gen. You can all relate to this as well, that somewhere along the way, succession planning did not go as per plan. Something went missing, something didn't happen, and as a result of which, the second or third or even the fourth generation is not up to the caliber that was expected of them, even though they've seen better times economically, they've seen a more comfortable life, and they've had a very formal education. Family businesses, when they've reached affluency, they send their children for formal education overseas. And they expect that they're going to come back with a degree from the US or the UK with a magic wand like the kind you see in Harry Potter, and miracles are going to happen. They're going to pull a rabbit out of a hat. So let's talk about succession first, getting the next generation ready. So one of the reasons why the next generation is not ready to take up the mantle or continue on the legacy led by the founding fathers, in a lot of cases, in a new country like mine, it's usually the second or the third generation that's around. Succession needs to be done right. You need to have a thorough succession plan, and you need to start young. See, a common pattern in family businesses, this is universal, by the way. You see this in Western culture as well. I read case studies from the Harvard Business Review about family businesses in the United States as well about this. The first generation is usually the entrepreneurial generation. They are the ones who are struggling the most. They are trying to create a legacy. They're trying to create a business that will shape the lives and the fortunes of the family. The second generation is the one that has a point to prove. They're the most motivated. And they have a point to prove, so they put in the hard yards, they make all the hard work, and they're the ones who grow the business to levels that make them big, famous household names. The problem really generally arises when it's time for generation three. The third generation is usually the one where family businesses fall apart, interests die out, and other strategies, out of the box thinking is considered. So the reason why I said you need to start young is because if you want your children or your nephews and nieces, whoever the next generation, your family business is, to fill in those shoes, you need to start young. And by starting young, I mean you need to have a good working relationship with them. Let's assume that you've had a parent, a father or a mother who run a family business, or uncles that you were once close to who were too occupied with building that business empire. Let's stick to your parents. Your parents were busy building that business. They did not have time for you. They might have even missed your parent-teacher meetings at school. They might have missed your college graduation. They might have missed other important events in your life because they were too busy building that empire. If you've not built a good relationship with your next generation, they are not going to want to follow in your blueprints. If anything, subconsciously deep down, they're going to see that family business as the reason why they did not have a good relationship, why their parents were emotionally unavailable, they were not physically there. So you need to start young. You need to build a relationship with them from a very young age. And by young age, I don't mean just physically be there. Spend time with them. Invest your time and energy in activities that interest them. Do bonding exercises. If you can do bonding exercises with your employees at work, you can do corporate retreats with your employees at work, you can certainly do family retreats, you can certainly do bonding exercises with the next generation at work. If you built a good relationship with your next generation, you won't even need to force them to come into the family business. They will fall into the blueprint right away. Even if you're not looking at the third generation, take the second generation. A lot of families have multiple children. The eldest children usually get a lot of personalized attention from their parents, be it at home, even when the business is being set up. The later children, the younger ones, they aren't as lucky. So they don't have the same aptitude and caliber in order to do it. So first things you need to do is build an important relationship with your next generation from early childhood well into adulthood. And then you need to do a few other things when they've reached adulthood, when they've finished university, when they've had their formal education. Look at your organization and do an analysis. See what the important questions that we need to ask ourselves. Is our organization open to change? Do we have a culture of learning? Do we have a culture of accepting new ideas, supporting initiatives and ideas from younger people? Do we have a culture of open feedback, open dialogue, or do we have a rigid hierarchical culture, or do we have a rigid culture where there is resistance to change? This is where you need to implement two things. You need to implement a very good strategy for change management, how to manage change, and you need to get all stakeholders on board. This includes your non-family employees, your senior non-family employees that have been around for a while. For grooming, mentoring, and development of the next generation, you need to have them on board as well. At the same time, I personally think it's a disastrous idea getting just your next generation into the business ASAP as soon as they finish their formal education. You need to want to install good work ethics in them, a sense of professionalism inside of them. So I highly recommend this. Even there are case studies done by the Harvard Business Review on this. You send your next generation out into the world, get them to learn good business ethics, get them to learn good business practices so they can assimilate into a proper working environment. They can learn how to take orders, they can have some discipline, they can understand office politics, they can understand hierarchy, they can understand motivation. And they can also at the same time make an important network. Never underestimate the importance of having a good social network when you are starting off your career or when you're starting off your time in a family business. Those networks, those connections that you might make for a few years before you join the family business, they could be connections that will come handy, and that might help your business grow and prosper. So you need to take relationship building seriously. You need to send your next generation out in the world to get a taste of what life is really like in the outside world. And you need to create an environment in your own workplace that is conducive to change. Is what I'm saying making sense to a lot of people? Can I get a couple of nods here in the crowd, audience? See, so when you have built a good working relationship and you have managed change, a lot of it comes down to change management. Managing change and managing diversity at work, it's easier said than done. You need to have a strategic plan. So if I had to summarize what I have to say, succession planning needs to be done strategically right. Any questions before I move on to the next part of my talk? Any questions from the crowd? So no questions. All right. I will move on to the other important challenge that a lot of family businesses have. The other important challenge is diversification of family wealth. Why do we need to diversify family wealth? As family businesses grow, family sizes grow. The more people you have, the bigger the pie you need to feed people. The bigger the pie you need to have expenses managed. Let's assume a business was started by two brothers. One brother has 3 children, another brother has 5 children. So the family business which started off as 2 people, now have about a dozen people. The more people you have, the more resources you need. So you need to look at strategies to diversify family wealth. And now we have a lot of options for family wealth diversification, but for that, I would like to make an important point before that. Before you discuss strategies on what can be done to diversify family wealth, think about an idea of having a family office where all family members and all relevant stakeholders get together either every month or every quarter and discuss how we can grow and preserve family wealth. Options and opportunities for growing and diversifying family wealth can come in a lot of ways. You can invest in other businesses, you can invest in startups, you can invest in fixed assets as well that will yield passive income. It's not uncommon practice for a lot of family businesses to invest in property, both in their own home country as well as overseas. There are investments that are done in stock exchanges as well. And there are other options as well. For there's private equity. You can always get a fund manager to give you wealth diversification, wealth growth options as well. Alternatively, if you really think your business needs to grow to cater to the needs of the business as well as the family, you can always formalize your business, establish better governance principles, and then move towards an IPO. I'm guessing in most countries, you need to have good, tight governance and good, transparent working practices in order to move towards an IPO. So that can also be an option. An IPO also not just grows your business, diversifies your wealth, but also creates an opportunity for longevity if the next generations do not have any interest in wanting to be part of that family business. Last but not least, for all family businesses out there, be it with regards to grooming the next generation of stars is concerned, or be it diversifying of wealth is concerned, always have a backup plan, and always have a backup plan to that backup plan. No matter how foolproof our plan might be, things might not go as per plan, because at the end of the day, you're working with people and there are limits to how much we can get people to mold as per our preferences. Always have a backup plan and a backup plan to that backup plan to going forward. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Dr. Moha.
So, Dean, my question concerns what is the mindset and attitude of the family leader or next generation leader to execute the strategic succession planning, the strategic change management, and also the wealth, I would say strategic wealth management as well for the family.
Uh, I can't generalize, but I can speak for what I have seen in Pakistan. I've been an academic for 5 years and I have met hundreds of family businesses. The general attitude towards of the senior management, which is usually the first or the second gen in family businesses, there's a lot of resistance to change. And there is a denialism attitude towards having a contingency plan. There's no drop dead plan. I mean, accidents do happen. I don't want to jinx anyone or curse anyone. But there is generally a denial of that we might need a backup plan. There is also no contingency plan in place. There's an attitude that why fix things if they're not broken? Things are going, we're getting things done functionally. So let's keep it at that. Changing mindsets of the senior leadership is hard because also they're very, very unwilling to let go. Unless they're willing to let go and trust the next generation, I don't see things going forward in a very sustainable way. Thank you. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to share an experience. I think one of the things is perceptions differ between the two generations. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges. So I'd like to certainly have your thoughts on it. And I think what you hit just now was right on the nerve. It was let go, but also let lead. Let go and let lead, because I think the younger generation wants the power to do change, because their perception is very different from the older generation. So maybe you can just share some insights. How do you manage the different perceptions?
See, the perceptions are different from different generations. Whether you're baby boomers, you're going to have a different generation. Baby boomers are still running family businesses around the world, even well into their 70s, sometimes even the 80s. Gen X has a very different attitude. Millennials have a very different attitude. Gen Z has a very different attitude. In order to address what you just asked, whether to lead and how to lead and different perceptions, you need to bridge the generation gap. The generation gap cannot be bridged until and unless you understand the generation in question. For example, let's talk about Gen Z. Gen Zs are very important because they are your future business leaders, they are your future politicians, they are your future celebrities, your future influencers. Sure, there's more to them than just living on TikTok and Instagram. You need to understand Gen Z. A lot of Gen Zs want intrinsic motivation out of life. Sorry, extrinsic and intrinsic motivation out of life. And for them, a lot of them, working life, earning a living, a career is just a way to pay their bills. You need to understand their mindset and make sure they feel like it is worth their time and energy to be part of a family business. It is worth their time and energy to be involved in building a career. For a lot of Gen Zs, it's a universal problem, whether you're in China, whether you're in Hong Kong, whether you're in somewhere in Europe, somewhere in the US. A lot of Gen Zs do not want that career. For them, they just want a side hustle where they can pay the bills. You need to break that generation gap, understand them, and connect with them in a certain way that they will be interested in what you've got planned, especially as far as a family business. If you remember, I kept repeating this point again and again. Build a good relationship with the next generation, be it a millennial, be it a Gen Z. Build that relationship so you won't have to put in the hard work later of getting them interested in the work. If you have a good relationship with your children, your nephews, nieces, the next generation, everything will fall into plan. Everything will fall into the blueprint that you've got planned already. So build that relationship, understand that generational dynamic. I mean, you have to remember always there is a very famous quote by a very wise man. Your children are not a product of your generation. They are a product of a different time. Do not try and mold them in your generation. You also need, as an elder statesman, elder generation, need to let go of the fact that our world was the only world we know. And that is what we're going to transplant onto the next generation. Understand the next generation and build a relationship with them. Thank you. Any other questions?
Hi, Mr. Dean. My name is King, and I'm from Sunway Business School. So I just want to ask, what if, because you have mentioned that if you put the children together and then you spend time with them and all, relationship actually will be very healthy. But what if, because Gen Z, just like what you said, they just want to relax and chill. They don't really want to have any hustle, right? Just like the previous generation. So what if you have tried to make all these things happen, you have very good relationship with them, and they still do not have the intention to take over the business or to join the family business? So what is the plan of these incumbents or the current leadership should take? So that's my question.
Are you talking about Gen Z when they reach adulthood, or when Gen Z before they reach adulthood?
It can be Gen Z or maybe be millennials too. Yeah.
See, millennials, I'm a millennial myself. I see my generation as the last generation that actually respected our elders, actually followed blind obedience, and let our work-life balance be taken for granted. But as far as Gen Zs are concerned, a lot of them are fresh out of university, early to mid-20s. In order to get them interested in joining a family business, get interested in them. If you think they're okay, let's suppose you have a family member, Gen Z, early 20s, right out of university, uninterested in a family business, you're probably worried what to do. How about exploring what they want to do in life? Maybe what they want to do in life is not too different from what the family business is. Here you have a few options, but again, there are no hard and fast rules. You need to have a backup plan in case these plans fail. One could be you could diversify your business. Diversify the portfolios that your business has. Maybe, let's suppose, a family member of yours wants to do business in another product or service, or maybe wants to take over the digital marketing side of things if you're in the consumer goods business, or they want to start an IT business. Think about diversifying your business portfolio. We live in an area of digitization. We live in an era of digital economy. Some Asian markets have been late to catch up on. So to get Gen Z interested, get to know what they're interested in. Find out how they get motivated, how you can get them motivated. Maybe you can get them motivated by giving them a little bit more autonomy. Maybe you can get them motivated by diversifying your business, having additional portfolios, having additional business ideas. Maybe set up a new department to get them doing. But at the same time, I'm also against the idea of forcibly creating a role, forced role creation in order to cater to the young generation. That's where you need to, have proper, again, relationship building with the Gen Z to get them started. Even if, let's suppose, the Gen Z that you're talking about wants to be a TikToker or an Instagrammer, again, sure, they might make good money, but that's not sustainable. Let them pursue their interests. At the same time, build relationships with them. Be mentally prepared. They might not be interested in joining the family business. But if you build that relationship with them, let them pursue their interests and hobbies at the same time, maybe you might achieve your goal in 2 years' time, 5 years' time, maybe from a decade. Don't think about short-term results. A lot of family businesses miss this important element here of long-term thinking. You need to have a short-term plan and a long-term plan. A lot of family businesses are obsessed with short-termism. That's why a lot of them don't get succession right. You need to have a thorough succession strategy planned out. You can do it when your children are young. You can also do it when your children are young adults. You can also implement and execute an important strategic succession plan when the young adults graduated fresh out of universities. Get all the stakeholders on board. And if it's your own son, surely there's a family member that your son or daughter listens to. Could be their mother, could be an elder sibling, could be an uncle that they're close to, an uncle who gives them nice gifts at Christmas. Get them involved. Get all stakeholders involved. Break the barrier. And most importantly, be less judgmental and critical and start trusting the next generation. Trust the next generation. Thank you. I hope this answers your question. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. You've been a wonderful audience.
Right, thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to our keynote speaker, Mr. Dean Sheikh, for his enlightening and inspiring presentation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to formally express our gratitude, I would like to invite Mr. Hafizullah Irfan, Managing Director of Softtech 360, to present a token of appreciation to our esteemed speaker, Mr. Dean Sheikh. Mr. Dean? Mr. Dean, once again, please be on stage for a token of appreciation presentation by Mr. Hafizullah Irfan, the Managing Director of Softtech 360. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Dean. Thank you very much, Mr. Hafizullah. There you go. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our first panel session of the day, which will focus on a topic that is crucial for the future of family businesses, embracing innovation and digital transformation in family business. This session will explore how family business can adapt to the rapidly changing technological landscape, leverage digital tools, and innovate to remain competitive and sustainable. To moderate this session, we are honored to have Dr. Hamid Montaghi, who brings a wealth of experience and expertise in digital transformation and business innovation. Allow me to introduce Dr. Hamid Montaghi. Dr. Hamid Montaghi is an Associate Professor of Business Technology Management at the Université du Québec en Ottawa, UQO. He served as the Director of the International Entrepreneurship Knowledge Hub at McGill University and is the Chairman of the Board of Business Technology Management. In his professional practice, Dr. Hamid is part of the Competitive Value Guide team, a business innovation diagnostic tool led by Dr. Sora Khan. Dr. Hamid Montaghi has extensive experience in distance education, both in designing and organizing online courses. He has taught in both English and French across Canada, the USA, and Malaysia, covering subjects as e-commerce, information system management, technology management, creativity and innovation in management, technological innovation management, and entrepreneurship. He has also supervised master's and PhD students, and his research interests include information system management, innovation, creativity, creative and cultural industry, IT-driven transformation, disruptive technologies, and the internationalization of process of firm. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Hamid Montaghi. For our panelists, ladies and gentlemen, Firdaus binti Husamuddin is the Group Chairman of Kumpulan Karangkraf, assuming her new position in November of 2022 after her father, Dato' Husamuddin Yaakob, stepped down from the role after 4 decades. She graduated with a Bachelor of Business Admin from Western Michigan University and has been working at Kumpulan Karangkraf for 16 years, making her Gen 2 of the family business. Other than Group Chairman, Firdaus is tasked as the CEO of Group Buku Karangkraf, publishing books and Quran with the imprint of Alaf 21, Buku Prima and Karya Besari. Please welcome Firdaus Husamuddin. Our next panelist, Nick Haikal Nick Heidi, Gen 2, Vista Samarus Berhad, Malaysia. Vista Samarus Berhad was founded by Nick Haikal's parent since the passing of his mother in 2022. Nick has taken the role of an executive director and has acquired many new projects since his takeover. Together with his father and 2 brothers in the company, Nick has been working hand in hand towards creating a strong and lasting family legacy for themselves. Nick has completed his Master of Science in International Management from the University of Southampton, United Kingdom in 2015. Upon his return, he rejoined the family business at the managerial level and started to work alongside his parents to further grow the company towards market reach and profit avenues. Please welcome Nick Haikal, Nick Heidi. And next, please welcome Insan Putranda, Gen 2, Academy Financial Coaching Indonesia. Insan Putranda is currently leading digital transformation effort at FPSB Indonesia and is also co-founder of Academy Financial Coaching Indonesia, both family-run businesses in financial planning education, conventional and Sharia. His career began at FPSB in 2010, where he supported the family business for a year before working in various other industries for 10 years. In 2023, he returned to contribute to the family business and has been actively involved since. He previously led a project in an Indonesia leading news portal, focusing on web and mobile site development, leveraging his expertise in web technology, education, and his passion for games and music. He designed and implemented innovative model to make financial planning education more efficient and engaging. Please welcome Insan Putranda. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I hand over to our moderator, Dr. Hamid Montagi. Please, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, terima kasih, merci beaucoup. So let's start. It's a fascinating time of the, where we are living. I would assume that we have two worlds, a world before pandemic and a world after pandemic. And that is translated basically in the digital transformation. What we mean by digital transformation is different, and some of them they talk about technological, and some of them they talk about managerial. So my first question to our panel is basically to understand what would be the definition of digital transformation, number one, and then how will it be meaning for the family business, and why it is essential for today's market. Anyone?
Okay, thank you for inviting me today, Pina Pavo, and welcome everybody, and Dr. Hamid and all the panels. Okay, basically, digital transformation, it means that integration of the old traditional ways how you do business, but you actually embrace digital technology to incorporate in your company. It doesn't matter, it's actually in the business organization in terms of technology-wise, or operational, or managerial. That's the definition.
That's interesting. How it is translated in your company? Because your company is a very interesting company, media company in Malaysia that has been there for at least 4 decades?
46 years.
Absolutely, so close to 5 decades. And how does it translate specifically in your company?
Okay, basically we are traditional media where we produce newspaper, the daily newspaper called Sinar Harian. And we used to have magazines, so we produce books and also Al-Quran. So previously our people actually work using the normal physical, basically they write the newspaper, they are the editor, they write, and then they actually produce and then publish. But now, since the digital transformation came, we have to change the way we work. So we no longer use any more papers, but now everything is digitalized, which means our people has to change the way they move, the way they work. First of all, maybe in terms of the editors that we have, our reporters, they used to just write, but now they have to use all this AI, we use a lot of AI, we use a lot of TikToks, it means we use social media to actually publish our works. So not just like on the newspaper, but also through social media.
That's interesting because people are more aligned with social media, especially next generations. And so I have a lot of questions on social media, but let's see what is your definition of digital transformation and how does it really translate in your company?
Basically, our family business, we've been operating to close to four decades now. We are doing parkings. It's not really popular business if you talk about parking 4 years or 5 years ago, it was not really a big thing to talk about. But we've been in the market for the past almost 4 decades now. So talking about parking itself, the digital transformation happens in the parking business. People now have multiple apps in their phones paying parkings. But I was a student for Dr. Lani and Dr. Moha, and one of my projects, I would be proud to say that one of my projects about 10 years ago when I was studying there was introducing this payment of parkings through apps. And now you can see all these ideas being used, Touch and Go, Settle, all these things. But understanding the transformations happen, people are going cashless and so on, but the difficulties that we as operators and as a system provider for the market that we face is that understanding that the users are not all really, moving towards the digital transition itself. In parking, people driving the cars is not just people who are IT savvy that has apps in their phones. There are still people, keen towards the traditional method of using coins or all these methods. So managing this transition is the most difficult things, especially in my particular industry. As for maybe Puan Fier's industry, they go digital and everything, and people are moving towards that. But mine, somehow, they still have this mindset that they don't really want to transition into the digital side of it. But through my company itself, we look at it as an internal and external thing. The internal transformation that we're trying to understand is that, okay, other than cooperating all these things, or you want all the digitalized things, everything inside, you want to go paperless, you want to do everything, documented in, no paper trails, nothing at all. But we still need to understand the older generation, or I would say my dad, my dad who's still in this generation that he still needs to see papers, he still needs to see, oh, you have to print this, I need to sign this physically. Until now, he still gets mad at me signing documents from my phones. So these are the things that I still need to understand from my the previous generation or the first generation in the family business. But overall, I would say that, having my brothers, having my cousins inside the business helps us to actually understand and also trying to transition it comfortably for everybody, for the staff and also for us.
Well, you have touched a very interesting topic of challenges and adopting the challenges. So keep it that. Perhaps we can go to Indonesia and see what you see. What is your definition of digital transformation? Specifically in your company, and how does it translate basically from the Gen 1 to Gen 2 or vice versa?
Check. Specifically in my family company, digital transformation is not just adapting the technology, but actually we try to rethink the process and experience of the business itself, whether it's for the clients or as we as the company. For example, when I first joined the company at 2010, the first time I graduated and then I helped my family, there was a need to simplify the process of consultations between the professionals and their clients. So we make like smart tools to help them compute what their financial health currently at. And I think it's actually important to understand what they need at the market so that we can know what to do in our business to grow. And also another example is the classic COVID. We as the learning center also actually collaborating with the lecturers and professionals to conduct classes, online classes. Before COVID, all these classes are offline. But then when the pandemic hits, somehow we have to make that classes do come through. Otherwise, it will be bad for business, right? We don't have the revenue. At that time, I'm actually not at the company. I'm working on a different company, but I witnessed the transformation when at home. So I saw my dad teaching via Zoom, trying to understand the technology. My sister and my brother-in-law try to manage the session. Sometimes my mom joins. A bit hectic at the first, but then they they try to adapt with the
Absolutely.
technology, right? So the transformation, so it's not just about for the clients, but also for we as the company.
So I
as
would
well.
say that the problem may not be the technology itself. The problem is us absorbing the new technology.
Yes, that's right.
And some people, they say that the secret sauce of innovation, it's culture. And the culture within the organization, the culture within the family, it's very much important to embrace these new changes and new challenges. Coming back to you, Nick, you touch upon actually on the interesting issue of adopting and challenges. So I would like to dig further. What do you mean by challenges? And you talked about your father and the next generation, your cousins, the siblings, and so on and so forth. What would be the recipe? Or I'm not a fan of best practice. I'm a fan of best practices with an S at the end.
So basically, I was telling this to my wife the other day. I mean, I give you an example of, okay, the first generation, say, my dad, he still carries around cash. He loves cash. Going around having cash in his hand. Haikal, if you go for a meeting, you make sure you have at least 400 or 500. If you want to go meet someone, need to have cash in hand. So I've been telling him in parking, we need to move on. We need to move on. We need to diversify. We have to pay other mode of payments. So apps is one of them. We have to go to cards, credits, debits, and so on and so on and so forth. So, at first it was quite stressful trying to make him understand that we have transitioned to this cashless basis, with consumers. So I have studies, I have paperwork, I have all these things showing to him on papers. People have shown that Malaysia is moving towards that, blah, 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 blah. But I forgot one thing about these generations is that they are very result-based kind of person. They want to see upfront, they want to see physical things. So by understanding that my dad or these generations are those kind of person, they don't do Zooms. They like physical meetings. They want to do things physically. So what I did was I went to a Giant shopping, just buying groceries with my dad. For months, I've been telling him people are moving towards cashless. He doesn't understand. I mean, he understands it, but he doesn't really accept it yet. Until I go to the Giant, and then I said, Dad. Okay, let's just count. At this counter, let's wait for 10 customers. Let's wait 10 customers. Let's see how many people are paying cash and how many people are paying cards and so on with phones and so on. We waited for about 10 customers. Out of that 10 customers, at least 7 to 8 of them are using cards, phones for payments. So I was telling him, bangga lah as a son. I was proud. Oh, I proved myself, everything. So he noticed, and of course he didn't say anything much. And I cannot brag myself. I told you, as a son, as children, I think in family business, everybody knows we cannot brag to our parents. As Mr. Dean has shown, you cannot talk back to your parents. So in that culture, you sleep outside if you do that. But by doing that, I noticed one thing. Next week we had a meeting. And he already gave the decision saying that, let's call Sonic Boom or other suppliers talking about moving towards these cards, payments, and so on. So even though as a son, it's a family business, and this is one thing, Doctor, if I may share that. When it comes to family business, me personally, we don't take credits for ideas. I don't take credits personally. I don't take credits for ideas or by the end of the day, we do it for the family business. We do it for the future of the family business. So even though I know that I really try to give these ideas and been fighting these ideas, but by the end of the day, we get the result. We wanted to go cashless, we get the result, and it helps for the family. So those are one of the challenges and one of the maybe ways, I would say, how I try to, maneuver myself in understanding that generation.
That's very interesting to dig further, and you touched upon a very interesting, point of going cashless. That's number one. But then somehow there is a resistance. How do you overcome the resistance?
Just like any other problems, from what I understand, is that first thing first, I need to understand that generation itself. I mean, as I said, if I come into the company, at first, when I first came back into the company, I mean, after I finished my study, I came back into the company, I have all these ideas. We have all these ideas. You know, we learn so high, we go do our masters, our PhDs, and so on. We have all these ideas. We are so overly excited to implement these ideas coming into the business. But as I would like to point out what Mr. Dean has said just now, you come into the business thinking that you can overrule everything just because you're the son of the owner of the company. Have this kind of mindset really stresses you out. Really stresses you out thinking that, oh, I have all these ideas. And for a couple of years, it was quite stressful for me to work in that kind of environment. You know, you go to the meetings, give these ideas, get things down. You think that, oh, this is my dad, my mom is in the company. So, you know, having dinners, try to push this idea, also get things down. But after a while, you start to understand that your parents, as we all know that, you know, they're the first generation. They build this company. They have this mindset of not letting go, not letting you lead yet, until you prove yourself. So once I understand that kind of perception that they have, I start to, okay, let's not try to push idea, let's do it on your own. Try to show at least some results to them that, you know, you can manage this, you can do certain things. Or you have certain projects on the side, maybe they don't see it yet, but at least give them some result. Then they will see that, oh, my son and my children is actually, you know, can do stuff. By having a little bit of result, that's the leverage that I see that I have on my parents that, oh, my children is actually quite ready to do this business actually, even though it's not much, but actually they already have this direction in them.
Fascinating because of proving yourself, basically, in front of the first generation. How about you in your media company, the challenges that you have in adopting the technologies?
In my case, I think it's quite easy because my bosses is very technology. I mean, he's very into technology, even though he doesn't really understand, but he just you know, pretend to understand. But because he knows going forward is actually through technology. So but the thing is that we don't go too much on tech because we have to understand the realistic here. It means not everybody likes cashless. So not everybody can understand like how to actually fill in the form, you know, using apps and that sort of thing. So in terms of us, we have to look actually at all the scenario back. Means who are our customer? So our customers who actually read our books or read the newspapers are actually maybe like from young, because we have children books, until they are, you know, 40 plus.
Different segments of the population.
Yeah, it's actually different segments of the people. So there are some people we can impose them to use, to buy our staff products through the TikTok apps, Shopees, and website, that sort of thing. But some people, they still require a personalization, a physical touch. So they have to come, then my staff will be there and she will answer, even though it's at 9 o'clock at night, and she will get her stuff. So for us, it must be balanced. It must be balanced. We are going, even though we're moving towards digital transformation, but we do not forget the current customers that are using the normal platforms.
That's very fascinating. Going back to Indonesia, because your parents are also here, and
Yes.
so you are talking in front of them, and it's very interesting.
Careful.
All right, so we have 10 minutes to go.
Sorry, the question is?
You're talking in front of them. That's
Oh, yeah,
interesting.
yeah.
So you know the challenges that are coming. So how about integration of these challenges? Because we're talking about new technologies and bring new technologies to the business, to the family business. What are the challenges of integration and coming forward and overcoming these challenges?
Okay,
Ideas.
one of the challenges are trying to move from old system to the new systems before we have our own legacy systems. So when we try to move all the databases online, we need to do it step by step, of course. Otherwise, it will break down at once. That's one thing. Another challenge is about the skills. So, for example, we have an LMS or learning management system. Before we actually rolled out it to our clients, we tested it internally within the family and within the company itself, so they understand the implications of our product, our LMS, and they get to know how to use it, and we also get feedbacks so that it can be improved further for the actual users. And the other one is the cost. Sometimes when I try to think new innovations, and then, oh, okay, we're gonna use the AI tools to try to evaluate things, or maybe we need to use the video services, third-party services for streaming our online courses. There are costs that you should know. So I told our chief financial officer, which is actually my mom, about the cost. And so is it okay? And if she says okay, all right, okay, we're gonna use it. So those are the three challenges.
That's really fascinating, because you talk about skill development. You touch about the skill development training. So if we talk about skill development training, what are the necessary skills that a family business would require to basically embrace the digital transformation?
I think try to be open-minded and try to want to learn something new. So usually I actually come up with new things, new technology, and then I share it with the family, what it can do, what it can benefit to the company, and then fortunately they're actually open-minded and then try to learn that stuff, even though maybe they don't know 100% of it. At least they know what benefit it can bring to the company. And also sometimes we try to find seminars or trainings outside the company in the city, in Jakarta. So for example, there's a training about AWS, or there's a training about AI or machine learning. So sometimes me and my dad go there and then see what they're actually trying to talk about, and then thinking, can we implement the same things in our business, and what kind of things can be used for, like that.
Thank you very much. I'd like to extend the same question to both of you about the skill development in the family business. Perhaps from the media company first, and then back to Nick for the same question.
Okay, in terms of skill development, first, before you send your staff for training, I think you have to go to training first. You as a leader must understand the technology first. Why is it used for? What's the process, and what is the outcome, and what's the result? So once you understand, then only you can send and train your staff. Because for us, we invest heavily on training skills towards our staff. Even though you just come to work with us for 2 months, I will send you to training. And there's no like bonding thing that's over. Because we believe that all staff must be equipped with all this digital knowledge in order to fight out there. So, like for us, when we discover, for example, ChatGPT, Midjourney, Canva, and other things, when I see all the advertisements in the social media, I will straight away talk to the trainer. Then I will meet him and I say, okay, can you tell me what it's all about? Then, okay, I'll say, can you please train my staff about? Actually, we train all our 500 staff on ChatGPT, on Midjourney. Yes,
Amazing.
Yeah, so we train. And we really, because you want to make sure, even though you are in the charity part of it, because Currentcraft has this charity movement, it's called Yayasan Warisan Ummah Ikhlas. And they are, from our Quran that we sell, the profit goes to this charity, so they do a lot of other things. But even though you work in a charity, you still have to know what's ChatGPT. You still have to know what's Midjourney. You still have to know use Canva and that sort of thing.
Amazing. Sorry, Nick, too, because she said very interesting thing about leaders. So what would be the characteristics of the leaders? Apart from training, that would be interesting. And what do you do it in your media company as a leader of the family business to embrace digital transformation? What would be the characteristics of leaders, a role of leadership to embrace the digital transformation?
I think first of all, you have to be hungry, right? You have to be hungry. Because a lot of people, when they come from a wealthy family, They just want to come late to work. They come at 12 o'clock, that sort of thing. Then by 2 or 3, they leave, that sort of thing. But I think for a good leader in the family business, if you want to stay longer, I think you have to be the first one to arrive and the last one to leave. But of course, over the years, you can just, yeah. But the thing is that I think as a good characteristic of a leader, I think you yourself must understand that you have to pay the salary for all the staff. Because once you can't pay the salary, they will all throw the shoes to you. So that is what I always remember. That's what my father told me. Now everybody calls you Puan, Mr., Dato, Datin. But when you cannot pay the salary, all of them will throw shoes to you, your children, and the rest of thing. So that motivates me to work harder and then to make sure, even though a media is a sunset business, but we have to change and to be more dynamic so that we can stay afloat. But Alhamdulillah, even though we went through COVID and that sort of thing, and we are still now for 46 years old.
I touched the wood. Going back to Nick about the skill development.
Basically, what I noticed in our office is that, as Puan Fir had mentioned, how the management itself, you can train your staff. Our staff is more than hungry to have their knowledge, and if they send them for training, they're more than happy to do that. But the most important thing is for the head or the management itself. In this case, it's like the owner of the business itself has to change their mindset. But in my case, particularly, my dad, I always talk about my dad because my dad is the only one really together with us now. My late mother just passed away about 2 years ago. So, but my dad he's always keep on saying that, okay, when it comes to technology, okay, Ayah, I close myself. So I leave it to you guys. I leave it to me. He means he leave it to me and my brothers to learn about the stuff. So by me and my brother keep on, engaging, learn things. So as Puan Fir had mentioned about being hungry. Being hungry is not just, getting business opportunity, getting this. This is about knowledge as well. So we have to always be a step ahead or 2 steps ahead of our competitors, or 2 steps ahead on knowing what will happen if this technology is being introduced. For example, when you talk about AI nowadays, if AI were to implement in parking, for example, what will happen? What will be the threats? What will be the opportunity for us? But before we start to go to our staff, we start to equip the management, especially when it comes to management, it's me and my brothers, to understand the future market that we're going to face later on. And I think COVID will be it's a very tough time for everybody, but at the same time, I think that's the kick in the butt for everybody actually to really move to actually go the transition itself for digitalization. And as for the characteristic of the leader, one thing that I learned from my parents, one thing that I try
Make it
to,
short.
Yeah, I'm trying to, I'm trying to.
Because I'm getting the
understand.
signals on the other side.
Alamak,
I have to open the floor for the questions and so.
One of the main characteristics that I understand is that being accountable of the business itself. As Puan Fir had mentioned, when you don't pay salary, people start throw shoes at you. But from my understanding of looking at it is that I have, for example, 50 staff working for us. I don't have 50 staff. I have 50 staff plus their spouse, plus their children.
Absolutely.
Those are all also my responsibility to take care of their family also. So the family business is not just your family business, but also the family business and their family. Your staff and their family also is your responsibility. I think short enough, Lakot.
Absolutely. This is great. I wish we had more time to discuss further because these are very much important. As a scholar, I would love to do more a case study on all of them. For each, that would be interesting because we bring the in-depth knowledge of family business to schools and learn and teach and bring it back to real world of practice and vice versa to the scholars. So open to the floor. Let's go with the questions. Go ahead, sir.
Can you hear me from there?
We do.
Okay, great. I'm Dr. Amir from Hitech Maju. I come from a media background, so I have a question for Madam Fidel. I know that it's interesting to see the transition Okay, hello. Okay, so I know that it's something that a lot of people talk about. But what I am intrigued and curious to know is about how you and your father especially, or you and your siblings deal with these transitions and those conversations or arguments that go back and forth between you and your father about now people don't really read magazines, people view things online. So that transition, do you mind sharing one or two brief stories of those challenges that you had when it comes to the paradigm shift or the difference of belief in terms of that technology shift?
Okay, it's very tough on the transition because last time we used to have 37 magazines under us. So we are the biggest magazine publisher in Malaysia. But people do not read anymore. They don't read anymore. So during COVID, we closed all the magazines. But we were lucky because we actually sold half of the share to Astro for that magazine company. Okay, so Astro bought at 100 million. So Alhamdulillah. But the thing is that but because the people, it was still our people. So what we did was, we tell the people, okay, you know what? This is the end of digital. This is the end of magazine. You have actually, you have been around for the past 35 years with the magazine, with all the glorious, that sort of thing, you know? Because our magazine used to make lots of money. We used to make 500 million per year for the magazines only last time. So, but when people do not read magazine anymore, so we have to actually change the people's mindset, you know, and transform them. We tell them that, okay, all of you must actually change the way you think, the way you work, because now you belong to Astro. But now what we do is we actually change the whole group. We make sure they can understand digital and they actually produce content for TV program. So we switch that, which means they used to do for magazine, but now they become a TV producer, a content provider. So they provide content for Astro to do Hero Remaja in TV program, talk show for Astroria, and some contents and that sort of thing. But just now Dr. Amir said about the conversation, all right? I think, because my father told me, you know what, I built this for 45 years. I mean, for 40 years, that sort of thing, you know? If you want to continue the legacy, you have to work hard, and you have to work smart, and you have to innovate. Because if you don't, you're going to lose everything. So he psycho us. Basically, he psycho us, you know? We were psycho by him. Yeah, so because I've been there for 20 years. For the first 10 years, he trained us from below. So we used to send magazines to schools per day, to 8 schools per day. I used to sell all the magazines at the LRT station, at the bus stop. And people thought like, oh, you have a degree, but you still work like this. But no, because I work from the bottom, you know? So when your father psycho you that, you know, if you don't work hard, you know, you're going to lose everything. So 10 years ago, even though he's in the company, but he let us run. So he let us run. He was just being a mentor. So that's why I think we started to, you know, he started like, take a back step, then he let us run and let us think. Then sometimes when we ask him, he said, you think lah, it's your generation already. That sort of thing, you think. Because if not, you will lose this, you will lose this. So I was like, what, you know? Okay, but okay. But because he make us independent, so when we have the conversation, sometimes he argue about the transformation or all the digital. I said, you just stay at home, let me do, that sort of thing. You know? Because let me do. So that's why when we did it, he was convinced, then he let us grow. Then he like start to, you know, take a step back, take a step back, take a step back. Then he just, yeah, he's still step back, but he stay at home every day. He's in the office every day, but he just come and go, you know, and play with the chuchu and that sort of thing. Yeah,
that's interesting. Yeah. One more question before we call it the session. Go ahead.
Hello, good morning. My name is Sharina, and we are about to enter a family business. My basic question is, because I was from an actual family business, that's a long story there. As you know, with family, there's politics, which is basically in a family business, it's a jungle in here, not a jungle out there, okay? Now, my basic questions to the three of you, the four of you, is like the greatest overheads that would bring a company down is the rental of space and salaries. Because you come in, the family is, your father is running it, your mother is the CFO, your father is the managing director, and you come in and you are a highly qualified graduate, and they create a position for you. How does the salary payment go there? Because I have 3 siblings. I think I am equal with my brother, but just because he is running the show, so he gets more. You know what I mean? The thing is like, so it's very basic question, and it's like if you bring in they bring in their children. If they have 3, they have 8, they have 10. How are you going to manage the salaries there? Especially they are creating a position for you, which is not there in the first place, and the company was running fine without you. Yeah.
That's a very interesting question. A little bit deviating from digital transformation, but perhaps 1 minute each, whoever wants to answer.
Yeah, I'll go first. Actually, I let my family set up my salary there. So because I know deep down I'm actually trying to help them. So there is more value than just having the salary. Actually, there is a value of helping them and then be in part of the businesses. Even though before I joined the family company the second time, I worked for like 10 years in a different companies, and actually I have a larger salary than currently I'm working with my own family. But yeah, I think for me, I believe that's actually the best and the, what to say, yeah, I think that's the best. That's the best they can give, because they must have been thinking through about all the other employees as well as me. So maybe that's
a very interesting question and very convincing answer. Maybe you want to answer 1 minute if you want to. If not, we call it a session.
Basically, this is something that we're trying to implement now, and I hope that this would work for us as well. First thing first, I remember this is something that one of the sessions that I had in my class when I was doing my degree with Dr. Moha and Dr. Lalani. This is one of the sessions, I would say succession plan that they did, and we're trying to implement it now. So basically what we did was, okay, first thing first is, if you want to come into the family business, this is the criteria that you need to have. For example, if you're an IT company, you have to be in diploma in IT, degree in IT, for example, and then you have to work, like, for example, 2 or 3 years in a ABC company, work outside first, then only you can join in the managerial level position in the company itself. So this is something that we're trying to implement it now. But when it comes to what we're practicing now, is that all siblings, many siblings. Siblings are usually in the managerial positions. We are about when you're in a managerial position, the contribution to the company is maybe varies, but this is the salary that everybody gets. By morality, that maybe I'm the kind of person that really wants to work hard, blah blah blah. Work until late at night, everything. It's my prerogative. Yes, it's my pengorbanan lah to the family. It's my sacrifice to the family. But if my brother is the one, I work 8 to 5 only lah. I don't need to work until late at night. 8 to 5 lah. Work is work, what? So that's his prerogative. So as I said, this is the characteristic of the family members. We have our own siblings, our own name. But I did it because I want to do it for the family. If my brother think it differently, that's his problem. But the salary is the same. But if by contributing more and the company thinks that I deserve or some sort of compensation or some sort of commissions of doing that, then it's the decision of the company. It's not 100% family decision itself.
I wish we could continue hours and hours, but I'm getting a signal that we need to stop. So I maybe invite you to continue over the break for the rest of the conversation. Thank you very much, and thanks to all of
Thank
you.
you so much.
Right, thank you very much. Right, can we get Professor Dr. Lim Weng Mak, Dean of Sunway Business School, our knowledge partner, to present a token of appreciation to our panelists and moderator. So let us start with Kumpulan Karang Craft to Firdaus Samuddin. Next, please welcome Nick Haikal, Nick Heidi. Thank you very much. Next, please welcome Insan Punchandra. And last but not least, Dr. Hamid Muntagi. Okay, one for the album, moderator, panelist, and also Professor Dr. Lim. One for the album, on the stage, group photo. Right, freestyle, one freestyle. Mini love, thumbs up, big love. Thank you very much. Can we give one big round of applause to our moderator and panelists and to Dr. Lim as well? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a break, a short break of 15 minutes. Can we go for a 15-minute break, and we shall come back here at 11:15 to continue with our next session. So please feel free to bring your food back to your table to continue networking and discussion. And during the break, you can also enjoy the serenading voice of our talented singer, exclusive appearance by Tengku Hadira, who will be performing for us. And additionally, we invite you to explore and appreciate the stunning art exhibition featuring the works of Emilio Daniel. So enjoy your break, and we'll be back here at 11:15. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So while you're having your morning break, we have a special performance by the Tengku Hadira.
macam pendek. Alah, pendek sangat. Susah nak duduk. Oh, kenapa? The next set I will be good. Okay tak? Do you want to change chair? You want to change? Okay, just. Yeah. Alright. For the first set, it's fine. Kiss me. Yeah. Cheers, saya. Okay, ready?
Kiss me out of the bearded barley nightly, beside the green, green grass. Swing, swing, swing the spinning step. You wear those shoes and I will wear the dress. Oh, kiss me beneath the milky twilight. Lead me out on the moonlit floor. Lift your open hand, strike up the band and make the fireflies dance. Silver moon sparkling. Oh, so kiss me. treehouse swing me upon its hanging tire. Bring your flowered hat. We'll take the trail marked on your father's map. Oh, kiss me beneath the milky twilight. Lead me out on a moonlit floor. Lift your open hand, strike up the band, and make the fireflies dance. Silver moon sparkling. Oh, so kiss me. Kiss me beneath the milky twilight. Lead me out on the moonlit floor. Lift your open hand, strike up the band, and make the fireflies dance. Silver moon sparkling. Oh, so kiss me. So kiss me. So kiss me. Di 11:15. Oh, okay, okay. So kita ada 10 minutes like that. Okay, no problem. Okay, 11:50.
It's like slowly. The height is okay. It's just it keeps on sliding down.
Kita buat close to you lah. Okey gitu. Macam boleh ke sampai ke?
Right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start with our next panel session shortly. Can we get everyone to be seated? Please, ladies and gentlemen, you may bring your coffee or tea or the food into the hall. So can we get everyone to join us for our next session of panel session? Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to our next session. We shall begin our panel session, our second panel session. Can we get our committee members to invite our guests, our participants, to join us back at the ballroom? So please, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin our next session. Right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated as we are about to start our next session. We'll begin with our session, panel session 2, Wealth Refresh, Growing the Family Social and Human Capital. With our moderator and panelists, can we get everyone to settle down? Right, please welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to begin our next session.
what did happen to the last 10? I ran away with my life, fast forward, never turn back again. It's kind of funny that the more we pass time, the more we need to set them rewind. And 19 was the year I had to leave you, but now I'm seeing all the signs. Is this really happening? I can't believe it's true. I'm just as surprised as you. Is this really happening? I can't be too sure, but one day I'll be yours.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will begin with our next panel session. So, our next panel session, Wealth Refresh, Growing the Family Social and Human Capital. With that, let me introduce you our moderator for our second panel session. So, Kamarul Azhar bin Hashim is a prominent leader in Malaysia Islamic inheritance and wealth management sector, serving as co-founder and managing director of Kausa Wealth Management. With over 20 years of experience, Kamarul has pioneered innovative Sharia-compliant inheritance planning strategies, including hibah, wasiat, faraid, family trust, and business succession planning, impacting over 7,000 families and managing asset valued at more than 7 million ringgit. Kamarul's journey began with a degree in building from University of South Australia and a decade in construction management in Australia, later transitioning into financial planning in Malaysia. His certifications include Islamic Financial Planner, IFP, Sharia Registered Financial Planner, Sharia RFP, and Certified Mediator from Accord Group, Australia. Kamarul developed the FAST method, a comprehensive approach to legacy planning, and has trained nearly 2,300 advisors through his partnership with Wasiya Shop Sinar Berhad, Malaysia leading Sharia-compliant trust company. Under his leadership, Kausa Wealth Management has received Wasiya Shop CEO Award for 10 consecutive years. In 2018, Kamarul led Kausa Wealth Management Strategic Partnership for the Sultan of Perak Hibah's Awareness Campaign, a milestone initiative promoting Islamic inheritance awareness. He is a sought-after speaker and frequent media contributor, recognized for advancing Malaysia discourse on Islamic inheritance planning. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Kamarul Azhar bin Hashim. Please welcome. Next, our panelists, Puan Fauzia Haji Mohyadin. Puan Fauzia Begum binti A.A. Mohamed Mohyadin is a fourth-generation successor to her family business, Ana Paper Co. Sinar Berhad, that has been a pioneer for the paper trading business since 1892. The company she succeeded was founded by her great-grandfather from India, who started the business in Penang. Puan Fauzia has worked tirelessly and has successfully expanded the family business from a small local company to a reputable international exporter of paper product. She's an active member of local business association, and Ana Paper Co. Sinar Berhad conduct business in over 40 countries around the world. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Puan Fauzia Haji Mohyadin as our panel. Next, I would like to introduce Muhammad Munzir Aminuddin. Muhammad Munzir, the Group Chief Executive Officer of the well-known brand of Siti Khatijah Apparel Sinar Berhad, is a proficient leader responsible for providing strategic, financial, and operational direction to the group of companies. With a background in mechanical engineering from Unitan and a master's in marketing and advertising from Coventry University, United Kingdom, Munzir brings a unique skill set to his role. In his capacity as GCEO, Munzir communicates effectively with the board of directors, ensuring transparency and alignment of business objectives. And over the past decade, he has been instrumental in driving the rapid growth of Siti Khatijah, leveraging his experience for his earlier role at SAMW Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Muhammad Munzir Aminuddin. And last but not least, Huria Irfan. Huria Irfan is currently Gen 2, working as Finance and Business Innovation Manager at Softtech 360. She is certified chartered accountant with previous experience in sales and operations of a Singaporean chartered accountancy firm. Her current role requires her to manage Softtech 360's financial health and facilitating cross-departmental collaboration to cultivate an innovation-driven environment for all of our stakeholders. Defying the financial stereotype, she naturally thrived in networking and relationship building and eagerly embraced these opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Huria Irfan. So ladies and gentlemen, panel session 2, Wealth Refresh, Growing the Family Social and Human Capital. Over to you, Mr. Kamaro.
Thank you, Bob, Mr. MC. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so excited today because I'm here with our distinguished guests, Ms. Huria, Mr. Munzir, and also Puan Fauzia. Being in the Islamic inheritance industry has always been my dream, to help businesses and also to see business able to sustain over generations. And we have here second generations and fourth and fifth generations today with me. So I'm looking forward to learn from all of you, and I'm sure all the members of the floor is also looking forward for that too. Am I right? Okay, let's dive into it. Okay. Let's start with the foundations of social capital, relationship. Some people say relationship is the currency of business. So Ms. Huria, being the closest to me, as someone who thrives on networking and on collaborations, how have strong relationships within the family and also stakeholders have contributed to the success of SoftTech 360? And could you share some examples how this relationship foster innovation and resilience?
Okay, so first of all, a very warm welcome to everyone for listening to just a bunch of people speak on a stage. It must be tough, especially right before lunch, so I understand what they're going through. I'm going to focus on the family bit first, where you asked about strong relationships within the family. Personally, for me, so my dad, sitting right there, he is the first generation, right? And the way we sort of built up that foundation was we used to talk until like 4 a.m., 5 a.m. at night, just about politics, business, what's going on in the company. He has like 3 decades of experience. And I don't want to spend 3 decades. So, you know, Gen Z problem. So I don't want to spend 3 decades and then start my, you know, business journey. So I sort of thought that why not I just, you know, learn from him. And through that, there was a lot of trust that was built. And since young, there was an environment that was given where I was public speaking, I was in multiple, like, anything other than studying, you know. So I was into all extracurricular activities, which eventually led me to a part where I can be the face of a company eventually. So I think that is one thing that, you know, is the result, like an example of a strong relationship, is that when you do that, when you talk, when you communicate, you manage to sort of change mindsets and influence mindsets. Not the TikTok influencer kind, not the Instagram influencer kind. This is real influence, you know, when you just speak to someone candidly. That's one. And as for external stakeholders, sorry, what was your question again?
And the external,
it's
how
so
you build
long.
relationship with the external stakeholders, and how is it that relationship established, you know, become an asset for you to build innovation and resilience?
Okay, so stakeholders, if we focus on internal stakeholders, it's very important to build an environment that flourishes innovation, and it's very difficult to do. It's not easy. It's not easy to stop thinking that you're always right. It's very difficult.
How do you do that? How do you build relationships?
Oh, I have my father to tell me when I'm wrong. Perks of being in a family business. So, but if you're in a corporate environment, then you just sort of, the more knowledge you gain, actually, the more you realize that you don't know anything. So that's the biggest thing. If you continue learning, you'll know that you're not right. But internally in a company, to build that environment of innovation, you need to have trust. You need to trust your employees. You need to trust that your stakeholders have a certain quality. I mean, you hired them, right? So they must have quality within them. And yeah, giving them the freedom to innovate is very important.
Oh, that's beautiful. I think the most important just now, what Miss Huria mentioned just now, is something that really relate with our first speakers. Because what Mr. Irfan did was the first point, which is building relationship, from one generation to another. And I think that's a good investment of social capital, investing until 4 o'clock in the morning, talking to your daughter and allowing her to discover and dig into the knowledge, multiple decades of knowledge. And being in your generation, doesn't want to spend the time, she digs into your wisdom. Fantastic. All right. So let's move on to Mr. Munzir. In your leadership in Siti Khatijah, you overseen remarkable growth. From 4 outlets, it goes to 56 outlets, and that's outstanding. How do you ensure alignment of the family, employee, and also the external partners to ensure sustainable success or sustainable achievements?
Assalamualaikum. Good morning, everyone. Canggih soalan ni. Sorry. Yeah, how do you get the alignment?
Alignment.
In order for us to reach that?
Between the families,
Yeah.
between the employee.
There's always no alignment, right? We always have to work for it every time. Mr. Nick just now, he was mentioning about proving the results first, right? The alignment starts when the trust is there. So that's what happened back then. When I started to join 10 years ago, I was offered to join with lower salary from what I've received previously in a JLC. And then, I think it's pretty right. You got nothing to gain other than seeing your family business thrive and grow. So in our generation, I'm not sure, but
No.
in my generation, yeah, we are pretty traditional where, where we need to prove first, then only the trust comes. So that's what I did. You don't ask too much. You do first, then you talk. So, like in Siti Khatijah, back then, it was already 5 years old. Back then, there was only 4 stores. And I've seen my mother, my father and my older brother working so hard, building the brand. And, while working in another company, I was staying at the same house. I see the struggle where, my mother literally cutting the kain right in front of the door where I have to step, find my way out of the door of the house. So, I've seen the struggle, and when I was offered to come in and join, I said to my mother that, your product that you have built, the time that you have spent, has really making the product so superior that now you deserve this product or this brand deserve to be advertised. So back then there was the time where I came in and asked for a certain budget, and you need to spend money and advertise, and in magazines and TV. Sinar Harian was one of the magazines. So we did that, and that's where the magic happened. And when the trust is there, after you prove something, and then when the trust is there, the alignment came easier. And yeah, there's no such thing as apa ni, the struggle needs to continue. The trust needs to be strengthened along the way. So it's a process. It will never stop. So we need to work hard every day to get the alignment, the motivation. Yeah, it just needs to keep going. The challenge, the problem will always happen. It's just a matter of you consciously know that, you know, the alignment needs to be improved. You need to work for it every day, every time. So yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Very interesting. So first I need to acknowledge when you said in our gen, so yeah, I take it as a compliment because we are from a different gen. I'm Gen X, I'm turning 50 next year. So a different gen. Thank you very much. And number two is that you mentioned about building the trust. Because when you came in, you know, 10 years ago, yeah, came in, you have to prove to the family members as an alignment, yeah, building social capital, to make them to trust you. And so although you come in with a lower salary, but in order to build the trust, you know, you have to work, you have to be there, you have to show that you can add value, you know, and when that happens, you know, you have the opportunity to also present your ideas to take it to the next level, and I think that is very important, is building relationship, building the trust, building the relationship through trust. Not only building relationship through trust with your parents, but at the same time as well, through that trust and also able to present your ability, credibility also will align with the employees as well. You know, because you start from the bottom.
Exactly.
Is that right?
Yeah, in short, yes.
You know, and from the employee also goes to external partners, other stakeholders and so on. Fantastic. So I think what important just now, what been shared by Ms. Huria and also Mr. Munzir, is the importance of trust, importance of building that relationship, like how you built with your father. Important to trust the employees as well with their ability and allow them to be creative with their abilities as well. Yeah, all right, so fantastic. Now, let's go into the next topic. Before that, we'll go to Ms. Huria first. Networking often the bridge between ideas and executions. Networking. So, it's very interesting, Ms. Huria. You studied accounting, chartered accountant, papers and numbers, and all of a sudden you're interested and you're focusing into networking and collaborations. So with your experience in networking and collaborations, especially in ESG compliance, what strategies have helped you to build Softtech 360 in terms of social capitals and position it as a trusted partners out there?
So 2 main things that I'm going to touch on in the interest of time. First thing you mentioned is execution, linking ideas and execution, right? So I think earlier it was Professor Mark who mentioned how researchers and academics, they can give you the data, they can give you the information, but they need corporate environment to execute that, right? So we do collaborate with advisors who are academics specialized in the field of sustainability, governance, and environment. So I said it the other way around. So we do collaborate with them because they do have a lot of extensive research and information to give it to us, but they don't know how to make money, how to monetize on it. That's where we come in because we can provide that platform to academics on how they can put their research into something that is tangible, right? Second thing was, so positioning ourselves as a trusted partner. ESG is something that is very technical, I would say, but if you look at the standards, GRI standards or SASB standards, right, it's very difficult to implement them based on your industry. If you're manufacturing, different things apply to you. If you're in aviation, different things apply to you. And if you're a consulting firm, different things apply to you. And it's very difficult to understand that. So the reasons our clients would trust us is because we know how to speak the industry language. If I go to someone with a finance or asset management background and I don't know what the definition of private equity is. I don't know how the stock market works. I don't know how real estate works. They're not going to take me seriously. If I go to a manufacturer, if I go to aviation, for example, and I have no idea why carbon emissions is so crucial for them, I have no idea why sustainable aviation fuel is so crucial for them, there's no value that I'm bringing to the table. There's no value that we are bringing to the table. So why would they want to collaborate with us? Why would they want to trust us, right? So I think earlier there was this narrative that older generation used to very easily respect their elders, and generally everybody. I think the problem with younger generation is we ask why a lot. Why should I respect you? Why should I trust you? So yeah, that's one key thing that we really keep in mind is, you got to think from the other person's perspective, the other organization's perspective, understand their pain points.
Yep.
That's when they're going to trust you, or else they have no reason to.
Very interesting. So to build trust, you need to bring values. And to bring values, you need to be able to demonstrate it. And you use ESG and customizing it to different companies by demonstrating that you understand the business, and from that they can see your credibility, your ability, and leads to trust. And that's how you expand into the market, and align, or build into your social capital. Fantastic, Ms. Huria. All right, fantastic. And going to you, Puan Fauzia, looking forward. It's wonderful to have you here today, fourth generation's business. Puan Fauzia, Anna Paper Company, 1892. Wow, that's the business started. And Anna Paper Company have achieved remarkable growth, international success. What are some of the key strategies of your family business have used to build and sustain valuable network across 40 countries? Share with us.
Thank you, Kamarul. Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone.
Alaikum salam.
And thank you to Dr. Leila for inviting me over here. Okay, the strategies we used in my company, it's in my family business, simple and effective strategies. Number one, tapping into existing networks, which is our immediate family and friends. So I have customers who are from the word of mouth. They come to me. I'd like to share one of my experience here. We have a shipment to Australia. So the first shipment successfully we have shipped out. So coming into the second shipment, this particular customer asking for credit term, which you don't know about them. Initially, there is some companies like CITOS, we can do some credit background checkup, but still the risk, entrepreneur itself is involving a big risk. So what my father did, his cousin, he's into timber industry. So he was having some chats. He was recommending credit insurance under the Exim Bank or Exim, which they give us the credit insurance. With that, we continue the business to Australian market. The second strategy, being active in industries, business associations like Chamber of Commerce, which you can be the member. Additionally, just your company being member is different, but you personally being the council member there, it will give more exposures. I would like to thank my husband, who about 10 years ago allowed me to involve in Kuala Lumpur Selangor Indian Chambers. I was twice elected as an international trade chairperson and also life member at chambers. Also, additionally, we have to register our companies with like Martrade, who is promoting our export. So you have to find out which are the agencies, entities which are helping to boost our company for the next international level. And third, get involved in the local communities, like any trade exhibitions or some cultural shows. Like my office is an area called Little India in Brickfields, where every year they have some cultural shows, like Deepavali, which is our DBKL also sponsor. So you can be seen there, and your exposures are there. Most important is the advertisement for the company. You have to allocate certain budget. Those days before this Google, we was advertised in yellow pages, still books, like our Firdaus was mentioning. It's book advertisement, followed by your website, your emails, and nowadays you can use social media influencers because of the digitalization.
So that's the trick, you know, the four strategies that Puan Fauzia mentioned. How to build social
I have few
capital.
more.
Oh, you have more? All right,
Yes.
fantastic. Please continue on.
And for international business,
All right.
it's always involved with so many time zones.
Okay.
I deal with South Pacific, Middle East,
Yes.
sometimes to Africa. When you're dealing with Africa, there is some part, there is a 6-7 hours time zone difference. Middle East about 5. In South Pacific also about 5 hours difference. Either they are early or they are late. So you have to prepare to answer. And these customers nowadays, they don't prefer to send an email and wait for the email. They straight away, they got my numbers, they'll be WhatsApping to me, and they expect the answers to be very fast. Okay, I want these products. Do you have? What are the prices? So there is a time where I'll be in the office, especially when there is some loading is going on in my factory. I'll be in the office about 10 sometimes 10 to 12 hours. Luckily, I had a very supportive family members, who is my sister, my mom, my sister-in-law, who is looking after my kids. My kids, that time they was small. So it's very important. Unlimited time. That means you have to work. You have to work, and you have to reply on time. And the sixth one, this is my father's tactic, which he emphasized. Go and register our company in whichever the foreign embassies or consulates is available. So when there is the foreign delegations are coming to Malaysia, they'll be looking for us. And also the foreign customers will be referring to their embassies there whether this company is reliable or not. And in my industry, paper industry, I'm sorry to say, lot of scammers, which they play around and they misuse my company name. They put as an NR paper, but the contact number is not our numbers, their numbers. So when these things happen, the first thing, this customer will be calling their consulate, and the consulate will be giving the assurance, yes, this is the reliable and existing company. It will be, it's the one of the easiest way, and this is I learned from my father.
Right. So 6? Ada lagi? So I hope you guys jotting down all the strategies. There are 6 strategies so far. All right. But let me recap that, so.
The quality, if keep on your customers are coming back to you, you have to your quality assurance and your commitment. Whatever you have promised, you must do it on the time. And additionally, the relationship with the customers are very important. So there is a time we were negotiating for few months. At the end, this customer gone back to his country, especially one case in Libya. he's supposed to transfer payment to us.
Okay.
That's where when the American and Libyan war, the deal just gone. But we are still having a good connection with that customer, even though we don't deal. The relationship important. And finally, I did my first export in early 20s without my father's knowledge. It was to Nigeria, which my father very proudly said to his cousin, I do just local business. My daughter did for the next level. Other than this, it's hard work and you must have the interest. That's the key success.
Creating the trust through your father,
Yes.
through demonstrating credibility in your ability, just like what Mr. Munzir mentioned just now. You know, I think there are so many strategies that you shared just now. I think about 7. I think that's explain why an paper company have been around for 4 to 5 generations now since 1892 across 40 countries. And I think if I can summarize that, come back to not what you know, who you know, but who knows you. You know, and in this situation, you tap into the families and relatives who knows you, who already you build relationship, social capital there to assist you. Not only that, you extend further, you went to structured business association, business commerce chambers. You know, and that's where you connected, just like family business circle just now with Dr. Moha mentioned. You know, you have credible circles, you know, so that everybody knows you, that lift your visibility there. And further, not only that, you continue to community, not only to the business, but to get the general public to know you, so that you can extend your network and further. And then you continue to internationals, you know, and I guess it is all about being visible in building relationship. But not only visible, you did mention when you were in the association just now, it is also about being credible. It's not just being a member, but show yourself, you know, that you hold certain position in there, certain responsibility to demonstrate your credibility. And that all combined leads to the profitability of the organization. Awesome, Puan Fauzia, and great tips on that. Fantastic. So both Ms. Huria and also Puan Fauzia highlight the effectiveness of networking. It requires intentional effort. Am I right or not? Intentional efforts, and to build the trust throughout families, you know, employees, business networks, and international level. All right, let's dive into the next topic. Shifting gears to human capital. Let's talk about talent and leadership. With Mr. Munzir. Yeah, Siti Khatijah, expansion must require a strong talent pipeline. You know, from 4 to 56. You yourself is a testimony of a talent development. You know, a mechanical engineer by degree. Then further on, you continue with master in marketing and advertising. That's a combination of both talents, the analytical and also the problem solve, the what we call creativity, innovations as well, you know, and you yourself invest on yourself in terms of talents. So how is it in Siti Khatijah, you're making sure there is a strong talent pipeline in order to support the expansion, and how do you approach talent development to ensure continuity of growth in such competitive industry, modest clothing?
Yeah, okay. First of all, a compliment must go to the founder, my mother. The founder and the co-founders, my parents, both of them, they made a good team, you know. My mother, you know, she started the business at the age of 46. She has no degree. So she was working full-time as a housewife for 20 over years before actually starting the business. So that was her first talent development process, where she has to raise 6 boys all by herself. And then, talking about talent development, it all started with the founder and co-founders. They made a good team. My mother is the one who is very visionary. You know, she made it so clear to us, to even to the founding team, where, you know, it was so clear. She wanted, I still can remember that, of course, she wanted to uplift the standard of Telekong to another level. You know, it's so clear. And all of us at all position, we know how to translate it to, you know, whatever job that you're doing at that time. So, yeah, and my father, of course, he's an engineer himself. He's very number driven. So he was the one who is managing the accounts, the finance, and managing the numbers. So yes, and talking about talent management, recently I've been meeting a lot of these private equities, you know, venture capitalists. They were asking the same set of questions, you know, how the company actually can grow. So, and I end up telling them the same story. And then after we go back, we talk to my brothers and say, hey, these investors, they keep asking the same question. Let's just provide this is like FAQ. Let's provide a set of answers.
Typical engineer.
Yes. And end up we realize that, okay, because the question, one of the question is, you know, how did you grow? You know, the first 5 years we grew like 100 to 300% per year on year. How that can even possible? And then we got stagnant at certain year. And then what did we do right? And then it goes, from like, the stagnant means it goes like 10%, 15% growth, where it should be like 100% growth. And then we got another stagnant and we did something again, and it goes up again. Especially during COVID, when we managed to, post-COVID, we managed to grow from 50 million to 100 million, you know, in 2 years' time. So, to answer the question, it's actually what we did was, one of the most significant thing that we did was talent development.
Okay.
The first stagnance that we overcome was bringing the right talent. That was the first time where we decided to bring very expensive talent from outside, where before that I was handling, you know, searching for shops, location, negotiating for you know, rental, ID designs, hiring, interviewing retail associates. I was doing it all by myself, from 4 stores all the way to 40 stores. And then something happened, and then we decided to hire, and that's where I can, you know, free up my time and focus on something else, and you know, let the retail guy, you know, do his thing, what he do best, and I focus on something else, which we met with another consultant. You know, this is talent management, where my mother decided that we need to do something, and end up, you know, we in Siti Khadijah, there's so many magic happens, where we counted a lot of, you know, nice, good people when they come in, and then they come in, and you know, we put all the trust in them, and they teach us everything. And after the retail guy came in, we learned about merchandising. You know, merchandising, something that we don't even know that the word exists. You know, so that's talent management, where, you know, we learn something. You know, we as a retailer, I mean, we started as a manufacturing, right? We have a production, we have a factory. We don't know nothing about merchandising, you know. So that is a big learning curve from us, learning from selling Telekong, like 4 SKU, you know, white color, 4 design, last for 4 or 5 years. Imagine that. how can we survive with that number of SKU and expect to grow? No, we can't. So by learning about merchandising, we managed to grow the business even further. And then training doesn't stop there. You know, my mother, I don't know, that's the problem with entrepreneur. They never stop thinking, you know. I'm no entrepreneur. I have to tell you that. Second generation, third generation, not fourth generation maybe, yeah. But we're no entrepreneur. I always been invited to speak, you know, to speak to entrepreneur. Like I am a good entrepreneur. But as an entrepreneur, I mean, for any businesses, the founder has to play a big role. Of course, they are the founder. So yeah, my mother, she keeps, you know, thinking, you know, she keep asking why are we not flying enough when we are already flying, you know? So those kind of question keeps us, the second gen, the sons, you know, on auto, you know, all the time. So she always bring all these new people coming to the office and, come, mama, met someone here. Come talk to them. I said, oh, not again. And yeah, end up, I have to set in the mindset of, you know, she might not be right all the time, of course, but at the end of the day, whatever she said, or whatever she think, I have to tell myself, you know, every time, this is the tips, as a second gen. She's right. She's right. I know even the first thing that you might want to say is, no. This is the wrong idea. But tell yourself again, this is right. And then take your time and think and how can you make it right. No, seriously, that's what I learned. But the way of her addressing the idea, saying it, or taking the action to have, you know, to have his thought delivered to you might be wrong. It's always wrong. You always say that. It sounds so wrong sometimes. But after a few instances, I noticed that, you know, she's not just a founder, she's a mother. You know, that's a special title that she has. Mother is always right. So she is right. And along the way, we learned that, oh, okay, that's what she meant. So to answer that question, she always think about developing us, you know, the children, to always go out of our comfort zone. We tend to you know, we tend to do that, you know. Once we achieve something, we tend to feel comfortable, and so she keeps us, you know, running all the time. And I thank God for having such dedicated, such visionary mother. And my mother is here, no, right? My mother is not here, yeah. So she's performing her umrah. Yeah, I hope she keeps praying, because her biggest prayer that I always ask is that, you know, keep our children, you know, the relationship very healthy, and I thank God for that, and I hope that it goes to the next generation, inshallah.
So that's the formula, mother. One key takeaway, mother. And I think to summarize it, basically, what your mother did was, in developing the talent, is actually have a very clear goals, and also communicate the aspiration to the children. So when the mother very clear about the goals and communicate the aspiration to the children, and continue to inspire the children and push the children to the next level, you know, and create high expectation. So the moment you create the goal, you create the aspiration, you create the expectation, automatically, you know, it drives into requirement of having new ideas, new people, new talents, and that's how you actually bring people in, Mr. Munzir. And the way I look at it, it's not that you can't do it. It's about bringing the right people in so that you can free more time in order for you to spend your time on valuable things as a group CEO. I think that's important. It's about building the pipeline of talent. It's about having more time so that you can focus on expanding the business to the higher heights. Awesome. All right. So I've been also received signal, but I have to go to Puan Fauzia because I wanted to ask this question to Puan Fauzia. Puan Fauzia is a 4 generational leaders. How do you balance between a modern talent approach and preserving your family traditions, of your family business traditions? So could you share how is it that you mentor the next generation, especially your son? I believe Faizul here today. Can you raise your hand, Faizul? Yeah, there you go. Right, on the right side. Give a round of applause to Faizul, the 5th generation. So Puan Fauzia, please share. Oh, your mic.
My son Faizul Arafat, he is from the engineering background from aviation industry.
Ah, engineer, another engineer.
Yes, he is. He's actually eldest grandson in my family, and being very close to my late father. So since 3 years old, he followed my father whenever my father going to East Coast trip, especially Terengganu, Kelantan, and also to Sabah, Sarawak. So he has seen personally how my father deal with the customers. I think he wants to continue the legacy. Just one thing, I asked him, do you want to carry the legacy? Yes. So if he wants to bring the next generation into your business, the first thing, are they interested? Are they keen? Because this generation wants going for the simple, easy life without, like Huria said, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning having a discussion, where else this generation they do not want to have. And the second thing, giving mentorship, not to be in your family members, outside. Giving a mentorship is very important so that they can be learned from the experienced leaders, and it will help them to lead the company in a better way. Personally, what we do, this is by tradition. Since 1940s, my great-grandfather used to meet my father and my uncles and other siblings at his house with slaughtering 1 goat, satu kambing, makan besar, every Friday. So this tradition, of course, we don't cut 1 goat. What we do every Sunday or Friday, we cook some homemade food. We invite my children, and during the dinner or lunch, I'll be emphasizing our vision and goals, not to be in the general meetings, just at home on a dining table. So it will help. And giving trust and confidence on the child is very important. Like how my late father is tuned me. He used to say, I have a confidence. I know she can grab it. I know she can learn the trade. So you have to give a positive feedback on them. And do not have a high expectation. When you have a high expectation, when the performance is not so good, so you'll feel, oh yeah, how they are doing this way, it's not according to our expectation. So we have to also give them leadership trainings. And one most important, since you don't have much time, get working experience outside. So when you work outside, he was working with restaurants as a waiter, then he has driving as a driver. So when you work and come into the business, into the picture, you will really, because as the 5th generation, you have your employees which is much more older than you. Maybe the 2nd generation of the employees is there. So you have to respect and have to deal with them. That's all, since we don't have much time.
Okay,
That's
thank
all
you, Puan Fauzia. I
from
think
me.
it's very interesting. two different strategies. One, low expectation. Don't put too much expectation. Mr. Munzir just now, high expectation. But one thing, I am sure there will be one thing in common is eating together, right? Because you have a big feast, you know, and they're saying that families that eat together stays together.
Yeah, stay together.
You know, and I think that's where the nurturing happens. You know, because that's what Mr. Munzir mentioned just now as well. The mother continue to nurture, you know, the aspiration and the goal. And for you, is nurturing the next leadership, bringing Faizul into the business,
Yes.
you know, meeting the third generations, you know, straight from the third generation and get the aspirations, you know, and inspiration as well to be in the business and somehow develop the talent, you
Yes,
know.
also make sure to participate them in the key decision makings.
Right. Yep. And that's the talent development.
Yes.
Awesome. Fantastic. Thank you, Puan Fauzia. All right. So do I still have time? 1 more minute. Okay. If you 1 more minute, so I'm gonna ask question for all of you. All right. So what are the top strategies for grooming the next generation leaders in family business, Ms. Huria?
Okay, so what, 3 things? How many things do you want me to say?
I think we have.
I can say
let's-
10, I can say 20.
No, just let's say 3.
Okay, so 3 things. I think first thing when it comes to grooming the next generation is trusting that they are aware of the trends around them. And the younger generation needs to trust the experience that the older generation brings because they've
been there.
Yeah, they've been there.
Yeah.
But also, they haven't exactly been here. So there's that's a difference that you really need to see. And then the second thing I would say is for the newer generation is you need to sort of, I think that having that interest since young, being cultivated in you is very, very important. So it can't be something like when a kid turns 20 years old and all of a sudden you're like part of a family business. You need to place different people depending on their capabilities. If someone is interested in marketing, make them, get them to go into marketing. Don't instantly make someone like a CEO or something. They won't know what's going on. And even if they don't get to that point, it's fine. It depends on what they're comfortable with and what they are good at. Thirdly, I would say that get used to, I think what Munzir also mentioned is don't get paid, right? Like enough, you had to come cut pay, right?
Low expectation.
No, yeah. So get used to that.
All right, okay.
That's common for family business.
So 3 points. And 3 points. Number 1 is basically bring them in early.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trust them. Number 2, the other way around. Trust them. Give them the opportunity so they can harvest their ability, and having low expectations, start from below.
I wouldn't say low expectations. But yeah, I think another thing is have a good understanding of finance. That's very important. I might be biased.
Coming from an accountant.
Might be biased, but you need to create the generational wealth, right? How are you going to do that if you don't understand the basics?
Hold on.
Right.
Thank you, Ms. Huria.
Yeah, so the salary one, my dad's sitting right in front. I hope he gets the message.
So, salary rise, Mr. Irfan. Okay, Mr. Munzir.
Yeah.
Top strategies to develop leadership in family business.
Right. I just can share what my mom did, right? Because my son is still small, 10 years old. So first, I think what I see from my siblings, I have 6 boys. We have 6 boys. I can see the strengths and weaknesses. So the first tip, I think you need to go and work outside. Really, I think that's wajib. Work outside, get enough experience, and then only you can come and join. Secondly, again, 6 boys, different behavior. Of course, I'm the nicest guy. Yeah, you can see. So, job rotational is important. So you can't just judge based on their behavior outside, right? So job rotational can give justice to them to actually can see what they're good and weak at, and you can actually put them at the right place at the right time. Thirdly, continuous learning. You don't ever settle with one trainer, one consultant. Never settle with that. So continuous learning is the key. So those are the three.
Thank you, Mr. Munzir. So number one, make sure it bring values to the company. You know, getting all these different ideas, different knowledge, and everything outside and bringing it in. And number two is basically making sure that everybody's be in a different shoes so they can see a different perspective. Yeah, and number three is always continuous learning, you know, lifelong learning. And Puan Fauzia, the last one, please share with us the strategies.
Yes, for
I'm
this
sure
generation, adaptability to the changes.
Adapt to the changes.
Yes, because especially my industry is a paper. Earlier we was supplying like books and everything like Firdaus says.
Yes.
And later we switched to A4 papers. Now it's changes paperless, so we are going for packing industries for packaging. So the second thing is grab the opportunities. Whenever there is the opportunity, grab it. And third thing, there is no full stop for learning. Keep on learning and upgrade ourselves. That's very important for this generation. Even though you have a PhD or whatever it is, just keep on upgrade. What are the things? Because nowadays the digitalization and other things very fast. There is a lot of it, especially with the AI.
Yes.
So it's keep on learning, no full stop for learning.
Thank you,
Thank
Puan
you.
Fauzia. Number one, adaptability. Number two, just grab it. You know, Mr. Branson said, you know, just grab the opportunity and think later. And number three, continuous learning. And I think every three of them will relate to continuous learning. Yeah, fantastic. So there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a fantastic insights and wisdoms from all our panelists, our distinguished panelists, and I would like to open the floors for question and answer. Any questions for our distinguished panelists? All right. Mr. Amir, right? Yes, Amir from High Tech Padu.
Correct. I have a question for Madam Fauzia. I know, I understand the nature of your family business is paper. So I would like to find out how you and your family navigate through the challenges, because it seems like paper is against the flow of what people call ESG and sustainability. So are there any stories that you can share from your side of the family on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amir.
Thank you, Dr. Nick.
Amir.
Oh, Dr. Amin, okay. The paper industry, yes, it's from the virgin paper, it's become, because of the ESG, we are moving to recycle papers. Like, you know, we having the like sugar cane. The sugar cane waste, from that can make a papers. There's a lot of companies are using recycled papers. Even our paper bags, also recycled papers. Originally, it was the virgin papers, like Firdaus says, printing books and everything. Later, digitalization. Now we are using more friendly, eco-friendly papers like recycled papers. I hope I have answered you.
All right, so part of the involving in ESG is about innovations in terms of material selections. You know, we're talking about sugar canes, and also now there's bamboo technologies as well. All right, I hope that answers the question. Thank you very much, Mr. Amir, for the question. All right, any more questions from the floor? Yes, Mr. Nick Haikal.
Sorry, because through all the panels just now, I really relate to Encik Munzir, coming from 4 brothers, with my dad taking the business side, more on the business side. My mom would be, my late mother would be the, I would say, the motherly side on the business side. I don't know whether that makes sense or not. So as you said also just now, when your mom says no, you know, mother is always right. You know, bless her. We always miss her, even though for the past 2 years. So I just like, I mean, na'udzubillah min zalik, on your point of view, on the family side of it, I mean, as I said, na'udzubillah, if anything were to happen to your mother, right? Is there a way you guys as brothers with your father running the business, do you guys see on what you guys gonna do? You know, knowing that your mother is one of the pioneer and the founder of the company, and you know, the one cutting the. I can only imagine the struggles you guys have when you founded the company. So, if anything were to happen to your mother, do you guys have that? As Mr. Dean again as said, you have to have a backup plan or for a backup plan. Do you have any strategy or any things in line if anything bad were to happen in the family business?
Thanks, Nick, for the question. Yeah, from the 6 boys, we can actually pinpoint 1 or 2 who got all the DNAs from the mother, who make that decision. You know, whenever we are on the dining table, that's our board meeting table there. Whenever there's an issue, and then we all ask the question to everyone, you know, what would you do? What would you say? What do you suggest? End up there's this few siblings that answers the same, like the mother. So that alone, you know, explains, you know. But I mean, of course, at least we are safe that the DNA went down already to a few. And it's not completely one set to one. It spread to a few siblings. It's just a matter of us managing the puzzle and bring it together. So the siblings needs to stay together, needs to know what you're good at, and you just put up the puzzle back again and make sure that continues to generations. I don't know, there's no written backup plans like what this summit is all about, right? Not yet. But yeah, we'll work on it, inshallah, and we pray for the best, Nick. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Munzir. I guess it's all about having a succession of traits of the mother, yeah? You know, it helps, you know, to also have a diversification in terms of different perspectives as well from the families. All right, thank you. Do I have more time, Mr. Bob? Or that's it. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, everyone, for your questions and also engagement. I think today we have to summarize it, we have explored the critical roles of relationship, networking, and leadership, basically investing into what we call social capital and also human capital. I'm honored to be here with all the distinguished guests. Thank you very much, Ms. Surya, Mr. Munzir, and also Puan Fauzia for a wonderful session. Thank you for being with us. Back to MC, Mr. Bob.
Thank you very much. Can we give one big round of applause to our panelists and moderator once again? So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Puan Firdaus Husamuddin, Group Chairman, Kumpulan Karang Craft, as our media partner to the stage to present a token of appreciation to our panelists and moderator. So first and foremost, please welcome Puan Fauzia Haji Muhyiddin, Anna Paper Consumer Berhad, to receive a token of appreciation from Puan Firdaus. Thank you very much. Next, please welcome Muhammad Munzir Aminuddin, Siti Khadijah Group. Next, please welcome Huria Irfan, Softtech 360. And last but not least, our moderator, Kamarul Azhar bin Hashim, Kausa Wealth Management Sdn Bhd. Right, one for the album. Can we get our panelists and moderator and Puan Firdaus for a group photo? Can we give one big round of applause to our distinguished speakers, moderator, and guests? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Puan Firdaus. Thank you very much, our moderator and panelist, Mr. Kamarul. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our next keynote, just a question. When was the last time you read a newspaper, a physical newspaper? Anyone? When was the last time you read a real newspaper, sir? Dr. Lilani? Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, on your table, we have a special Sinar Harian. Thanks to Sinar Harian. Thank you to Puan Firdaus from Karang Craft for sponsoring Sinar Harian newspaper. So they are, ladies and gentlemen, a copy of Sinar Harian. So thank you very much to Sinar Harian as our media partner for sponsoring the Sinar Harian newspaper. So ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to our next keynote, our second keynote, Innovating Legacy, how NextGen can continue the legacy and also innovate our own legacy with the heritage values. With that, allow me to introduce our distinguished speaker, Ms. Tan, the second generation CEO of Asia Green Group, a conglomerate encompassing property development, trading, timber manufacturing, and forestry ventures. Beginning her career as a graphic interactive designer with MTV International in New York City, she later returned to Malaysia to embark on her entrepreneurial journey. With over 14 years of experience in the industry, Ms. has not only excelled in traditional business, but also diversified into the realm of co-working spaces as a mentor and investor. Recognizing the unique challenge faced by the next-gen leaders in family business, she founded Innovative Plus, a platform aimed at empowering and connecting the next-gen community across Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Ms. Tan. Please welcome.
Hello, hi, good afternoon. Yeah, I know it's before lunch. I'll try my best to keep it short and sweet. But before that, I know it's a long session in the morning, so I just want to make sure everyone's awake. So, how's everyone doing? Okay, you're still awake. That's good. I'm May. I'm a second gen. I'm from Penang. Just flew in today. So I'm talking about innovating legacy. So before we gonna talk about innovating, let's go and understand what does legacy means to you. So I'm sure everyone might have a different perception or description about legacy. So I want to hear from the floor a bit. What do you think is legacy? Brian? Right in front. Family values. Okay. How about Dr. Lina? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I mean, there's probably many different, description or perception about legacy, right? So a little bit about myself. So when I, born, this was me when I was that little. I always thought, I'm in the business and I need to, it's my responsible to carry on the family legacy. So back then, I thought legacy was just a business. I always think that's all. My life is all about the business. I guess the family, I kind of like put aside. I never thought is that important. It's important, but I think we've been trained to be the leader. So everything is into the legacy business. Yeah. So, but of course, I'm going to talk a little bit about what is really legacy. I mean, it's about perception, right? Legacy is not something your father say different things about legacy. Maybe my version of legacy different, or potentially my next gen perceive legacy differently as well. And even my siblings, just for information, there's 6 of us. So even all 6 of us have a different perception about legacy. Some things, is about values. Something is about family togetherness. And so, like me, I think I was thinking was a business. And some thought about, it's my father's hard work, and how we can preserve the hard work. Or something is wealth. So it's all about perception. But how we're going to talk a bit, how can we align the perception and the vision is very important. So, and legacy, also, is it changeable or is it unchangeable? Is it always has to be what's your father say so or your founder say so, and that is it. What you need to do is continue what your first generation, did it or what they perceive to be, right? And then next if you talk about, just now we have a lot of discussion about change, right? The tension between continue the legacy, how can we govern together the legacy is very important. And of course, negotiating about the power. I mean, no matter what, is it family or is it business, there's always about some sort of power negotiation, even though we don't want to admit that, but that's the truth, right? And of course, about how can we legacy to legacy is important. And of course, emerging from different anticipated futures, right? If you're looking at futures, your next generation might look at legacy differently. So how can we able to work together to renew the generation legacy, okay? So, and I break it down into a few buckets. So a lot of time we put legacy as one thing, but actually it's split out into 3 different things, right? Founder's legacy, which is the stories, the values, how they did it, and of course family, is about the family legacy, family wealth, our name, bloodline, and philanthropy. Recently we visited a Hong Kong Central Line group, and and the founder say that his perspective of legacy is about his children continue to give his bloodline, and that is the legacy, right? And he's only think that the only way to continue is about giving birth. So he encouraged people to have more babies. So, but that is his perspective, right? Not necessarily we all going to agree on it. But when it comes to family business, the business is about the brands. How long does brands want to continue in the legacy on the business side? And that's where we're going to expand from first gen, and then, from more on the controlling ownership to sibling partnership to cousin, and then from the family side, from a nuclear family, multi-gen to network of families, and startup, growing business to mature enterprise, right? And I'm just gonna talk about this way of looking at it. And just wondering how many of you are the second gen? Can I show of hands? Okay, how many of third gen? Okay, only a couple, right? And I'm sure there's, how many of 4 or more? Only 1. Yeah, well, majority of us in your second gen, right? So we're probably in the siblings generation, and maybe one of you or some of you in the cousin already. But when we're in the second, and this is where things get slightly more complicated when you have more people, right? So, and I break into why we need to have a proper governance to make sure that for every sector of that we can actually work together, right? So from the ownership point of view, where, the same thing, like business vision, we learn a lot about business. So how we can, business vision, the branding, boards of directors, I'm sure all of us are well worth of it, right? And ownership as well, shareholders agreement and things like that. But never really talk about is what's family, need to be involved with. Are we running like a business where we have family employment policy? Just now we mentioned who's supposed to be working in a family business and how they going to start to do family business. Do we need to put things in the paper, in agreement? I think it's yes, because we will talk about among ourselves, but do your kids and your other their other kids or their cousins, are they going to talk about it, right? And and how can we resolve conflicts, right? It's also very important. And family plan, education, our health, counsel, everything, right? But in order to start talking, we need to build bonds. We need to build communication, right? So, and there are 3 principles. First principle is families that meet together, stay together. Of course, including eatings, that's part of it. But this, so every year you must create gathering. You must have meetings. If I'm sure at this point of generation, most of our families are someone in some other countries. My 2 sisters in Australia, my elder sister actually in Hong Kong, but we always make sure we come back for what? Even my parents not around anymore, we need to make sure we still come back for, let's say, Chinese New Year gathering. We need to make sure we need to plan family trip, regardless how many busy your family is or how many kids you have, but it's a commitment from every single one of us, right? To make that commitment that we must meet together no matter what. Don't give me let's do a Zoom meeting. It's different. Yeah, we can sometimes compromise that, but I think it's best to meet face to face, okay? And second principle, voice and vote. It's very important to hear every single one of the voices. Sometimes you think, oh, those are not in the business. You can just, you won't understand, you don't need to speak. So you let those people in the business then speak. But actually, their voice matters too. They will feel neglected and they will feel like they are not being invited in the environment for those that might not be in the business. And voting as well. I think, sometimes you can come up with a different conflict, and then how can you resolve it? Sometimes voting can be a good way to resolve things, right? And these are just a few things that we did. And of course, last principle, meeting always make it fun, make it learning, and lots of sharings. So one thing that my sibling did, since there's 6 of us, we started our siblings retreat 10 years ago. So retreat is not just, like relax and have fun, but we also have agenda. We actually speak about personal level, get to know your siblings again, because we thought we know each other. We're like, oh, we grew up with each other, we know each other. But actually, it turned out we do not know each other at all. And our first meeting was a chaos, fight, someone trigger another, and then they break into a war in the groups, and then they don't want to talk to each other for our retreat. And now, being the second in the family, I would be the one that tried to, harmonize everybody. And then from there, you learn about yourself, learn about your siblings. And then we also speak about our business. So where we want to grow, what is the current challenges, where we have gone the whole year about. And even for those that are not in the business, they can at least get an update, what's going on, right? And then we also speak about investment, right? I mean, eventually, we're going to deal with money. But in school, some of them I was in the creative, I was in graphic designer. If you're talking about finance, I'll be like, oh, I don't know, right? But I have to learn. But eventually, we talk about investment. And we use our own money to do a group investment first, to test it out, before we eventually get the wealth from our parents, right? So we need to test how people handle money, especially with the siblings. Who make the call, who do the research, who do what kind of invest, and what kind of risk we agree on first, what mandate we're going to invest. It's very important to discuss with your siblings, right? You can assume that, oh, I think they'll be fine with, I invest into this. What happened? You fail, lost money. I'm sure people are going to blame someone and say, I told you not to invest. Where do you invest, right? You got to get everyone agree on investment, money, dealing with money in the early stage. And when we start 10 years ago, we are all in our 20s, okay? So to be honest, that time of investment, we start with small, eventually grow, and then we learn how to invest, and who's better at finance, and then eventually who are we trusting in investing. And then if we gain, great. If we lose, then what, right? So I think all these things that we learned from the 10 years in our sibling retreat. And then lastly, about what we want to do with this legacy. Are we going to, continue with family business, that's it? Or are we going to impact people? Foundation, philanthropy, is it something we want to do? Or if there are other interests in the line that we can put into the holding company that my family and siblings that want to do? And do we set a law or constitution that is our in-laws allowed to be inside? Is our partners, are they allowed to be in the family business? All these things we're gonna need to kind of talk about in the early days. Yeah, so moving forward to this year, 10 years, and I'm very grateful to say we all are much more aligned and less arguing, can sit down harmoniously, discuss, be open, and open communication. But it takes work. First 5 years, there's definitely someone say, oh, I'm so sick of this, I'm gonna quit, right? And eventually we move from there. So you gotta start early, yeah. And of course, when talking about family governance mechanism, we are still, working on it. It's not like we have the answer. And every family is different. So I wouldn't say everyone I have the answer to know how. Everyone do it differently. Hence, you need a lot of discussion from your elder generation, current generation, and if you have a younger generation, then you need every single one to sit in, discuss about what is the, first thing first, family vision, mission. What the whole point of this family is all about, right? And then, of course, the more depths that we can go in, which is a family constitution, right? There's rules, like how you want to make sure who's join, not join, and then can join, when join, how join, yes and no, all this thing. It's a lot more work than we think, but it's good to put in like a book guidelines, because like I say, our generation might not know or have a different expectation, right? Employee policy, like I say, you want to learn them from young, then you gotta start from young. If not, then you can let them go free and not join. Again, really up to our generation to define, right? And conflict is definitely gonna happen. No matter how close your siblings, your cousins are, it's really normal in any family or any relationship, right? So you gotta find out how can you resolve conflicts. Is it by voting, or is it by competition out, do a ping pong, then you decide, or something like that, anything. Assemblies, meetings is very important. Like I say, keep meetings. This is a more typical, I would say, family, enterprise on governance. Usually, very clear, split out into business governance. You have family governance. Yeah, pretty easy. But I do wish we are that easy, especially Asian families. Hence, this is more complex things that you can kind of look at, some of our member studies that we have, some have trust, some has a family office, and then you have the family side, and then, the holding company. So this is more complicated. We not necessarily have to do this. That's a simplified way to do it. But again, it depends on your family, what you guys discuss. But I always say, don't look at this yet. Let's start from getting your family together. That's number one. And of course, make sure the governance is always able to adapt to future. Don't lock in the future generation. I have a friend, a member of us that is now is into the 4th generation. But I think they put something in the trust that lock them, that say all their asset, all the land are not allowed to sell. They only can develop, because they are a property developer too. So with that trust rules that put in, they are even in a different economy time, even though the people offering a crazy amount of cash flow, they are not allowed to sell the land. They only can develop the land. So that has been an issue for them, when it comes to cash flow sometime, because that's already been locked, right? And make sure we are able to give them, the future changes, but make sure we also respecting the past, because the past is where it gives us the future, right? And recently we went to visit Lee Kum Kee in Hong Kong with our group. And so we are honored to meet their fourth and fifth generations. And this is something I take back and would like to share with you guys. So you can study a bit on, how they structure it. Very simple. Back in 2005 to 2017, right? Again, you can see, the family council, family assembly, that has family assembly to have formed the family council to talk about the business side and the family side, right? But I think that's what we want to do this is that it can be changed. It can be adaptive, right? So 2017 to 2021 is where they start to, have an owner council, meaning people are not in the family business that own the share of the company. They have a different council. And then they have those family, another family council, and they diversify into health products. And they put family investment in part of the owners council. But eventually now, the latest changes is that they now have split into further, right? You can see the progress of changes. Owner council, then they have the family investment, family council, right? So the finance investment, they under one own thing. The owner on the business is another thing. It doesn't have to come together. So, but what I'm trying to show here is that there's no fixed way or fixed. It's not like, okay, now I set a family, constitution council. That's it. Oh, my job is done, and I'm gonna leave that for rest of my life. But it's a continuously improve, continuous communication and discussion. So this is just an example. And what's very important, I want to say, is that we kind of have to start now in not relying, not just on the founding generation. When the founding generation is a lot simpler, just the founders, right? But when you come to siblings, that's where we need to preserve or renew the founder legacy now, right? How to renew, how to innovate, and also, how to keep the family unity, protection, the key assets. We have grow assets, we have more asset now. How can innovation through tradition, right, is important. And then the legacy forming, yes, you can see, become more complex, right? And then eventually control become collaboration. But when it comes to third generation, which is my future kids and my siblings, children, is where it's getting even more complex. But you see the founder legacy is shrinking to be just a smaller part. But it's the main hard part that's surrounded with three other elements, right? From there is where about how can it sustain wealth for impact. And of course, now the dynamic become, even more collaboration, right? Among the siblings, among the future generations. So I believe that, if you're next generation, either second gen, third gen, we are the future leaders now. We gotta make, to somewhat make a difference. We used to think, okay, let's wait for my father to make the call. Let's wait for succession planning. Let's wait until he decides what to do. But instead of that, I think we need to take a bit more proactive approach to learn about how can we actually governance, and talk to our siblings. And if you're going to wait for your parents to talk to every of the children, do you think your parents really, really know you? Do you think you really, really know all your siblings? But instead of that, why don't you, make a move? Call all your cousins, call all your, the people you want to stay together and united with, make them together. And of course, now me and my, siblings, three of us are still in the business now. The other three, they are not. So three of us are working together now, and we are trying to create our own legacy now with what my parents have, lived with us, and the values, and what we already have, the resources. Since we're in the property development sector, so we're trying to move forward with the green sustainability future. We're also working on wellness and healing center, which is my personal interest. I believe in mental health, healthcare, and of course, and then we also started with my dad actually started a plywood business, for a forest business. So now we are going back the other version. Instead of chopping the tree, we are replanting the tree. And then my sister in the investment. So we are investing in energy and ESG projects. So this is what we believe. But this is the values and the vision we set for this generation. If you talk to my dad about ESG, he'll probably be like, oh, what is that, So, but we have to set it, we have to work on it. And of course, me and my sister also found a new purpose into empowering more next gen, like myself, right? To find our purpose, to find our vision, and what kind of value we can impact, right, to the world. And, create your own legacy, right? Since you already have a great resources that we already blessed to have. And lastly, I want to leave you to something to think about for yourself, is to start from vision. Anything starts from vision. Business, they say you're going to start from vision. But for your vision, how you can generate your vision together with your siblings' vision, right? Work on it to how can you put that into your family, your business, and your ownership group. Next is, of course, you must form a follow function, right? Which is hence, how can you put things down in a legacy? What is legacy, and then what is the future for the family? And lastly, always work together, since it's a family business, or you can start your own business. If you want a family business, then grow your family. Grow the bond, grow the emotion part of, I think, relationship. I think everyone have a relationship. We're all humans, so work on that relationship. So that's all. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Tan, for generously sharing your expertise and experience with us. We therefore like to call upon Dr. Moha Yusof, President Prima Alam Technologies, our main sponsor, to present. Okay, open for Q&A, maybe one or two questions. Because the timekeeper already signed in session. Okay, one or two questions. Can we get, please. Can we get the mic?
Hi, thank you. I'm Brian from Firefighter. We are second generation. I think you're second generation as well, right? Yeah. You mentioned you are second in the family?
Yes.
And I was more curious on the, when you have your siblings retreat, right? I'm just curious, how did you all think about that? As the second in the family for yourself, and I'm the third in the family, I would want to do all of these, but how do you do it not being the oldest in the family?
Well, that's a good question. You know what? That sibling retreat, it was brought out to us was from our eldest sister. So it wasn't from me. But I think that actually, first I think ask the intention of all your siblings first. Is this something you guys want to keep together? If this is something that you want to work together, if the answer is yes, then you give them some inspiration or ideas that, hey, a friend of mine is doing that, and it's been, it's good. Do you think this is something you want to do together? Because at the end, it's about intention. So let's say the intention, no, I don't care about this family. I don't even want to do it. Then, then it's a bit hard to start. But if this is something they also want to do, then there's a way to open up for them. Yeah. Any question? Oh, yeah, sure. Mike.
Okay. So far, I've been sharing about Gen 2 onwards who have the same parents. Have you come across scenarios where the siblings are from different parents?
So to be honest, so far I haven't. Yeah, but I came across already on the cousin level. Yeah, cousin level is a lot more challenging because more people you need to involve. But usually, again, you need that one person that talks to another family. Let's say the other eldest cousin in another family to come together. Again, see if this is some intention they want to preserve or not, they want to continue or not. Let's say one of the group's cousin, they decided, I have nothing to do with this, I don't want to be involved. Then, then you can try again to reason with them why, and understand why they don't want to be involved. If let's say, they say, business complicated, I don't want to fight. Then I say, this is why we need to do this, so we don't have to fight. Right, I think nowadays, I think younger generation, they are a lot more easier in terms of open communication. So we can, of course, learn on that. And I also personally very into is that if you cannot do yourself, get another professional to help you, right? To come in and to able to negotiate, because they don't have emotional attach to every single one of the cousin or siblings. It sometimes could happen, right? Someone says something and
Thank you so much for your sharing. Really learned a lot. Now, you were saying that among the siblings, there will be some who are for it, to be part of the whole family, and some may not be that keen, maybe because they have their own business and they have their own commitment. Now, for that situation, how do, there could be a situation where they want to be, but they can't afford, but they would like to have a fair share of, the family wealth. So how do you, if this situation happens over the years, where some of them really get sort of separated and really not be part of the whole family, and how do you share that kind of wealth? I'm sure this do happen, right? Yeah. If you can share.
Yeah, I think first thing first, like I say, business is business. So people who actually run the business, right? And they definitely still have, the fair share in the business because they contributed, they grow the business. But come to family wealth again, if everyone has agreed, okay, wealth is not necessarily equals to business. Wealth can be you put into investment. Okay, let's say you put into investment or trust or family office, and there's a generate profit, and you want to put out a dividend to everybody, right? Then they are part of us. They are still entitled for this, right? But if they don't join the business, it's 100% fine. You don't need to, but you just won't get the fruits of the business, but you get whatever the family side. We can always split that out, so not so complicated in such way. But of course, we also, from our own experience, because three of us are not, they are not in the business, and one of them did mention, now I don't want to join, but I don't know in the future if I ever want to join. I say, yeah, of course you can. So what is the criteria to join, right? So again, we put it back. If you want to join, what kind of criteria you want to join? Or if you want to, ask us to diversify into a new business that you're interested, right? Then you gotta prove to us, as if you are talking to a new shareholders, investors, why should we invest into your new business, right? We have to make sure it's, of course, it's workable, for profitable. It's still a business. It's not a charity that, okay, my sister want to do, okay, here's the money, you know, then we keep on losing money. That's, you know, when you come to business, we have to be put in a bit on the business head a bit, right? And then we have to play a role. They are asking us for, you know, the investment. We are the investor, right, under part of our holding company. Then you gotta kind of pitch to us why it works, right? And then we need to make sure they hit the KPI for us, then we can invest more. Or not, then we can only give whatever we can. But family wealth, it can always, you know, it's part of our family. You know, the generate of profit is always there. We are plan to give it to them for certain purpose. Let's say for their children, or for their health, for their normal lifestyle, whatever, you know. That's always we can set that up in a constitution. Yeah.
Right, I think that's it. So thank you very much. Can we give one big round of applause to Ms. Tan? So once again, please welcome Dr. Moha Yusof, President Prima Alam Technologies, as our main sponsor to present a token of appreciation to Ms. Tan. Please welcome Dr. Moha. Right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, can we give one big round of applause to our distinguished speaker? Right, one for the album. All good? Right? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Moha. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be taking a lunch break. Lunch will be served at the lounge lobby, and you are welcome to bring your meal back into the ballroom if you prefer. So, during the break, please take the opportunity to visit our sponsors booth, explore the art showcase featuring the stunning work of Emilio Daniel, and also enjoy the serene voice of Tunku Haidar once again. So, enjoy your lunch, and we'll be back at 2 p.m. Can we get back together here at 2 p.m.? And we would like you to visit our booth, our sponsors booth. We have Softex 360, Quill Automobile for the BMW, Pavo Consortium, Bina Pavo, Patera Innovation, Drone Skill and Copeda. We have also BG Capital Holdings, Malaysian Financial Planning Council, MFPC, Brand Gigs, and also Art Exhibition. So please enjoy your lunch and come back here at 2 p.m. as we'll be starting our masterclass after that. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. So, ladies and gentlemen, while you are enjoying your lunch, feel free to visit the art exhibition by Perspectiva Collective, supporting art partner for Asia Pacific Family Business Summit 2024. We have exhibition of work done by Emilio Daniel. Photos are small, made on 4x5, 4x5 large format analog film, and developed by Emilio Daniel with no skin retouching work done. So, exhibition pieces are all from the photo documentary series from the Hikayat Kain, a loose photographic documentary about the relationship women in Asia have with their traditional garments within a modern world. So, all pieces are on sale and come with a certificate of authenticity, pigment printed on 100% cotton archival material. So, feel free to visit the art showcase by Emilio Daniel while enjoying your lunch, and also feel free to visit our sponsors booth, and we shall reconvene at 2 p.m. Thank you very much. Check, test 1, 2. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the time is now 2 p.m. We'd like to call upon all participants to join us back at the hall as we will continue with our next session. That is our masterclass session. So can you get everyone to join us back at the ballroom? Right, for the master classes, we have a parallel session. We have session A and also a session B. So for session A, managing emotion and relationship in family businesses. And for session B, nurturing family entrepreneurship across generation. So before we begin, I'd like to call upon all participants, distinguished guests and speakers to join us here in the ballroom. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. Kau Ilhamku by Tengku Hadira. Thank you very much. Beautiful voice by Tengku Hadira. So, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had the delightful lunch and enjoyed the exhibit, our sponsors booth, and also the wonderful performance by Tengku Hadira just now. So we are now going to proceed with the parallel masterclass session. So please take your seat. Right, so for the parallel session of a masterclass, we have session A and session B. Session A will be held here, and session B will be at the room next door. So for session A, managing emotions and relationships in family business, and for session B, that is nurturing family entrepreneurship across generation. So for session A, we have Farah Husamuddin, Gen 2 of Kumpulan Karangcraft. We have Associate Professor Dr. Shenas Taisin, Sunway Business School. We have Dr. Said Monirul Hussain, Sunway Business School, and Dr. Lilani Mohamed Noor, Bina Pavo, Malaysia. And for session B, we have Saliza Abdullah, Gen 2 of BG Capital Holdings. We have Associate Professor Dr. Ong Jinwei of Multimedia University MMU, and also Associate Professor, Assistant Professor Dr. Muhammad Fairuz Abdul Rahim from MMU. So, ladies and gentlemen, for those who have selected for session B, please make your way to a room next door. And for this ballroom, that is for session A, managing emotion and relationship in family businesses. So please, we have selected the session B. Please proceed to the room next door. This hall is for session A, managing emotions and relationship in family businesses. So for this masterclass session, it will be held for 1.5 hours. We will be starting at 2:15 and we'll be ending at 3:45 p.m. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, this hall is for session A, and session B is the room next door. So please proceed accordingly to your selection of a session with the A or B. And can we get a participant at the back to perhaps to move forward to the table closer to the front? Right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In the upcoming masterclass for the session A, managing emotion and relationship in family businesses, Dr. Shenas and Dr. Said will address the issues and challenges family business owners face in managing their emotions and relationship within their businesses. Drawing from the insights gathered from in-depth interviews with family business owners and leaders, they will explore the strategies and best practices for addressing the emotional strain that often accompanies to a dual role of family members and business leaders, and will validate their finding through a real-life case study and participant engagement. They will also examine how to establish effective emotional support system, recognize the sign of emotional burnout, and foster a culture of empathy and emotional intelligence within the family businesses. Furthermore, they will discuss the importance of setting clear boundaries between family and business relationship, ensuring that personal relationship do not compromise professional decision, and striking a balance between family hierarchy and business hierarchy to maintain respect and efficiency. So we have, all right. So we have Associate Professor Dr. Shenas Taisin, Sunway Business School, who is ready right now. So over to you, Doctor. Sorry, Dr. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Shena Stensin, Sunway Business School.
Hello.
To begin, please.
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you very much for your participation and choosing this session. I'm Associate Professor Dr. Shena Stensin from Sunway Business School, and today we are presenting the session on managing emotions and relationships in family businesses. I'm pleased to be co-joined by my colleague from Department of Management, Dr. Saeed Munirul Hassan, as well as Ms. Farah Husamuddin, Gen 2 CEO of Group Sinar Kangraf, Malaysia, as well as Dr. Lilani. So this will be the agenda of the masterclass. Today, I will be starting with the purpose, key concepts, framework, and then Dr. Said will be invited to present some key findings of our pilot study of Sunway Business School research team. And later on, there will be the real live case study presentation by Ms. Farah, followed by interactive group activity that will be facilitated by Dr. Lilani, and then there will be Q&A session. So the purpose of this masterclass is to provide family business owners with the practical strategies to manage their emotions, to tackle the common relationship challenges, and to enhance the well-being and the success in their family businesses. Through interactive case study, through the key insights, as well as through interactive group activity later on, the participants will learn different approaches that they can use to balance their personal and professional relationships in their family businesses. So, the first important topic is managing emotions. It is one of the fundamental concepts in the context of family businesses because it is crucial for the family members to manage their emotions, as the emotional dynamics directly impacts on the communication, on decision making, and overall business health. Unresolved emotional challenges can threaten the survival of businesses. Therefore, by effectively managing the emotions in the family businesses, the family members can maintain the healthy relationships, they can make better decisions, as well as they can ensure the stability and long-term growth of their businesses. So, although managing family businesses brings a lot of unique challenges. For example, the conflict of interest are very common that arises due to different visions of the members of the family in the business, where some members, for instance, could prefer on the short-term goals of the business, whereas the other members can prefer the long-term growth of the family businesses. Likewise, the role confusion can also arise when the family members, they find difficult to switch between their personal and professional role. For instance, it could be difficult and challenging for the parent as a family member to switch his role as a supportive parent and then family manager at the same time. Likewise, emotional burnout is another important issue that also happens. So, that because the demands of managing both the family relationships and managing the professional responsibilities bring a lot of stress. The dual roles of the family members, also another issue, another big challenge in the context of family businesses, because the family members often face the complex dynamics as they juggle between their personal and the professional relationships. It could be very difficult, for instance, for a sibling to give the constructive feedback on the conflict without causing the tension that can impact on the relationship, on the personal relationship. Likewise, there is always a clash between the family expectation and business need. And the family member can feel more obligated to take on the role for which he or she is not very suitable, even not very interested, just to meet the family expectation. Therefore, it is very important for the family members to think about the strategies that they can use to manage their emotional strain. And one way to do this is by implementing the emotional supporting system through which they can seek the advice, help, from the mentors, from the peer groups, from the counselors, even from the external advisors, so that they can get some unbiased opinion, feedback, and they can get some emotional relief. Also, it is important for them to identify the early symptoms of the burnout. That could be the frustration, fatigue, disengagement, right? So this can be done through regular check-ins and self-assessment so that these symptoms can be identified at early stage before they escalate. So this is the emotional management model or framework. As sum up, the emotional challenges that arises due to the conflicts of interest, role confusion, and emotional burnout. Then the dual roles of the family members that leads towards the complex dynamics and the clash between the family expectation and the business need. And finally, the strategies are important to implement so that there will be the early identification of the symptoms of the burnout. So the next topic is healthy relationships. So maintaining healthy relationship is very important. In family businesses, although balancing the personal and professional relationships is quite challenging, but with the simple, effective strategies, the harmony can be maintained, right? For example, there should be clear definition and identification of the roles and responsibilities based on the skills, expertise of the family members in the family businesses. One sibling can, for instance, take the responsibility towards the finance, whereas the other can oversee the management issues or the marketing issues and so on. And likewise, there can regular meetings, they can hold the regular meetings to discuss the personal issues, the business updates, so that they can track the progress, so that they ensure that everything stays aligned and both aspects have been addressed effectively. Therefore, it is very important for the family members to actually improve and use their empathy and emotional intelligence to build trust and understanding among themselves in the family businesses. This will not only improve their relationships, but also will improve their collaboration and can provide and foster an environment in which they can work as an effective team, right? And then, of course, the emotional intelligence is very important, especially for constructive resolution of any conflict among the family members in the family businesses. So they have to understand, they have to acknowledge the different perspectives of the members in the family businesses so that they can solve the problems more effectively. So setting boundaries between the family and the business roles also plays a very important role, right? For instance, there should be clear guidelines regarding when and where the business and the personal matters or issues will be discussed and how. And for example, they can agree to discuss the business matters only during the office hours so that they can have more time in their free personal time so that they can spend more time on the family matters. Likewise, they need to respect the hierarchies both in business as well as in personal settings. So in the formal setting, they have to follow the process of the businesses, and in the personal settings, they need to respect the roles of every member of the family. And this is how the relationship maintenance model look like. So it consists of balancing the personal and professional relationships through identifying and defining the clear role and responsibilities of every member in the business by holding regular meetings, using emotions, emotional intelligence and empathy to build the trust and to resolve the conflicts. And lastly, setting the boundaries means establishing the guideline regarding discussion of their personal and business matters and respecting hierarchies both in family and business setting. Now, I would like to invite my colleague, Dr. Syed Munirul Hassan, to present some findings of our pilot study. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shanas, for giving me the floor. So, based on our findings, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. So, based on our findings we got, because we did the pilot study, especially in the family dynamics, we found the conflict among actors. Mother has played a very dynamic role because they work as a peacekeeper in the family conflicts. Rather than, I'm sorry to say, the father is not effectively contributing same as the way their mother has done so far. Because they, the children's and from the older generation and the younger generation, they see mother as a peacemaker rather than fathers. So what we found that they try to shrink the gap between older generation and also the younger generation. So the mother hear the both and try to resolve those issues. The next one is a family structure. In the family structure, there is not much the seniority that we have found based on our pilot study in the context of Malaysia. Every responsibilities are assigned across all members. For example, here, one of the participants, she mentioned that she manages the bakery, her brother manages the event company, and father oversees the hospitality as well as the resort. Now, the mother looks after everything, if everything's going so smoothly. At the same time, at the top level, the parents are unified under, they try to unify the whole family, and they are at the top level who they make the decision. But apart from these, the participant mentioned that he's part of responsibility where the decision is made by him, and the bakery is also handled by her sister, and fathers manages the decision for, for the resort, whatever decision that he has to make. But at the same time, the decision makers done by the whole family, partly but mostly the father is the ultimate decision maker along with the mother. Next one is the power structure. In the power structure, again, the role of mother is invaluable. Why? Because mother usually address the concern and resistance to the change because she takes care of the serious issues when the serious issues arrives, and she will talk to each other. Especially while dad is more daring type, we call the dad in the family business, we found there's a venture capitalist where mother addresses the concern. Even she will talk directly to the family members, to the children's, and they'll try to explain that what happened and try to resolve that how the family members will be able to address certain concern, where she will ask them as well as have a discussion. Next one is managing family business practices. We have found that the family constitution in terms of formal practices, another one, family values and culture in terms of informal practices. Now, in the formal practices, what we found that the structures are in places where the formalization of the decision-making process, especially it goes through a family constitution. Now, in the family constitution, these are documented, and this constitution or protocol, when it needs to be modified, it will be modified when it is needed. If someone proposes a change or some concern, they can raise the voice to the family council. And the family council will think over it, and then they make the changes or decision that they need to implement some of the decision based on the family council's the proposal. But in terms of informal practices, this is one of the father and daughter's statement, because the mother and son statement, they say the values are there. Even she treats her son as a key asset to the company. But whatever the son says, it really matters to mother, although the decision maker is by the family members, especially has an influencing factor where the mother tries to see whether son is able to meet the deadline or even the deadline that he needs to deliver. If it's not expected, it is not done before, in that case, mother intervene and help the son to make it done because the deadline must be met, because you are handling with the clients. And especially, there is also a mother-son dynamics. Apart from these, they respect each other, and then the role they play as an individual from the business perspectives. And now, both of the family members, especially mother and son, then they need to strike a balance. Sorry? Okay. So they need to strike a balance between these two from the business perspective, although they have issues with the family concerns. The next one is emotional cues. Now, these are very difficult part that we have found that one of the participants, he mentioned that there is some telltale signs when you are upset with for certain reasons. I don't know what's, yeah, okay. So there are some telltale signs where sometimes they're upset, I have a dark line, over the faces, and he's not expressing that what has happened. In that case, the family members have a quick look at it, and afterwards, they go for a discussion, and they, some of the family members is upset, he is not ready to share this. Maybe later on, this can be settled based on the emotional view. So if you find your family members, especially children, anybody in your family membership, you find that they are not in a good mood, rather than without pressing her to what happened, let him or her give her time, then this can be settled down later on. Then Mr. Dean has, showed an importance of bonding relationship that you said early in the morning is a must. Family gathering, yes. Yes, yes.
That relationship. So to summarize, I was just saying, build a relationship independent of the family business life, family business dynamics. Like, for example, if your children are into traveling, or your son likes to play golf and you want him to be the successor, have a round of golf with him at least one Sunday every month. Don't just always shove the business down their throat. That will cause resentment at some point or the other. Thank you.
What Mr. Dean has shared with us, it reflects the same in the context of Malaysia. So going for a trip, maybe overseas or inside the countries, that will really go for a trip, really strengthen the bonding relationship. And the gathering really encourages a culture of mutual support and understanding. What is the mention that, of course, rather than imposing your ideas to your children, go and relax, have a very nice session, exchange your views, and it will be a culture of mutual support and understanding that really helps to cope up with the pressure of business ownership, and also at the same time, this will bring closer ties with the family members. So building ties is most important when you try to bond the relationship. So it is very crucial. The next one is the emotional support. It is a father-daughter relationship that we found. So it should be like this, a mutual understanding, mutual agreement, where it comes to the business, father should be open to the daughter, and daughter should be. So open communication helps to solve any problem. It is not the father is always saying that, okay, I know this, I have this business, I am doing this for a long time, rather than let her have a say. She should have a say. You should be able to respect that. Here, if you have any comments or opinion, can pose these, then afterwards, she will do the same. So when you reach to a consensus, that will really work well. And the discussing together will solve many problems, and because you have to feel that, although I am father, I am the main guy in the business, but at the end, he or she will be taking care of the business as well. So open discussion, working together is a must. So that will really help to business to grow, especially the family businesses here in the context of Malaysia. So these are the findings that I got. So next one, I will request Professor Shanas to take over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Said, for presenting the findings of our research team, and many thanks to Dr. Siva Kumari and Dr. Kavita sitting here, our very important team members who really helped in data analysis, and we extracted the findings. Now it's time for real case study presentation. I would like to invite Ms. Farah Hosamuddin to please come here and share his experience regarding managing emotions. How do you manage emotions and relationships in your family businesses? And what challenges you faced and how did you overcome?
Thank you, Doctor.
All right, just to share. Actually, it was never my intention to join the family business since day one. Since I was small, because I saw how my father grew the business. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah. So since I was small, I saw how my father grew the business, and I never wanted to be part of it because I wanted to be free. Emotionally, I wanted to be free. You know, I was young, so I wanted to be free. So after graduating, I worked outside for 2 years, and then my father convinced me to join. And I thought, hey, okay, I'll just stay for a while, and then we'll see how it goes. And 18 years later, almost 18 years, here I am, in love with the company. Okay, all right. So this is my family, okay? My father, the one in the middle, he's the founder of Karang Craft. And the one next to him is my uncle. And he's got another 2 more brothers who have passed. And the ones behind are all my sister and my cousins. All right? And my father as the main shareholder. And the other 2 uncles are, and one of them, the one next to me in the black tudung, has left the company, but the rest of us are still in the company. Okay, so when I told my mom about today's session, about today's topic, she asked me, what about your own emotions? I was like, oh, okay. And then it made me realize, number one, for you to survive, for you to run your family business, you have to be mentally and emotionally fit first. And then you can be part of it. Because you will face a lot of rejections. Because can you guys imagine? They built the business for maybe, because I came in after 30 years Karang Craft existed after Karang Craft existed. So who am I to come in and tell all these people who have been around for so long and tell them to do things, you know? They only wanted to listen to my father, not me, not my sister, not my cousins. No. And I think I spent the first at least 7-8 years of my life in Karang Craft crying, not in front of people, but at home when I was going to sleep, to my husband. I was venting to him the whole time, like, oh, this is so difficult, I want to give up. But of course, I can't give up, because if we give up, what's going to happen in the future, right? But I think over the years, after we gained their trust, it was easy. It became very, very easy for us. So that's number one. Secondly, managing the emotions of the people of Karang Craft. That means the staff of Karang Craft. You have to win their hearts. It's all about winning their hearts. If you do not win their hearts, if you do not make any efforts to build the relationship, it's never going to work out. So, and thirdly, and definitely, would be managing the emotions of my family. We have to understand what is our strength, what is his strength, what is her strength. So, if we respect that, then I think it works. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ms. Farah. So now we move on to the interactive group activity. For this, I would like to invite Dr. Leilani. Yes, Dr. Leilani, please facilitate the session.
Okay. Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon. So Farah, I believe later on a lot of people will ask a lot of questions. Yeah, so I'm gonna make my session short. Yeah, not too long. But I think most importantly, with regard to this masterclass, is for us to acknowledge our emotion, right? So like Farah said, what about me? What about my emotion? Yeah. So I do agree with Farah. Yeah. First and foremost is to manage your mental health, your well-being. Only when you are zen, yeah, with yourself, yeah, then you can bring your family together, right? Because if you are up here, a bit kacau, what do you call that? Scrambling up here, right? Haywire, yeah. Not in the right, set of mindset. You can't bring your family members together, yeah? Because certainly your siblings, your parents, your cousins may be able to detect that you yourself is not at that right mindset, yeah? So I totally agree with Farah. Take care of your well-being, understand your emotion first, before you can acknowledge and bring the families together. So let's have a simple activity. So Aimee is going to help me a little bit. And I think Dr. Said is passing around some papers if you need to scribble some things. And shortly, is a question ready, Aimee? The cards? Okay, can we have that? Before that, okay. So let's have some group activity. Now we want to find out what's your emotion, what's happening, not just up here in your mind, but certainly your heart, which is most important, your heart. So please identify first and foremost. So Dr. Said has given you some papers. Please scribble as big as you can. Please identify a particular scenario in the past. So just think of a particular event. I don't want you to think of all the many quarrels or all the many fun times. So it can be a scenario where you feel a lot of fun, a lot of heartwarming matters, or it can be a scenario where you felt really down, or it affected a lot of your family members. So just think of one scenario. Next, I want you to express your emotion based on a selection of cards. Okay, so what is it? Let's look at some cards. Next slide. Okay, for those of you who are sitting in front, you'll probably be able to see this. Perhaps I can get Dr. Said and Dr. Shahnaz. For each table, please give them one black card and one set of white card. So each table should have a set of black cards and a set of white cards. If it's not enough, because I think I only have 6 sets, so I call upon you. Come, you can, if you're into it, let's move closer. It's okay, move closer. But if you can see the deck in front here, then I want you to choose 3 cards, So choose any 3 black cards or a combination of black and white. You understand? So the first task is think of a scenario. Okay, think of a scenario. The second task is choose any 3 cards. Choose any 3 cards. It can be black or white, or it can be all black or all white. It's your emotion. Okay, so this is. So does everybody have? Okay. Okay. So it's okay. So if you could see, can you read? Can you see? Okay, let's go through the black cards. Choose. And then later on, I'll move on to the white cards. I know there's a lot of cards because there's a lot of emotion going on. Yeah. So the question is, do we choose a business-related scenario or a family-related scenario? It really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because sometimes something that you discuss at home with your siblings, bulk of it is about family, but maybe 20% of it is about a particular decision at the office. Right? So I want you to think of that particular scenario and how does it make you feel? Based on that scenario. So any 3 cards, a combination of black and white, or just black, or just white. Yeah. Can you see it? You can't. Yeah. Yeah. over here. Is it done? Done? You've chosen your cards? Or you could see? All right. Okay. If I can take this to the back. Manisa, do you need this? Oh. Okay, let's look at the white cards. Just in case you need to look at the white cards. Okay. I'll take this. Yeah, you can see. Okay, I'll pass it to the back. I think this group, sorry, yeah? Oh, you have it? Okay, now this is a black. Okay. Come back, yeah, okay. Okay. You could see? You could see? So choose any 3 cards, a combination of black and white, or just black, or just white. How does it make you feel? It's not how your siblings feel, not about how your mother feels. It's about how you feel. Yeah? This is about your emotion. Okay, I'm going to turn it back to the black cards, just in case you need to. Oh, are you looking at it? The white? No, okay. Okay. Back to the black cards, if you need to see the black cards. Okay, do you have all your 3 cards? Dato'? Okay? All right. So if you've gotten your cards, so very quickly, basically this is the cards in the box. But, time factor. We're not going to flip through the cards, but it's actually cards. Yeah, it's actually cards. So never mind. Okay, do we have it? You all found it? Some people are still looking at it. Yeah. So the next task, if you're still selecting your cards, it's okay. Let's move on to the next task. The next task is based on the chosen 3 cards. Based on the chosen 3 cards, draw a diagram and describe how you manage your relationship within your family business. So the question is, based on the selected 3 cards, draw a diagram and describe how you manage your relationships within your family business. Okay? Yeah, you can just scribble. Yeah. So how do you manage being anxious, unique, or doubt? Now, how do you manage that relationship with your families members? You can draw that. Yeah? Okay, I'll come back to you. Can. Boxes, faces. Okay? Yes, they are all related. Yes, correct. Scribble, draw. Yeah? Okay, or it can just be in your mind. That number 1 tu kan. All right. Are we all done? Yeah, you can elaborate it by notes or by simple diagram or happy faces or matchsticks. It doesn't matter. It's okay. It's how they interpret their, yeah. Anything, yeah? As long as you understand how you are managing your three cards emotion in terms of managing that relationship with your family members. Yeah? So there's no right and wrong. I just want you to consciously reflect on your emotion and then figure out how am I managing this emotion with my family members. Yeah? Okay? Are we done? Who would like to share? Again, there's no right or wrong. Yeah? Who would like to share? All right. So we have Kimberly Go from the Philippines. Third generation. Let's hear. Yeah? It's up to you. You can sit down.
I'll sit down while I explain my scenario in 3 adjectives. So one situation in the past that I faced with my family was, so I'm part of the 3rd generation in my family business, and there was some conflict between the 1st and the 2nd generation with discussing about buying the shares of another company. And they couldn't decide what the terms were, what, you know, how much they wanted to buy these shares for or how many shares. And this had been an ongoing conversation for, I think, at least a year. And at some point, one of my family members was like, Kim, I'm done. You figure this out. Can you talk to your other family members and find out how to move this forward? And I've done a lot of mediation and conflict resolution in my family. And so I understood why I was asked to do this. But I think my first emotion was annoyed because I was like, yes. I was annoyed because I was like, these people are older than me. They should know more. But I think after that, I was like, okay, maybe there's something that I can offer that other people in my family, like maybe it's not their skill set or they are having trouble with their emotions. So after that, I became more open-minded, which is the second word. So I was like, what can I offer here? Why was I asked to help? And then my third emotion was curious. So I was like, okay, what have you guys decided on so far? What does this family member want? What does this other family member want? Where do we agree and where do we disagree? And so what was interesting to me was going through this process, I realized they all wanted the same outcome, which was they all wanted to buy the shares, and they agreed on the number of shares that they wanted to buy. They just could not decide on the price. And so after that, we had a little bit of back and forth, and we were eventually able to settle on something. So yeah, annoyed, open-minded, and curious. That was the flow of emotions.
Kimberly. So annoyed, open-minded, and curious, right? So those are the 3 emotions. And as you said, it took time to discuss it with the family members, to understand what's going on, yeah, so that you yourself would be able to manage your emotion, right? And usually, if you're looking at your cards or what you've written, if you have chosen white cards, I just want you to reflect. How do I manage or cope this emotion so that next time I would be able to better manage my emotion when I'm being faced in the particular situation, right? So that's the white cards generally, right? If you've chosen black cards, chances are you want to see how you can promote those good emotion. Yeah, open-minded is a black card. So how do you continue to promote having that open-minded mindset, not just for yourself but for the family members, right? Okay, so thank you so much, Kimberly, for sharing that. Anybody else would like to share? Yeah, give her a big clap. Thank you, Kimberly. Anybody else would like to share? Yes, Amir. I'll come to Amir, then I go to Dato', eh? Okay. Okay, according to Amir, let's go to. Okay, go ahead.
Vix here. So
Yeah,
this incident was a disagreement about a strategy that we want to take for the company, and it was I chose all white cards actually.
All right, okay.
It was very uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable, and some more.
People were very anxious.
Anxious, okay.
And also were very impatient also.
Impatient, okay.
So all three, so we went through that process.
Tan Sri is going like. Okay, go ahead, Datuk.
So nothing turned out of the meeting. Okay, nothing
Okay.
turned out of the meeting. So after thinking of what you told me, so this is what I thought could have been done better.
Yeah.
So we could have set a time frame, so we can say it like 30 minutes or 1 hour on the discussion and nothing more than that. So people know there's a limited time frame. That's one of it. Another thing is setting the context rightly. That means I could have done better in setting the context, speaking to them earlier and say this is what we want to do and we are not going to go above that. So maybe that's one thing I could have done. And on a hindsight, maybe a mediator will be a better person, not me presenting, maybe a third person presenting it could be a better thing.
Okay.
So that's my thought.
All right, thank you so much, Datuk, for sharing that. Yeah, a difficult situation of having to make a decision. Nonetheless, as you mentioned, that on hindsight, right, the fact that what you could have done better, right, on hindsight. So I think that's the reflection. Yeah, and I'm glad that the session today gets you to, reflect on it. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
A lot of the time it's on hindsight.
Yes.
So one of the things that I have learned is let go and let lead.
Yes.
And once you've done that, I think most of the time hold your horses for a day or two.
Yeah.
Then after 2 days you realize maybe it wasn't too bad after all.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the key.
Thank you, Tan Sri, for sharing that. Yeah. So I guess again, it's always reflecting. Yeah. What you could have done better, but before you could do that, it's also very important to acknowledge the emotion. Yeah. I think at the end of the day, this masterclass together with Dr. Syed and Dr. Shahnaz is for us to, and also Farah, yeah, is for us to advocate that your emotion matters. And you need to acknowledge that as well, yeah, so that you can solve problems better, right? Okay, let's go back to Amir.
Thank you, Dr. Liliani. And I think the three choice of cards that I had related to me would be involved, inspired, and grateful. I think we grew up hearing, we're the second generation of the family business, so we grew up hearing the stories of my parents and the hardship they went through. So these are why I chose this. This is how I relate to the business. I felt that at a very young age, I wanted to be involved. And the reason was because I was inspired with his stories and my mother's stories and his partner, Mr. Joe, from childhood. And next thing is that I was grateful because of what he has done, change the dynamics of our family and our generations to come, and how do we continue this. But in a particular situation where I felt that I was I am still very attached, but now I can manage my emotions better.
Yeah.
At that time I wasn't able to do so, and I felt that I wanted to do so much to contribute to the organization, but it was a very challenging situation because of the age gap, the difference in understanding and looking at things, and executing the task. Example, like we wanted to move into food manufacturing and automation. And it was a very long journey, educating my board of directors why we should do this. But eventually it was fruitful, but I wish I could have had more, I would say, credibility. Maybe if I was an outsider that was appointed from a very experienced company, I would have had a higher voice that was to be heard. Yeah. So that is how we reflect on our journey through this business direction, and it took me a long time to get my partners or directors to be able to empower and give me the chance to lead and make the changes because of the emotional attachment they had. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, May, for sharing that. And it's very interesting that you said that now you're better able to manage your emotion because of maturity. Yeah, I wouldn't want to say it because you're older now. Yeah, because of maturity and wisdom. Yeah, and wisdom. Yeah, I think you've been with your family business for like what, 15 years already? 10, 15 years? Yeah, 10, 15 years already. Yeah, so that maturity and that wisdom allows you to, to be able to manage your emotion better. Right? Okay, wonderful. I just want to ask Farah if she would like to add anything else based on what we've heard from Kimberly, Dato, as well as Amir. Would you like to add anything else with regards to emotion? Okay. So, timekeeper is telling me that it's ready for, okay, she says we've got 5 more minutes, but I know Q&A is 10 minutes, right? So let's open up for Q&A so that we have more time to share with the Q&A. So, Dr. Shahnaz and Dr. Said, would you like to add anything else before we go to the Q&A?
Okay, thank you very much for your participation. And since we have seen different scenarios happened in different contexts, right? So, but I feel personally that the trust element is very, very important, right? So in the family context, since all the members, their main bonding is the trust. So even though the emotion is so negative, but you have to trust on your other siblings, on your other family members, that the decisions that have been proposed have some aspects, need to think from their aspect as well, because everyone has different approaches. Maybe you are the 3rd gen, but your 1st or 2nd gen, definitely they are different, and their experiences are different, right? So must acknowledge, must understand the perspective from where they're coming from, so it will be easy for you. But once there's a trust element is very important, especially in the context of family businesses, I must say they should be blindly trust. So the blind trust will lead towards the minimization of any tension or reduction of any negative emotions, right? So emotions are always positive, negative, but of course, once you trust someone, so then you will cool, you will calm down, and then you will think from their perspectives. So that will be easy to handle. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shahnaz. Dr. Said, you're fine? Or would you like to add? You're fine. Okay. Let's open up for questions. Yeah? All right. Can I have questions? Yeah, Amir has a question.
Sorry, Doctor. I have to ask this question because it's an interesting situation we're in right now where my brother has joined the family business and he's been with us now probably for 3-4 years. But there was a very interesting question by one gentleman earlier that he said he is the 2nd or 3rd sibling in the family that's involved in the family business. And particularly in many times, unfortunately, if you follow the hierarchy of things, the credibility or the decision making or the opinion is normally sought from the first or the eldest sibling in the family, which I think it was a very good point that was highlighted. I think between me and my sibling, we had that thing that we had to address as well, where it was very emotional, and then we had to validate the situation. So the situation was that he felt that there was lack of appreciation in his involvement, interest, opinion. Probably, again, as you said, you mature through age. Maybe right now he's feeling that way. Eventually, as he grows older, he wouldn't feel that way. But this is the point that I think between siblings, among us in this family business, model, in this family business model, there should be a very good understanding and leeway, even though it might cost you a bit expensive mistakes. Because that's what happened. We did believe in Empower and whatnot. There are great things we accomplished. My brother Afzal managed to bring back big business values to the business and organization. But at the same time, because we did not want him to feel inferior or otherwise feel like his values or his opinion does not matter, we did take a certain decisions in business that wasn't too fruitful. Yeah. But it was a learning curve for both parties. So that he knows it's not like we don't want to hear you out, but certain things, you have to hear us as well. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Amir. So that's a statement or a question? Okay. How? Okay. Yeah. Okay, I get you. Okay. All right. Okay. Can I take this? Okay. All right. So as you are saying that, my mind keeps on going back to May's presentation. And May talk about how important it is for siblings to get together, right? Get together, leave mom and dad behind. The siblings needs to bond, yeah, because like May said also, you don't really know your siblings until you really, really have deep conversation, deep, meaningful conversation. Because if it's just conversation, hi big sister, hi little sister, and then you meet up at events, kenduri or weddings or funerals, yeah? Hi, bye. Because everybody is busy. Whether you're working in the company or you are not working in the company but you have a stake in the company, yeah? Everybody's busy. So it's so important to commit to time, yeah, May? Yeah, commit that time together to have that conversation. And when you commit that time to spend together outside of the office, spend 1 or 2 days away, you will realize that you will actually have that deep conversation. And you begin to understand your siblings better. What are their aspirations? What are their personal goals? What do they want for themselves and for the family business? It is through this conversation privately somewhere is where, yeah, right? So conversation, yeah. So Farah, let's add.
I'm going to stand because I'm short, so you can't see me. Just sharing based on my own experience. I think because I'm a third child. Yes. And third child ni dia lain sikit lah kan. So, okay. I think it's a process that he's going through. He has to go through that process in order for him to learn. But, and this might not be a popular opinion to all, I think, I'm not sure if your company is run by mostly men, but generally men, they have to lower their ego. I'm serious. I think this is why. It's true. If you can just, lower your gaze, lower your ego, and try to understand each other better, I think that situation will be I think it will improve in time. Yes. Because I think I went through the same process. If you see the picture, right? My cousins, they are like much older than me. So I think I spent the first 10 years or more getting the, validation from them especially. Because to them, because as cousins, as siblings, we are very close. We're super, super, super close. So, but being siblings and cousins are different when you are working. And you must differentiate that, right? So, they see me as a small child, like, oh, this girl is big already. Okay, it's okay, let her learn, But after a while, then I think the respect comes naturally. The trust comes naturally. Yeah. So, 2 things. Men, lower your ego. Secondly, he has to be tough. That's all.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Tan Sri would like to ask something or add a comment.
She stood, so I'll also stand. Yeah, I just change because you say second or third. I'm the eldest, So I always find one is basically eldest, and number two is a very conservative culture end up domineering sometimes, but benevolent to domineering. Yeah, and sometimes that's not necessarily liked by the younger people today. So I think one of the things I totally agree with you is just lower your ego, don't be chauvinistic, get back. So one of the things that I have learned in life is once you let go, let them lead, just listen. And when you remain silent, you hear so much more. That's the first thing, yeah, that's the first thing. And I've always found that as an elders, you have a responsibility, but most of the time we assume that responsibility. It doesn't have to be. And so I had a friend of mine who ran one of the largest corporations, and he always used to say that he took his children for granted, right? And of course, I have one big disappointment in life. I think my mother was my greatest advisor. She never went to school, but she had the best ideas. And now I always think that my children will come to me and listen to me because I went to Harvard. But they always go and listen to the mother. And I always wonder what is so special about the mother. And it used to bug me for a long time. But then I realized maybe that's the nature of life. So you just have to be empathy. And I think just listen, and like what you say is just eat your ego sometimes. And I think that will go a long way to help our relationships. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Tan Sri Palan, for that. Okay, I think that is wisdom. That is wisdom. Thank you so much for sharing that. You know, I just stood there and, listen. Yeah, and I do appreciate you said that, if we talk less and listen more, so much that we learn, yeah, and we understand of others. Thank you, Tan Sri. Anybody else? Yes, I've got one question back there.
Hello, I'm Rogaya from the Skinny Bakers. Actually, I owned the company is just my daughter and myself. But what I would like to just give a word to Tan Sri. Thank you. I appreciate for you going down your ego. But I advise for a mother, yes, my children really listen to us. But the best part is, as a father or a husband, you can always talk to your wife so that your wife can relate to the children. Right? Thank you.
Again, words from the wise man. Thank you. Thank you for that feedback, Puan. Yeah. Anybody else would like to ask a question, add more to this conversation we're having? Yeah. Other than, what I hear, conversation, trust. Yeah, mothers are right. Yeah. Okay, come, Nick.
Assalamualaikum everybody and good afternoon. It's one thing about the generational gap of parents, children, parents perception. Lowering your gaze is one of them. Lowering your gaze as a son or as a parent towards the children towards the parents, as a elder brother towards the younger brother, sister. Older generation, the hierarchy that we've discussed. But I just want to add something to this that as children, one thing. When you were growing up, your parents is the Superman. They're the superwoman, super daddy, super father, super mother. They can do anything. But the realization, as you grow older, you realize bit by bit, and then there will come a point in time where you start to realize that your parents are not actually superwoman, super man, super. They have their weaknesses also. But one thing I don't know, is something that I always keep on contemplating about this thing is that I keep on advising my brothers about this. I said that when you realize that your parents are not superwoman, superman, and then this thing, that realization once you get to settle yourself with that feeling, then only you know that, oh, there are things that I need to betulkan in this business. Maybe something because my parents didn't notice about this. They were so busy on, getting business, growing the business and business, but never really having this plan for the children on this part before this, they were just getting the money, provide for the family, getting the money, provide for the family. But the succession plan is not really there. And then you start to blame the parents, oh, why they didn't do this, they didn't do that. They're not Superman. As I said, they don't have these superpowers that they can do everything. Their mindset at that point of time, struggling, balik rumah, don't have electric in the house. That was my parents lah. No electrics in the house, no water. Go all the way from Ampang, driving to my auntie's house, borrow some money just to pay the bills. This struggle. They just need to know that they need to provide food for their children. So if they don't have this thing in line, nak buat succession plan ke, they don't have this thing, why they don't have, kenapa dia tak plan for the cucu-cucu also, it's not their fault. For me, it took me some time to realize that my parents is not these people, but at least I need to appreciate their sacrifice on that side. And by having that sacrifice, it's making this person right here, right now, second gen, semua ni, Farah also, I can see my friend Amir over there. The second gen I see is, kita kesian juga on ourselves in a way, because, at such a young age, we were exposed to this business of life where, nowadays, madam, sorry, I just share, now it's viral about old money, right? Something about old money. New money, people's money, or something money lah. But what they don't see is that this generation, the second generation, sometimes we sacrifice our childhood, the fun side of it, because we were exposed to this business at such a young age. The responsibility, the work ethics, old money people, yang viral too, they learn nothing. In this room right here, I noticed, at a young age, they already have this, grind face, they orang dah tahu work hard, this work ethic, because our first generation taught us that. So I really appreciate meeting everybody here today, because Alhamdulillah, thank you so much, everybody, Bina Favo, because I know that I'm not alone lah, rupanya facing all this problem. Everybody also face the same problem. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Anybody else would like to share? Okay, sure, King. So, just 1 minute, sorry. Again, it's always me, listening, and then, I get lost in my thoughts. but I just wanted to comment about Nick. Yeah, Nick was my student back then when I was teaching, and I guess he keeps on mentioning that. Ame was also, my ex-student many years ago when I was teaching. So personally, Fikri was also my student. King was also my student, yeah. But at the end of the day, I guess it's really, really nice to hear, that you, all of you, yeah, you went through your education, you had your challenges, with your parents, with the business, and also with me in class back then, yeah. But it's so heartwarming to hear that, yeah. So thank you, Nick, for joining us this time, and I hope to see you more next year and the year after. Okay, let's listen to King. I'm sorry, King. There you go.
Hi everyone, I'm King. So basically, I'm not in my family business, but for some reason. But I just want to add on to what actually Nick has shared, which I think it really makes sense to everyone here, because we have different generations. We have children, we have Gen 2, Gen 3, and we even have parents. So for me, I think the empathy that Tan Sri has mentioned just now is actually about the generational empathy, because in terms of empathy, what the incumbents are actually thinking and also what the successors are actually thinking are different. Just like also what May has also mentioned, it's very different, the legacy, right, definitions. So what we can actually see is everyone is the first-time mother, everyone's the first-time father, everyone is the first-time child in this life. So when we are actually giving this opportunity to learn how to deal with our family, the relationship itself plays a very big role. Of course, there are a lot of people who mention that without business, the family couldn't be a family business. But if the family-centric values are there, I think a business can easily succeed and also sustain for a very, very long time. Thank you.
Thank you, King. The word empathy, of course, Tan Sri, you mentioned about empathy and, validated by King. But more and more reason, especially nowadays, we really need to take a step back, listen, just empathize, have that empathy. I think the world needs more empathy. And I'm glad that I'm hearing a lot of empathy. The word empathy being spoken. Okay. Anybody else? One last. Okay, May, come.
I just want to say that, no matter what generation you're from, where you're at, but you come so far, and you have to acknowledge and give yourself a big round of applause for every single one of you, to be where you are today. Of course, our parents, did a lot for us, but I think you must also acknowledge your own hard work. And most importantly, I think for emotion, I think it's very important to accept all sort of emotion. Accept your emotion, accept your parents' emotion, and your family emotion, good or bad. They are just part of you. But once you are able to accept the bad emotion or good emotion, and that's only you can really truly let go. And then that's where the Zen come in, right? And then that's where you won't be so easily triggered. We are triggered sometimes. It's not about what people say to you or do things to you. It's because of yourself have certain maybe past trauma or emotional issue that whatever that person say has triggered you. And then maybe that's where you need to sit in, understand where this trigger comes from. And everyone can do that in your family. I think it's a very harmonious meeting all the time. So, but it's everyone's journey, but everyone also put a lot of effort into that. Yeah, thank you.
I just wanted to just say one word that she used just now, which was acknowledge. And I realize that sometimes we forget to acknowledge the contributions of others in the family. So I really think if we can all say, wow, you did a wonderful job, thank you so much. I think that goes a long way to build the harmony. I don't know how many of us parents have said that and how many of the children have told the father. Just remember, just go up to your father and say, wow, Dad, I'm so proud of you, you did a great job. Or you could just go and maybe your dad, being an old-timer, will say, what's wrong? What have you done wrong? But I really think that we have to appreciate and acknowledge. And I think that goes a long way to build relationships. Thank you.
Thank you, Tan Sri, for that input. Wow. We're almost done. Okay, I just want to wrap up. Maybe if I can get Farah, I'll come back to you, but maybe you can just give one final wrap up. And between Dr. Syed and Dr. Shahnaz, you want to wrap up first? Just a big wrap up before we end it.
Yes. So I will want to do the quick wrap up. Before that, I will pass it to Ms. Farah. So I think that is very important. Just now we listened about ego and emotions and all these things, right? So in the context of Asian family businesses, when we talk about especially about the emotions, but I feel from the Asian perspective that females, they have more emotions. Maybe you have, and maybe that's why the Tan Sri has mentioned that the children, they listen to their mothers more as compared to the fathers, because we are naturally very emotional creatures, right? So we become very emotional. So this is something which could be positive, but again, in the context of family businesses, especially you are taking the leadership role, it could sometimes may have the negative impact. So have to control your emotions, especially if you becoming so much emotional towards one of your, children, because we mothers, we sometimes do favoritism among our children. Someone is maybe doing very well, and we start comparing against the others, so the other will be demotivated. So in that case, I think the females, they need to control their emotions. So it could have the positive impact, and it could improve the collaboration and the relationship among the members. Yeah. So yes, Ms. Farah, any input?
I think generally, family business is all about managing the hearts of the people. So we will learn that over time, and I think on top of that, you've got to be mentally and emotionally strong to strive. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you, Farah, for that. Dr. Syed, you like to add? Just one last one?
Okay, thank you. So yes, men are born with these kind of egoistic thing. We need to eat the egos, what the Tanstri says. And at the end, that we need to also take care when the boys are born, and then they are told that you are not supposed to cry. Boys don't cry, because boys has emotion. So this kind of, preaching should be stopped at the early age, so that family relationship can grow up, because boys don't cry, so that makes them something else. So rather than, we should be equally treating, and I see, and what Dr. Shana says, in the Asian context, children are being compared. So comparison makes somebody inferior, somebody superior, and that really creates the conflicts in the family. So bonding relationship is so important, what Mr. Dean has stated in the morning. So it should have a harmony in the family, so that a family legacy can be carried on for ages after ages. Thank you.
Okay. So with that, thank you so much for your kind participation for Masterclass A, being held by Dr. Shahnaz Tahsin, together with Dr. Syed Munirul from Sunway University, Sunway Business School, and certainly from Farah Husamuddin, our Generation 2 from Kumpulan Karangkraf. Thank you. Give them a big round of applause. On to you, Bob.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. So both class has completed their... So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So the time is now 3:30. Our next session is at 3:45. And our... Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed with the presentation of token of appreciation to our masterclass speakers for both Class A and Class B. So with that, I'd like to call upon Mr. Saif Haider Rizvi, Chief Sustainability Officer of Softtech 360, to present the token of appreciation to our masterclass speakers. So we'll begin with the session A first. So please be on stage, Mr. Saif Haider Rizvi, Chief Sustainability Officer, Softtech 360. So for masterclass speaker, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Farah Husamuddin, Group CEO of Sinar Karangkraf. So Madam Farah, please remain on stage for our group photo afterwards. So next, please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Shahnaz Tahsin, Sunway Business School. Thank you. Next, please welcome Dr. Syed Munirul Hussain, Sunway Business School. Thank you very much. Dr. Lilani, to join them for a group photo. So please join for a group photo. Right, thank you very much. Can we give one big round of applause to our session A masterclass speakers? Thank you very much. Now for presenting the token of appreciation for masterclass speakers for session B, I would like to call upon Dr. Moha Yusof, President Prima Alam Technologies, as our main sponsor. Dr. Moha. So Dr. Moha Yusof will present the token of appreciation to our masterclass speakers for session B. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Saliza Abdullah of BG Capital Holdings. Our masterclass speaker for session B. Thank you. Please remain on stage. So next, please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Ong Jin Wei, Multimedia University, MMU. Thank you, and please welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Muhammad Fairuz Abdul Rahim, Multimedia University, MMU. All right, one for the album. A group photo. Thank you very much. Can we give one big round of applause to our masterclass speakers for session B? Right, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our final panel session. Our panel session, Stewardship and Encouraging Innovation of the Next Generation. So first and foremost, I would like to call upon our moderator. For this session, it will be moderated by Dr. Eric Ballan. Dr. Eric Ballan's forte is in international economics and global strategic management. His primary research centers around the progress of China's Belt and Road Initiative and the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. He has authored 3 books on the subject of city development and economic efficiencies. As the CEO of Asiatech, he works on catalyzing the R&D and C&I ecosystem through research commercialization, bridging innovation and technology to opportunities presented by trade agreements. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Eric Ballan, our moderator. So next, please welcome our panelists. Kimberly Goh is the AVP of her family business and third generation member. She has 6 years of experience building consensus across generation while managing conflict and breaking through deadlock project. Recently, she led a governance initiative for her family business and was awarded the Family Firm Institute FFI Fitzpatrick and Francis Family Business Continuity Foundation Scholarship. She has received FFI dual certificates in family business and wealth advising and completed the Bowen Continuing Studies program. Kimberly was previously a consultant at Premier Family Business Consulting and has spoken at family business conferences worldwide, including the UBS Next Gen Academy, about intergenerational communication strategies and being a member of Next Generation. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kimberly Goh. Our next panelist, Salmi Nadia Muhammad Hilmi. Salmi Nadia, appointed as the Group Managing Director and Group Chief Executive Officer of Hitech Padu Berhad in April 2024, has been instrumental in steering the company towards significant advancement in technology, digital infrastructure and public service innovation. Under her visionary leadership, Hitech secured major projects including the revamp of the JPJ digital system and National Integrated Immigration System NIISE project, reinforcing the company's pivotal role in national digital transformation. Next, please welcome Brian Su. Brian Su is the Chief Innovation Officer at the firefighter industry, one of Malaysia's oldest fire safety company. And next, please welcome Dr. Sivapalan Vivekaraja. Dr. Siva is an investor, mentor, author, ecosystem builder, and popular speaker. As Senior Partner of Scale Up Malaysia Accelerator, He has invested in 35 pre-series A startup and individually as an angel in 16. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to your panelists and moderator. With that, over to you, Dr. Eric.
Thank you. And good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very big panel, so you can assume a lot of conversation will happen from here. The topic given to us, stewardship of and encouraging innovation in the next generation today. We'll be exploring a little bit of how family business and non-family business come together to overcome challenges with regards to innovation. That's the topic that we want to speak to about today. So we know that innovation is vital, but it's not without any challenges. It comes with a truck full of challenges on its own, especially when it comes within the family wanting to innovate, where the balance between tradition and transformation is delicate. We'll dive into a common obstacle in fostering innovation, discuss strategies to align family values, and at the same time try to have an understanding of where will innovation lead with regards to family legacy. So without further ado, it's going to be a long conversation. We are hoping to get members of the floor to also share as well. But I want to start off first with Dr. Siva. You've been mentoring a lot. You've been around a lot with regards to businesses, family, non-family. You've seen how innovation have evolved over the many years and so on and so forth. Let's start off with the common challenges, common pitfalls. What do you actually see? What has been learned so far? And with regards to fostering innovation, how does that take shape?
Thank you very much, Dr. Eric. I'm happy to be here. I'm the only one that's not from a family group. I am the family because I started a business myself. My father was a railway man, and he was very upset that I didn't join the railways. So that would have been a family business if I had. In terms of innovation, maybe a little bit of background about me. I have been working in the technology innovation space for 25 years. I have worked with and mentored more than 1,000 startups, more than 3,000 entrepreneurs. I have also made about 56 investments to date, all in startups and 99% in technology. There were one or two exceptions. So I've been working a lot with them. I've also worked with all the government agencies, MDEC, Meranti, Cradle, and so on. I think the way I look at innovation is most of the real major innovation is actually done by entrepreneurs who are not within family groups or within corporates. So it's the startups of the world that actually do all of these kind of innovations. And if you want to talk about out-of-the-box innovation, it's normally done by startups who are not within corporates or family groups. The reason for that is simple. Firstly is within corporates and family groups, anyone that's working there, whether staff or founders or co-founders, there's this thing about biases. You're always biased through the experiences that you have working in the company and so on. Then there's, of course, the corporate structure, the red tape that's built all around corporates, which makes it really hard for you to be innovative. The innovation that we have seen, I even train university lecturers and professors on innovation that's commercializable, right? I've just done one recently as well. And the kind of innovation we see from corporates is mostly incremental innovation. That means small innovations on existing products and services and so on. The real out-of-the-box innovations only happens with startups who are not bound by all these, these borders that they're stuck in or boxes that they're stuck in. And we see that happening all over the world. So that's why you see even the best technology companies no longer are as innovative with their own products. And if they want something new, they acquire the startups. So you have seen this happening with Google and Facebook and all of these guys, right? People like Facebook and Google have thousands of technologies working for them, and yet they only do incremental innovation. So what I've seen is that, and it is my belief really that, if family businesses and corporates, if they are truly into innovation, and if they really want to have more innovation within the business with new products, new services, and so on, the only way to do that is, one, work with startups, invest in startups, acquire startups who already have those technologies, but acquisition has its own problems as well, of course. And the other thing is that's becoming a lot more popular these days is to get involved in venture capital funds. So for example, now the government is promoting corporate venture capital, so that the corporates will actually either set up their own fund, should be managed by the private sector, of course, or invest in funds that are already out there that are managed by the private sector. Then you have access to all the companies that the funds invest in, and those that are strategic for you, for example, to your business, or if you want the talent, the technology, or the market, then you can go and either acquire them or work with them a little bit more. And that's how real innovation with large corporates and family groups are done in the rest of the world as well. We don't see as much of that happening here in Malaysia. So, I'm a strong advocate of trying to get more of those things done as well.
Right, right.
So it's a long answer to a short question.
Just a little bit more, then I'll come to Kimberly. With the startups that you mentor, many of them will come from family as well. Many of them will come from a bunch of friends coming together to push their innovation forward. What do you see as far as differences there and the disparity between family values and at the same time among friends? How do they actually move those innovations? What kind of issues do you actually foresee that happening?
So I've worked with more than 1,000 companies, right? 3,000 entrepreneurs. And I've invested in so many as well. Actually, I don't see them staying with the family to do this. All of them. I wouldn't say all maybe, but 90% of them would leave the family and go and set this up on their own.
Right.
The families might fund them. So very often, they will get some money from the family, even uncle, auntie, and so on. But they leave, they get their own group of people, their friends or whoever it is, to get a small team that starts it up. But almost none of them do this within the family group, except maybe with some funding from the family. So I've not really actually seen that.
Okay, right. Now, Kimberly, I just want to ask you, once upon a time, you come from a startup family. 3 generations ago, I assume that's how the family started and it grew from there. And now you are in 3rd generation of the business. With regards to fostering innovation, from where it was to where it's going to be and heading towards further down the future, what's the challenges that you're facing right now? What's the common issue that you're seeing generation after generation, and assume that the same problem will then prolong to the next generation to come?
Yeah, so I think in my experience, the main challenge is communicating with the older generation what the innovation is and why it's needed and how it will help the family business. Because oftentimes, so I work with my grandparents and my parents. My grandfather did not grow up with cell phones, with the internet, and now it's what everyone uses. So it's natural that he doesn't understand the digital age. He doesn't understand like cryptocurrency or blockchain technology. And so being able to convey that information to the older generation takes a lot of time. I think when I first started in my family business, I was very eager to do things, just hit the ground running. But over time, I've realized that for true change and for true maybe like innovation to actually be implemented, it takes a lot of time to change minds. And this is even for your managers or for your employees, especially if you're coming in as kind of, I don't want to say a foreigner, but if you're new and you don't know the people that well, then it takes time to build that trust and those relationships first.
Right. Do you think, I just want to ask a little bit, from High-Tech Padu's point of view, echoing what Dr. Siva said, that over the many years, it's incremental changes for innovation. 30 years in the business, you are 2nd generation. Do you see that incremental being as part of fostering innovation and that challenges on that sort?
I actually experienced it myself. When my father started the business 30 years ago, the focus of the company was to digitize the system for immigration and also JPJ. That's how he started the whole thing through an MBO from PNB into PNB IT and become High-Tech Padu Berhad. So over the years, the company has been focusing on system development, application development, managed services and whatnot. But moving into a technology era, it evolved so fast. Hence, innovation need to be instilled throughout. But to actually change the mindset of the people that this business would not sustain forever, and to start instilling new things. It is the biggest challenge that I've faced so far. But if we keep on telling them that this is the way to go, and we keep on advising and start to change few things, how we do things, how we instill things, how we do our businesses, that will eventually change the whole mindset. Because what we want to change is not just the offer to the customer, but also the mindset of the people in the company, the board of directors, and also the people around us. And it requires a lot of effort, to be frank. So innovation is something that is very difficult. It's easy to say, difficult to do. But if you know how to do it, you will find something out of it.
Okay. In the firefighting business, do you see these common issues and challenges?
The thing about fire safety is that it's boring, lah. Right? We are the first company to actually go on e-commerce.
So fire has not innovated itself over the years?
Unfortunately not,
No.
but there is a new type of fire out there.
Okay.
Not to scare everyone who drives an EV car here, but EV fires are self-sustaining. Even if you put it in water, it will still have a fire because it creates its own fire. Fire has been innovated.
Okay. All right.
But in the business, I think a lot of people think that innovation could be expensive, right? Hire an R&D team, create a new product, go through regulations, get all the certifications. But innovation can be as simple as innovation of how products are acquired. For example, for us, e-commerce is so common now.
Right.
But we actually got on Lazada 2015, 2014. Back then when people were trying, Lazada wanted people to join their platform. They had to meet me in my office to convince me to put our product on Lazada. That was how early we were in the game. Then the next innovation we did was innovation in marketing, right? Back in the day, marketing could be on magazines, newspapers, billboards, very expensive. But then when Facebook came along, right, one view can be as little as 1 cent. But you needed to know how to use these tools.
Right.
And at that time, because my company is cheap, it's a family business, so I had to do everything myself. So innovation was quote unquote free, just pay me.
Right. But where is it going, the challenges now, taking innovation forward, where is it heading towards?
So now we are looking into regulation, right?
Okay.
So we were looking at a solution for EV car fires 3 years ago. Back then, there was probably less than 1,000 EV cars on the road. Right now, I think as of last month, we sold 14,000 EV cars in Malaysia. A lot more than last year. Whole of last year was about 10,000 if I'm not mistaken. So right now we are looking to regulate that space.
Right.
Because you may not feel it now, but an EV car, if it catches fire in a car park, right, indoor car park, it may burn down the whole building, and it has.
Right.
It's burned down 100 cars in Korea, one EV car. It just spread to 100 cars.
Right. Okay. Now, on still sticking to the point of challenges, I just want to expand a little bit. I'm going to read the second question here out verbatim here. It says that, how can family businesses balance traditional family values with modern business decision with regards to fostering innovation? How do you actually do that? Third generation, second generation, and how do you actually break the mold and say that, hey, look, it's time to move on, and what are the challenges from that? Any one of the panelists who wants to take this up?
I think I'll take this question. So from my personal experience, for me to convince my dad to start going into digital is quite a challenge. Perhaps number one is maybe it's not something that he does. Maybe it's not something that he is familiar with. But to actually get him on board with the idea is the first hurdle for me. And the second one is to get the board of members on board. Therefore, it is the first thing that you need to do if you want to instill innovation is how much do you believe in it?
Right.
If you believe it so much, that is how you're going to convince them. But if you are halfway there, then the moment the older generation start asking questions and you can't answer, then that's it. So that is my experience on how I started. And the moment they are on board, then everything else will follow the rest. Yeah.
Right. Dr. Siva, just to echo from her, with the many that you have seen, they bring their own values, own culture, own understanding, and own ego, so to speak. How do you break that? How do you then tell them, let's move on, break this mindset and this silo to then foster innovation?
So if you look at startups, for example, because it's always a new team that comes together, right? Many of them actually, have been friends, maybe they went to school together and stuff like that. Many of them come together and do this. In the first few years, maybe even for the first 5, 7 years, nobody even bothers about culture because it's about survival. It's about building a product, it's understanding your customer problems, building a product, getting the product to market, pricing it correctly, making some money, and so on. And very often they struggle with cash flows and all of those issues, right? So when all of those problems are there, values become secondary. So most of them don't even think about it. But I now have a lot of companies that are already fairly mature. They're like 7, 8, 10 years. And I noticed that when there's that level of maturity of the company, and the founders are also at that level of maturity, that's when they all start talking about, let's build a culture in the business, let's talk about culture, let's talk about values. Now they talk about being mission-driven and all of those things, right? So I think it always takes some time before they get to that spot. But by the time they get there, in the 7, 8, 9, 10 years, they have already built a culture without realizing that they're doing this. They've already built a culture, good or bad. And if it's bad culture, then it becomes quite difficult to break that bad culture. Because founders say, we should be doing this, but we're not. It becomes really hard to break it. But there's really no solution to that, because if in the beginning you tell them talk about culture, they're not interested. I don't even know if I'll survive next year. Right. Why worry about culture? And because most startups are like that, they leave the family and they do it on their own, they have to figure the culture as they go along somewhere down the line. There's actually some people doing training and all on culture. Startups are actually not interested still. Right. So it takes some time before that happens. Maybe some maturity that happens. There are some startups with good mentors. So some of them have good mentors. Some of them have investors, like venture capital investors and so on. So normally when institutional investors get involved in the company by investing, then they will start looking at, you need to maybe look at your culture, but maybe starting with governance, then going into culture, then going into looking after your staff and your people and things like that. That's when it actually starts to happen. And that normally happens maybe 5, 6, 7 years down the road. Right. So it is important, but not at the very early stages, probably at the later stages.
That's very interesting. Now, Kimberly, on that note, the business started with a different culture. You are 3 generations down, you have a different culture on your own. Would it be safe to assume that what Dr. Siva said, you as a new generation, culture is not that important as you grow your business? Or do you still fall back to the culture of the past to give you that guidance? How do you actually manage that?
Yeah, I don't know if our culture is that different, maybe in terms of speaking out. Our culture is a bit more open. I think my grandparents' culture and my father's culture, they didn't really disagree openly. Maybe behind closed doors they would disagree. But in my generation, we're much more comfortable about talking about our issues in the open. But with the point about traditional values and modern business decisions and innovation, when I think about my grandfather and what he did, and also this is to Doc Siva's point, he was kind of explaining how there are different types of innovation, and true innovation is really creating, going from 0 to 1. What our family is doing is more going from 1 to 100, let's say, because we're building on top of something that's already been established. And that's not to say you can't, tweak things here and there, introduce new product lines, or even acquire new businesses. But our grandfather has that DNA of going from 0 to 1, and then he even branched out from to other businesses. So I think in our family, when we innovate or when we want to create something new, we are actually calling upon that DNA that my grandfather has, which was starting his own thing. So for me, it's a lot about framing. I wrote down there like 3 things that has helped me personally in conveying, new business decisions to my grandparents and parents. I think the first is information. A lot of the times when the older generation kind of say no to a decision, it's because they don't fully understand what that new thing or product or innovation is. So giving them more information and really being patient and humbling yourself, we talk about the ego, and explaining to them what exactly this is. And this takes multiple conversations, especially if it's something new. It's not just like one dinner, this is what it is, they've got it. No, this takes sometimes months, sometimes years. So information is really important. The second is trial. So sometimes if my parents or grandparents are kind of conservative, they're like, this seems very risky, I'll suggest like, why don't we try this out for, let's say 6 months. Let's just invest a little bit of money, see how it goes, and we can use that information to decide whether or not we want to pursue it or invest more capital. So that really helps. It's about risk mitigation, I think. And then the third point is asking for their opinion. So in my experience, when I invite them into the process, decision-making process, and I say, look, based off of our business and what is happening in the current market, in my analysis, I think this is what we should do. What do you think? What are the pros and cons from your experience and your perspective? And actually incorporating their suggestions actually creates more buy-in for them. And that way, if the thing goes successfully, then you can say, well, it's because you gave me that advice. And so that also helps increase the morale for everyone.
Right. So with regards to sticking to the tradition, you as the third generation, the second generation will then still be watching over you, so to speak. But will the first generation, or have you experienced the first generation coming to you and said, hey, you can't do this, you can't do that, you got to follow the norms? Or do you have this upper hand by yourself to say that, yes, I can actually move and mobilize things on my own?
Well, I think I'm not sure if I'm lucky or not with this regard, but a lot of parents I hear or grandparents, they will kind of say something encouraging, but then actually not support you. In my experience, they'll kind of berate you. They'll be like, this decision does not make sense, but I will support you. And so I think I'm lucky in the sense that with my grandparents, even if they disagree, they'll let us try, and if we fail, then we fail, and if we succeed, then we succeed.
I would assume it's very different for you, Brian, because first generation is still behind you. And I would assume that they're still breathing down your neck to actually see what's going on and what you actually want to innovate and so on. Yeah. She has a buffer in between. How do you actually mitigate and move along the lines of innovation, especially when it comes to tradition and culture?
Right, yeah, so you have your parents as a buffer. I'm the buffer myself. But maybe a bit of background, because I think I'm very much more into the startup space where you just move fast, break things, you fail fast, and then you do things first, then you say sorry if it doesn't go well.
Don't ask for approval, ask for forgiveness.
Yes, exactly that. So I've been actually using that quite often when we push out new products or when we launch something. I didn't go through them. They sort of find out later on that it's doing well.
Right.
But when they see a cost in their balance sheet and where's the ROI, then then I have to say sorry lah. But most of the time, I'll do it first, but I will have that buffer as well, right? So I think someone mentioned that the car park, you have to show your dad that people are using credit cards in front of him, that people are using credit cards or e-payments, right? Instead of just cash. So I think it's very important to understand the generation above you, how do they work?
Right.
And a lot of times the older generation want to see it in their face, that it's happening in front of your face. So a lot of times I'll just send TikTok videos to my dad on some certain technology.
Okay.
Because he will send me back TikTok videos too. It's like, he always asks me, is this true or is this AI? Because he cannot tell the difference between what is AI generated and what is real.
So in a way, you use social media as your buffer lah. I give you this, you give me that, you teach me this, you teach me that. Okay, then we come to an agreement over there.
Yep.
Does it work the same case with you and the father in High Tech Padu? Because 30 years ago, decision was so different. 30 years now that you are making a decision is also so different. Traditional, does it disturb traditional values?
I think what makes High Tech Padu as great as today is the values that we carry, the value that my father has instilled within the staff. Trust and the most important thing is that he knows that his people will deliver. However and wherever, they will deliver. That's number one. And for me, my buffer is still my father. I still seek advice from him, and I still see him as the person who is wise, that can advise me, although it's something that I needed, the latest thing that he might not have encountered yet, but perhaps that is something that I still value, which is how he sees it. Although sometimes I try to do first and ask for forgiveness later, but I have this something within me that I feel that before I really proceed, I will get his blessing. So that is something that I still value from him. But what pushed me for pushing the company further is thinking if he's not around. Because the company is built by him, and I am continuing his legacy. And I keep on asking for his advice, what he thinks is best for the company and the value that he has instilled in the organization. But the thing that I'm afraid of is, what if he's not there?
Right.
Is the company ready? So that is my drive for pushing the company towards innovation that doesn't rely on him, but it relies on the strength of the company, what it can push, and how can the people out there value other than him as a person.
Right. I just want to pick a little bit on that and expand, and maybe any of the panelists could just jump in as well. On the note of legacy and innovation heading towards down the future, my second generation is 4 years old. And the only thing that my little 4-year-old cared about is SpongeBob and nothing else. So there's no way that I can actually give and tell and say, look, you got to take it over what I'm actually doing and everything. That's not going to work. I do not know where that legacy is going to happen, but you guys have got that. On that note of innovation and legacy and where is it headed towards to, how are you actually driving it? How are you actually maintaining that legacy with innovation? Anyone?
Can I just add something
Sure.
else to this? Yeah, I think the classic case of a family not accepting an innovative second generation is Anthony Tan and the Tan Chong family, right? So even until today, Anthony Tan has said he has still not spoken to his father since his father disowned him and he left. And if you look at what he has achieved, Grab is now worth 20 billion US dollars. Tan Chong Motor is 3 billion ringgit. Now, had he accepted Anthony's foray into becoming an entrepreneur and said, son, go ahead and do it, I will back you up, Tan Chong Motors might be the one that's owning half of Grab. Instead, he not just lost his son, but he lost a huge opportunity. And I think this is a story worth telling to the first and second generation, because innovation is already changing the world, and any company that does not innovate will disappear from the face of this earth somewhere down the line, no matter what business you're in. And if you look at what's happening with AI and stuff like that, a lot of new changes are coming. But I think, the previous generation or 2 generations might think that something is going to happen, but might not know how dangerous that level of happening is.
Yeah.
And then this is where I think, these generations have to be really steadfast in your belief. You really need to tell them that this change is going to happen. Innovation needs to happen. If we don't do it, this company that you founded will not exist on the face of this earth 10 years from now. And I truly believe that to be the case. So I think, it is really important, and use the stories of Anthony Tan and Tan Chong and stuff like that. Not everybody is going to be a $20 billion US company, but there are many companies that will go on to surpass the family companies. And, I think the next generation should emphasize this to the past generations.
Yeah. So this comes in nicely with the third question that I have with regards to legacy and innovation. What's the fear that you have? What's the fear with legacy and what's the fear to innovate?
I think I've answered that earlier. My biggest fear is whether or not I can continue the thing that my father has built for the last 30 years. My fear is that whether or not the people will still value the company as what it is in the future without him around. Because Hi-Tech Padu Berhad is built under the name of Datuk Sri Mohamad Hilmi, which is the one who actually digitized the government system. And to continue that legacy and doing something new, instilling innovation, instilling digital products, it is something that everybody is doing it. So whether or not my generation and the next generation will be able to carry that brand, that name, and that value that my father has created for the last 30 years and moving forward towards, So for me, legacy, continuing a legacy, the fear, my biggest fear is actually whether the company will be valued as high as it is today.
Right.
Yeah.
I do not know whether you have a generation 3 or generation 4 upcoming in the family, but assuming there is, then how do you want to uphold or pass on that value and that common challenge that we spoke about just now, and again, fostering innovation of their time for years to come? How do you manage and want to balance all that interdependencies?
I think it's very important to define what legacy is for the founders. I think that's what Meets mentioned just now previously in her session, in our masterclass. Legacy is very different for everybody. In my family business, both my parents are in there, but my mom respects my dad's decision regardless of what it is. And legacy is not something they've really spoken about yet, but he does want to maintain the brand of the company. However, there's also the other part, which is the soft side, which is the family side, right? Is there a legacy for the family? And is there a legacy for the business? Are they the same or are they not the same? When I first came in the company, I asked my dad a very simple question. I asked him, when I'm in the office, am I a son or an employee? He thought about it for 1 second and just said, you're both. So now in the office, he still calls me a boy.
Right.
And if my brother is there, both of us will just turn back and look at him because we're both our boys. In the beginning, it was quite difficult to understand that. But over time, it's because, I've been in the business since I was 4, right? I was sticking stamps in exchange for McDonald's nuggets because I like food. That was my payment. So I think there's not much of a fear of legacy, but more of how do we continue a legacy if there is a legacy from the founders? And what exactly is that legacy in the first place?
Right. You see, I think there's some degree that questions like these are quite unfair, because if none of us are able to predict what are we going to have for lunch next Thursday, then it's going to be difficult to even plan out what's going to happen with the family. But nevertheless, you've got to do so for risk management, for whatever purpose may be. 4th generation, how is the family preparing for them in terms of value, interdependencies, and so on?
Yeah, so I think for me, and to first answer your earlier question, which was what fear do I have, because we're in the 3rd generation, and thankfully we're focused among my siblings, so we don't really interact with our cousins because they have their own family business and we don't share ownership. So I think my fear is my relationships with my siblings going south because we can't agree on a direction for the family business. And I am the middle child of 5, and so I'm kind of right smack dab in the middle, and it's a pretty big age gap. Like my oldest sibling is 32 and my youngest sibling is 17, and I feel a big responsibility in terms of managing the relationships. And so to sort of prevent any sort of relationships going awry, I had this like really steadfast belief that, you know, we should really try to plan for the future, we should really talk about succession, and we should really do as much as we can to build relationships now so that in the future, if our parents are gone, then we have a forum for us to talk about these family issues because we all have ownership of the business, we'll all be implicated. And so I really encourage everyone to start a governance initiative in my own family. And to be honest, it wasn't easy. I think for me, that was a form of innovation because it wasn't something that many people in my family had known before. And so they were like, what is governance? Is this just like some hokey pokey thing like people talk about? It's just like words, but nothing gets done. Like, what is a family constitution? It's just a piece of paper. Can you really uphold that? Is that legally enforceable? And so it took me a year to really explain and educate to my family members what it was, but even then they were not committed to it. And it was only when I was like, okay, I don't think anyone sees the value in this, I'm gonna stop pushing it. Then my father was like, okay, Kim, if you really wanna do this, then get the buy-in of your siblings and then I'll support you.
Right.
And so we were going through that process in the past like year or two, and so much happened, like so much hurt that people did not talk about surfaced. Many apologies were had, many like I love yous were exchanged. And I think that's a really integral part to sustaining legacy, is just being able to come together as a family, no matter how much hurt that you've experienced, no matter how many disagreements that you've had, to really move things forward. And I think, you know, to Brian's point about, you know, what is legacy and how do we define it, one thing that I did was study a couple of family businesses in like the US or Europe because they're much more, I guess the continuation is much longer and they're in like their 5th, 6th, 7th generation. And so I was like, well, I don't need to go from 0 to 1. I can sort of look at what other people have done. And that's not to say that their culture is the same as ours, but you know, I asked myself, how did they sustain their businesses? And actually many of them sold their original businesses and started new ones or acquired new ones. So in my head, I'm not so hung up on the family needing to continue exactly the businesses that we have. If it's in a sunset industry, if we need to pivot, then that's what we need to do for the business. But it's more about wealth ownership at that point and family wealth. You know, one thing I learned is instead of saying we're a family business, we are a family in business.
Right.
So what's important is that we stay together, we innovate together, move across different industries together. And that for me is like our legacy.
Okay, all right, good to know. I want to bring in the audience if you have any questions that you want to ask the panelists before I continue on with them. Any questions from the floor? Do we have any? Yes. Can we get a mic to... Okay.
Hi, Manisa from Brand Geeks here. Not sure which one to ask, but I'll just ask away. So my question is on, in respect of equity sharing, because when you go into innovation, especially if you're collaborating with a technopreneur or maybe with university, where you want to co-own a certain IP of that innovation, normally there would be expectation that the equity of the venture is shared with the innovator. So my question is, from the perspective of the second generation, you're second generation, right? From second generation family business, how would that go down with the whole family? Would they be open to it? Because I think for innovators, they won't be able to go in at a lower cost unless they're going in for equity. Thank you.
Anyone?
Yeah, we're actually working with a startup in Penang to develop a technology to detect certain fires. I think it's important to know both sides, the startup and also the family. For my family, equity is not so important, but to me it's a little bit more important because it's power, right? But to the startup, what do they want at the end of the day? And what do you have upper hand? So what we realize, at least for my situation, is that we have a bit more cash flow, whereas the startup does not have cash. So we just, give cash over, and they didn't ask for equity. They even asked for the IP. Because at the end of the day, they wanted to be the one that is servicing the technology, but they don't need to hold the IP. So our term sheet mentions that they will be the sole company that services the technology until and unless they break the bond, right? So I think it's very important to know what the startup wants, what the family member values, and how do we bridge that gap. So we managed to find that out. Hope that answers your question.
Right. Anyone else? Doc?
So you own the IP?
We own the IP, yeah.
Wow, okay.
They want money, so...
So it's a pretty unusual situation where a startup allows you to own the IP in exchange for money. If I was the advisor, I'm telling you as it is, yeah? If I was the advisor, I would tell the startup that would be the dumbest thing to do, because IP has more value than the money and the servicing that you do. But if you've got the deal, then that's fine. I mean, if that's an arrangement between the two of you. But in most cases, the startup wants to own the IP, and the funder will get equity in the startup. And that is the same with universities as well, because I do work with universities and stuff. Universities, when they do this, there are a couple of ways for them to monetize this, right? One is, if you're actually working in the university and you created or developed the product or whatever is being patented or owned, then the university has a stake in that. And the university can do several things. One is they can have joint ownership of the IP, and then they can do licensing and stuff like that. They can keep the IP but give you a perpetual license for you to do whatever you want with that IP, or they can inject the IP into a spin-out company and take some equity in that spin-out company. All of this actually works. The problem is every university has a different people running the technology transfer offices. They have different ways of looking at it. And because of that, Malaysian IP developed in universities rarely gets out of the university and is commercialized, because none of them actually know how to do this well so that everybody benefits properly. The best that I've seen is actually, most universities, they do licensing. They co-own whatever the products, the technology or the IP, and then they license it out. That seems to work, but that's not ideal. Because as an investor, if I'm going to invest in a company, I want that company to own the IP. Because if the company doesn't own the IP, there are many things that can happen. If you build on top of the IP, who then owns the new product?
Yep.
Because if you say, okay, I've got this IP, and over the years I build A, B, C, D, E, and it's become a totally different animal, but the base IP still belongs to somebody else, there'll be an issue in terms of who owns the product and how do you sell the product and so on. So for investors, for us, we always want the companies to own the IP, and if it's university, we'll ask them to go negotiate with the university, give the university a stake. Doesn't matter, 10%, 20%, but get the IP in and let the university have a stake. And quite often, over a period of time, you can buy the university stake back, give them a good return, and most of the time, they're quite happy with that as well. Yeah.
Sorry, I have a follow-up question on that.
Yep, go ahead.
So the scenario that, thanks Dr. Siva for summarizing the different arrangements that universities can have in working with, in this case, family businesses. I think when it comes to licensing, it's quite straightforward because it's just a cost for you. It's just an expense, right? I'm talking about the scenario where, let's say, for example, family businesses decide to work with maybe a university that has background IP, and you work with them to develop the solution, and then you come up with a new IP based on your collaboration, and that entitles you to co-own the IP together with university or in the case of innovators outside university, that means you own together because you've put in some money and the innovation side has put in some money. Maybe you have a special purpose vehicle that you set up in order to own the new IP, right? So then the question is, would the family be open to this sort of equity sharing? In the case of Brian, I think because you have always done things without their permission in the first place, so I think your answer would definitely be, just go for it, right?
My answer is actually we started a subsidiary to work on all the innovations.
Yeah, so you got that done that way, but but maybe the ladies can share, like, because your family, you seem to be a lot more. I'm not saying that you're traditional because you're not, but you tend to work with the system a little bit more than Brian, right? So in your both your cases, like, do you think they're open to it? And if you were to pitch this idea to them, what would make it be palatable to them?
Have you done such experience, creating special vehicles and stuff, and experience?
Would you go into it, or would you not? Because if you did, they wouldn't even be open to it.
Yeah, I think I would go, like Brian said, go it through subsidiaries, subsidiary companies, because that would be one line of innovation of which you can create the value of the group through another channel. So not to put everything under the main company, but to have another vehicle to run it as a new line of business, and to put new people and also share with regards to the equity and also add on to the value. So at the end of the day, those who own the IP will create more value because to leverage on what, for example, if let's say High Tech works with another company, so both win-win situation for both. High Tech will actually gain more value because of the new things that we have added into the group, and also the company that we are working with will have more value because of the things that they can leverage by working with our group. So I would take it as that, and I don't think in terms of whether or not it's IP or a stake. It depends on how and who is actually driving it. Because at the end of the day, sometimes people can offer something, but the one who's driving it is not that known in terms of how to drive it. So perhaps we will drive it, but you be with us in terms of how to get best value out of it. But sometimes these people, this group, they needed guidance, and they needed resources from the big group. So hence, it depends on what is the offer on the table, and we work around it because we don't want to be the giant who just taking kita tak nak bully lah, and so we want to everybody to leverage and get the best benefit out of it. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions that we have from the floor? Anyone like to ask anything? No? Okay. Then let me just carry on here. A question to Dr. Siva. On the note of mentorship and leadership capabilities moving forward with regards to family members or teams that you work with. In what way does this help? Having the right mentor, having the right leaders, knowing whether the mentor and the leader can actually coexist together. Where does it hit? Where does this lead to with regards to innovation, and how far does it go along?
So I think it's super important. Even Steve Jobs had a mentor, had a coach, Bill something or the other, right? So it doesn't mean that, if you're a very successful person, you don't have a coach or a mentor. But especially when you look at second, third generation as well, quite often the mentor may be, your parents or, someone that's already leading the company or started the company. But I also feel it is good to have outside mentors, to have someone outside the family group or from outside the business to become your mentor. And because we run a lot of coaching programs, so most of our programs are 6 months to 12 months long. And we don't just do training, right? We do coaching as well. That's the biggest thing that we have done. And what we have discovered is that when we bring people from outside that industry to coach them, the value creation is significantly more than if we bring the same old people. Right. And one of the reasons for this is groupthink. Everyone from a certain industry always thinks the same way. They are also nurtured the same way, their experiences are the same, they think the same. So when they are guiding you, you really cannot learn that much because in the end, you're all thinking the same. So bringing people from outside your industry actually will jumpstart different kinds of thinking because that person will say, in my industry, we don't do this, we do that, and they will, oh, really? I never looked at it from that angle, right? So I think that's really important. And I think even for second and third generation, they should go out there and look for different people to mentor them, to guide them. People with different experiences, with different skill sets, I mean, we talk about the new technologies today, right? Blockchain, AI, where do you find people who do this kind of stuff, right? So if there's some startup somewhere that's doing this, there might be somebody guiding them, and that's where you can actually learn a lot more. The other thing really is to also mix with groups, not just a single mentor or coach or whatever. So we run a program called the Sunicorn Collective. And in the Sunicorn Collective, we have a lot of later stage companies. So these companies have raised more than 2 million in funding, or those that haven't raised funding have more than 8 million in revenue. And the founders of this group, so most of them are CEOs, they come together as a group and we learn together. So we bring, for example, a unicorn founder to come and speak to them about how they build the business and so on. But most importantly, then we'll have a 3-hour conversation. We'll have a 3-hour meeting and we talk about what did you learn from this? How do you apply this and so on? We don't just bring unicorn founders, we bring people from all kinds of different experiences, right? So I think that is so there's 2 different types of this coaching. One is just get one single mentor or someone, but I think equally important if you can get together in a group and you all learn from each other, guide each other and all that, there's tremendous value in that kind of mentoring, if you may say, I mean, I can imagine if the 3 of them here get together, form a small group and kind of mentor each other, the amount of stuff you guys can do, right? The amount of learning that you guys can get from each other's industry, that itself will be tremendous. Yep. And if you double that to 6 people, imagine how much that would be. So I think that's really, really important, actually.
That works very well outside the domain of the family. But in the context of the family, having a mentor who is outside, does it undermine the credibility of the family, the tradition? Do you actually need one? Or do you say that, hey, I am the family owner, therefore I am the mentor, you guys just follow? Has that been the case? Or do you think mentorship and leadership is actually needed to generate your innovation moving forward?
I can speak to this. I think it depends on the generation and on the subject matter. I think, going back to the governance initiative that I shared a while ago, there was some difference in my family where my grandfather did not really believe in, for example, airing our dirty laundry is a phrase he used to an outsider advisor, consultant. But when I talked to my father about this, it was actually something that he said he had considered decades ago when he first started working for the family, and he kind of pushed it away because his father wasn't supportive. So in my view, mentorship has been incredibly important, and I realize I do need mentors outside of the family system and people who can give me insight and also have experience. So I think one of the greatest decisions that I made was I joined a group called the Family Firm Institute, and they are an international organization based in Boston. But they're a group of family enterprise practitioners. So these could be lawyers, bankers, psychologists, coaches. And within this group, there is a virtual study group called the Asian Circle. So a lot of practitioners who work with many family businesses across Asia are here, and this is where they gather to talk about their issues or what advice they would give. And so I was like, I need a group of people who are familiar with family businesses to give me personal advice. And so sometimes during our meetings, I'll share some things that I'm going through with mentors who have now become friends. And because they have that experience of working with many different family businesses, they're able to give me fairly specific and helpful advice.
Right. Do the both of you share that sentiment as well? Having a outside mentor, it's actually important for your own movement forward?
Yeah, for me, because you've been in the environment throughout your life, so you need somebody else to, thought the idea and be your sounding board. So yeah, having an outsider as a mentor is a good way to go. Yeah.
Yeah, I think in relation to innovation, if you are just hanging out or listening to the people who has been in the industry for so long, you're going to get back the same answers every single time. So my coach is actually from Meranti. And it's very far off from fire safety, right? They're tech. They're more of accelerators and early stage startups, right? So every time when my coach, I meet up with my coach, he'll ask me questions that, oh yeah, you're right. Because you don't think about this day to day in your office. Like, but day to day can be quite mundane. And having that outside person questioning you or just in a nice way, get a nice coach, get a nice mentor. Don't get someone who berates you, right?
Okay.
Get someone who truly cares about you and want you to succeed and make sure there's no conflict. There's a lot of platforms, I guess, through the Sunukon Collective and a lot of other platforms out there, some very specific to family businesses too, even in Malaysia. You can start your own. I have a group chat called Forced Second Generation.
Forced?
Because we're all forced into the family business, right?
Okay.
Our group picture is forced labor in China. But it's a joke, right? But we ask a lot of questions in there.
Okay.
Because we realize we all want to be efficient and we want to save cost. So we're asking a lot of things on, hey, what's the cheapest to get this, to get that? So there's peer-to-peer, and of course there's one level up as well.
Right. Okay.
Can I just add something? I know I'm kind of like the rebel here in this group, because I'm very different. But I really believe. I think a lot of times, second, third generation are very concerned about the family and stuff like that. So you need to divide into two. One is about the family and how you work in the family and all of that. The other one is innovation. So if you talk about the families and all that, what Kimberly said is right. You join these groups that about family and stuff like that. But innovation is totally different. You should consider joining a separate group that's only about innovation. That's talking about what's happening in the world, what's happening in technology, what's happening in innovation, how do you grow, how do you scale your business, do all of those kind of stuff. Because the learnings from there are completely different from the learnings that you get from the family groups.
Yep.
Right? So when the focus becomes too much about the family, you lose the benefit of that innovation that's outside there. So I certainly would advise, that look at it from two different angles. Because I know it is tough being in a family. I know because some of my companies and all that I mentor have left families because they say it was just too tough being in the family. They couldn't express themselves. They couldn't innovate. They couldn't do things. They were very frustrated. So they had to leave the family and then go innovate on their own, right? But always keep the links back with the family and stuff like that. But when they come out there and suddenly look at all the stuff that is happening, in a different industry outside of their family business and all of that, it's totally different. It's a very big eye-opener for them. So for everyone in family businesses, you should always look at this. Separate your family from the business and from the innovation, because there's so much more to learn on the other side as well.
Right. Please.
I can add to that. So that's not my role. I have other siblings who are more in charge of innovation. I'm the one who communicates what this innovation means to the rest of my family. So then our roles are quite segmented. Yeah, but I totally agree.
All right. So we've been speaking about stewardship and encouraging innovation of the next generation. Any final thoughts, final comments, final questions from the floor before we end this session here today? One last chance to anyone who likes to ask anything burning in you that you want to ask the panels. No? Okay. I've got one last one. Oh, sorry, please. Yes.
Hello, hi. Thanks for sharing. Just a question about, do you think innovation, there's a timing, right? Sometimes you innovate too fast, or do you think that innovation, needs to change, need to be done at a certain time? Or is it, you think, oh, innovation, everyone's doing, doing online, doing this and that, and then you follow. As a family business, I think, somewhat the balance need to be there. So, any takes on that?
Anyone?
Yeah, thanks, Meet. I'll take that question. Yes, there's always a time for innovation. So, just personal story, we were looking for a solution for EV fires 3 years ago. But that was obviously the wrong time. There was no EV cars in Malaysia. Too early, correct. But what we gained was that advantage of 3 years where we were doing the research, we were understanding all these things. So now we are training people on this information that we gain. But in that first 3 years or first 2 years, it seems like it was wasted lah. We're learning all these things, researching all these things, but nobody is using that information. But yeah, it's very important. I think relating back to our topic of next generation, I think we haven't talked about AI yet. But what I realized in the company is that we have the first layer, the founders, and then I'm quite far down in the third layer. There's the middle managers that are holding on to their life. Holding on to their life. So what we realized is there needs to be a transition of knowledge down to the next generation. The generation that's on TikTok 99% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
How are they going to learn?
Right.
So we are using AI, we are developing our own GPT because the younger generation likes to ask questions. That's why in my office, the younger ones would have one screen work, left screen chat GPT. They don't think anymore, they just think how to ask questions now.
Right, right.
Yes, just how to prompt the question, correct. So now we are developing that GPT, which is very cheap and easy. It's only $60 for ChatGPT Pro, where if you feed information in ChatGPT Pro, it's within your own system. But it gets expensive when you expand lah.
Correct. Okay. Any final thoughts on stewardship and encouraging innovation? Let's go around. Kimberly, I can start with you before we wrap up.
I think in my own experience, and this also took time for me to cultivate as a member of the family business, is that like you are an owner, and what does that mean? And that means that it's not just like you're in and out of the business for daily operations. No, at the end of the day, you have ownership, you have stake, and if something happens to your parents or your grandparents, then these decisions will fall on your shoulders. So developing an ownership mindset has been really important for me to also understand stewardship and to kind of navigate my way through the challenges I face. So also like having a long-term mindset and not a short-term mindset. Yeah.
Okay, good to know. Thank you for that. Stewardship and encouraging innovation from Hi-Tech Padu's point of view.
Yeah, I think being part of a family business, sometimes it put unnecessary pressure to those who are in it. I have 5 siblings and only me and my brother in the company, while the rest are not. And suddenly it puts a pressure on who are part of the organization to carry out and carry through. I can understand why nowadays people don't prefer to continue the legacy because of the pressure and doesn't want to follow through whatever that is already charted in the organization. But I believe the innovation will change that, pivot. So if you are part of an organization, if you are part of the family business, and you feel that you are stuck because you had to be there, then play your role as the pivoter.
Right.
And change the direction of the company, because at the end of the day, you are the one who has to lead it to the next generation. So like Kimberly mentioned, be sense of belonging in the organization. Then that will actually change your mindset of how to behave in a family business.
Okay. Brian, last words?
Last words. I think very important to just understand what the generation above you and the generation above you want, and if you are able to deliver what is needed. I think in the beginning, I've been asked to leave the company 5 times. But it stopped after I had a heart-to-heart talk with the founders. that the push that I've been pushing, the reason why they asked me to leave because I pushed too hard.
Right.
I questioned them too hard, not anything else. So I had to be very clear that what I'm pushing for or what I'm asking them or questioning them is really for us to look at the future.
Right.
I think when it was not a very difficult, not a very easy thing to do, of course, but having heart-to-heart talks, I think, is very important.
Yeah.
To communicate both sides. Sometimes they may not say it; they'll just show you like facial expressions, or send you a text after that. But yeah, I think communication is.
Do you get your allowance cut?
I just found my payslip 5 years ago. It hasn't moved.
Okay, now we know. Right.
Yeah.
I think you deserve to be paid more. We talk to your dad about it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll join you if I leave the business. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Dr. Siva, final words on stewardship and innovation.
I think it is a fact that innovation is changing the face of business today, whatever business that you're in. I think you as the next generation that's a steward for your company has to realize that this is happening. And sometimes the generations ahead might not want to look at it or think about it. They might know it's happening, but they would rather ignore it, than to really look at it, because then it makes a lot of change happen and they may not be comfortable with that change. But I think as a steward of the company, you need to look at the interest of the company, as well as family, of course, but the interest of the company is paramount. And when this change is happening, you have to change along with it. But most innovation happens outside your own company. You have to recognize that the greatest innovations in the world are happening outside of all the traditional companies. You need to look at, if I'm going to preserve my company and grow my company and innovate, how do I do this? Do I just do it internally within my company, or are there different methods of doing this? I think I like what Brian did. I mean, he's working with universities and so on, or working with startups and so on. That needs to be done. Many ways of doing it, right? Whether you do corporate venture capital, whether you just invest directly, there are some of them that even allow their own staff to spin out companies. You innovate internally, you spin out a company, I will fund you, I will invest some money, I get a stake, and then we can do this as well. There are many ways of doing it. I think it is super important for all of you to look at these different methods and find something that is acceptable to everybody. Because if you don't do that, you will only see incremental change within your companies, and somewhere down the line, someone else is going to come and eat your business for lunch. And that is a fact. Thank you.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for the panel. With that, I'll pass it over back to Master Ceremony.
Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, can we give one big round of applause once again to our panelists and moderator? So I'd like to call upon Dr. Leilani Motno to present a token of appreciation to our panelists and moderator. Please join us on the stage for a token of appreciation. So first and foremost, we'd like to call upon Kimberly Goh. Assistant Vice President, JSG Group of Companies. Thank you. Next, please welcome Salmi Nadia Muhammad Hilmi, Group Managing Director, Group CEO, Hitech Padu Berhad. Next, please welcome Brian Su, Firefighter Industry, Chief Innovation Officer for Firefighter Industry. Next, please welcome Dr. Sivapalan Vivekaraja, Professio Consultant. And last but not least, to our moderator, Dr. Eric Balan, Asiatech Education, Sdn Bhd. Right, gentlemen, one for the album. Ladies and gentlemen, one for the album. Together with our panelists, moderator, and Dr. Leilani. Okay, one for the album. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Freestyle. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Right, ladies and gentlemen, can we give one big round of applause once again to our moderator and panelists? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to express our deep appreciation to our incredible sponsor and partners who have been instrumental in making this summit a resounding success. It is time to acknowledge and appreciate the invaluable contribution of our esteemed sponsor and partners who have made this event a tremendous success. To present the token of appreciation, once again, I wanted to invite Dr. Leilani, a Group CEO of Bina Pavo, to present the token of appreciation. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll start with Sunway Business School as a knowledge partner. Please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Shenas, representing the Dean of Sunway Business School. Thank you very much, Sunway Business School. Next, please welcome Prima Alam Technology Sdn Bhd as our sponsor. Please welcome Zahrin Ismail, Senior Vice President Strategic Planning Division, Prima Alam Technologies. Next, please welcome Quill Automobile Sdn Bhd. Please welcome Joanne Krishnan, Head of Corporate Sales, Quill Automobile, as our automotive partner. Thank you very much, Quill Automobile Sdn Bhd, as our automotive partner. Next, please welcome Softtech 360. Please welcome Manan Sheikh, Managing Director of Softtech 360, as our supporting partner. Next, please welcome Malaysian Financial Planning Council, Chung Ka Yin, Executive Director of Malaysian Financial Planning Council. Next, please welcome BG Capital Holding, supporting partner. Please welcome Ms. Saliza Abdullah, Managing Director of BG Capital Holdings. Thank you, Ms. Saliza Abdullah. Next, Asiatech Education Sdn Bhd. Please welcome Dr. Eric Balan, CEO Asiatech Education Sdn Bhd. Thank you, Dr. Balan. Next, please welcome Perspectiva Collective. Art partner, please welcome Emilio Daniel, founder Perspectiva Collective. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for our supporting partners. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated, as we would like to welcome once again Dr. Leilani, Group CEO of Bina Pavo, to join us on stage as she concludes the 4th Asia Pacific Family Business Summit 2024. Please welcome Dr. Leilani.
How are you all? It's the end of the day. You're all okay? Yeah? Okay. All right. First and foremost, Thank you so much, all of you. Every time I do the closing remark, I get emotional because I'm a very emotional person. Right? Okay, so yes, thank you so much to everyone. You know, in the past 2 weeks, I would say, we really had to gear up to today. And, you know, I wouldn't be able to do this, of course, without our team. So first and foremost, I want to thank our team. Definitely my partner in crime, Moha. Emilio. And if you all don't know this, Emilio is my son. He is our third generation. Certainly, again, if you don't know this, Aimi is my daughter-in-law. Then we've got, of course, Arliza, Aina, and Raza. Thank you so much to all of you. So you could see that, you know, this summit is about family business, us, for all of you, family businesses. So again, thank you so much for being here. We roughly had about 120 people who registered. Along the way, I think the peak of it this morning or late this morning, we had about 110 people in the hall. And of course, along the way, you know, we missed some people, we lost some people, but nonetheless, I thank you for staying all the way till the end. So thank you. Of course, most of it, we have, I would say about 70% are Generation 2 who attended. We've got some Generation 3, Generation 4 and Generation 5, certainly, yeah, from Anna Paper. And of course, we've got some Generation 1. So it's a nice blend. Again, the summit, we always say it's a safe place for family businesses to just share. Yeah, share your experiences, your knowledge, your stories, your successes, your failures, right? And this is the platform that we all get together annually. We've got, you know, friends, partners from Indonesia. Certainly, you know, Dr. Linda Salim from Daftaro has always been coming year in and year out, you know, over 4 years, right? So I'm so indebted to her. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Linda. Most of the time, she takes on the capacity as either a panel speaker, a moderator, a masterclass speaker. So she's done all that. So she says this year, she just wants to be a participant. Dr. Linda, thank you. Of course, we've got friends, certainly from Indonesia, yeah, Pak Sri Joko, with Madam, yeah, Dr. Odia, together with Insan, the second generation. Thank you so much for coming all the way from Indonesia. Pakistan, Dean has left, but, you know, he's got a meeting. From Philippines, Kimberly Go, Generation 3, thank you so much. Salamat. Yeah, so I always get excited when I've got speakers or participants from the Philippines because if you don't know, I am half Filipina. Yeah, so I always like when my people from my kampong, comes and join us at the summit. We've got participants from also Singapore and also from China this time. Yeah, so thank you. But closer to home. May, thank you so much. You've supported us during our first summit. We had it virtually, and and here you are again as a keynote. I appreciate you flying all the way from Penang. Thank you for sharing that. We learned a lot from her today. Certainly, I would like to say thank you to Saliza, Abdullah, yeah, BG Capital, yeah, our staunch supporter. We support each other for all our work together, love. And I just want to let you know, next year we have planned, we meaning BG Capital and Bina Pavo, of course, together with Sunway University as the knowledge partner, have planned for a bigger summit. We have spoken to Matrade, yeah, to some extent. So we want it to be a summit plus an exhibition expo, right? So maybe it's going to be 2 days, 3 days. So it's in the planning. So we hope that we can pull this off together. Yes, Aliza? Yes, so we'll do it. Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah, so let's work towards the plan. Of course, I also like to thank, like Manisa has always been here from Brand Gigs. Thank you so much, Manisa. Cam has always been here also. Thank you so much, Cam. Yeah, definitely Sunway University. Yeah, they come and they support. They will do so many things together. Thank you, Sunway University team. My longtime friend, researcher, back then when I was doing research, Dr. Hamid Mothagi, flew all the way from Canada. Yeah, thank you, Hamid, for joining us. And if I have forgotten anybody else, I just want to say thank you to, some of the familiar faces, my friends, Dr. Safura, Prof. Rahim, Sharina from Singapore, Dr. Noliza, and the daughter Ifa. And of course, MMU, thank you so much for doing the masterclass today. We really appreciate it, Dr. Fairuz and Dr. Ong. Okay, I think so. I'm not wearing my glasses just because I'm so vain. But thank you, all of you, for joining us. And Manisa brings my glass. Yeah, so all of you, all the supporters, I want to have a special mention, especially to Family Biz Solution in Pakistan. Yeah, she's unable to join this year, but she was here. Aisha was here last year. Lighthouse Business Consulting from Bangladesh. Yeah, special thanks. Certainly, again, Softtech, MFPC, BG Capital, Asia Tech, Iria Surya, and Perspectiva Collective. So if you've not decided to buy any of the art, again, when we talk about supporting next generation passion. So this is where I think for us, from the group level, we support Emilios, our third generation, member, who is so passionate about film photography. Yeah, so we are venturing into it. Yeah, together with him, he's leading it, and we hope to, hopefully by the end of the year, we would have an open exhibition, art exhibition. So we are talking to some art galleries, right? So. And by all means, I really hope that you all, when I send out the emails, come and support during the art exhibition, right? So, yes, I think I've covered everyone, I hope. And if I've missed anybody, my sincere apologies. Nick, thank you for joining us. We've not seen each other for 10 years or so, with his beautiful wife, Nadia, right? So thank you. I hope you had a wonderful time the past 8 hours with us. And for all of you, later on we will give you the link to the summit, right? So it's all recorded, and we'll share with you all the photos. Before we end, there's a scan QR code on the table. If you have time, do scan it. It's a short evaluation to at least let us know how well we did and what are the things that we can do to improve ourselves next year. So with that, thank you so much to our PAVO Consortium, Drone Skills, Copeda, as well as Pantera Innovation. Yeah, so thank you so much also for being here. And with that, have a wonderful day, evening. Drive home safely. And I really hope to see you again next year. Thank you so much. Farewell. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Lilaini. So don't forget to scan the QR code that plays on your table. So please spend your time at least 1 or 2 minutes to fill up the feedback form. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our deep appreciation to each and every one of you for your participation, engagement, and unwavering commitment to the success of this event. So before you leave, please take home some time to enjoy the delicious food that have been prepared for you. So thank you. Until we meet again at Future Summit, safe travel and thank you for being part of the 4th Asia Pacific Family Business Summit 2024. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.